considered as a group. Sometimes this stuff is no longer needed. Wait, no longer needed? That can't be right. Because remember those jobs you were looking for? Those are really needed. And they're the stuff inside your stuff. Even inside that winter coat that moved with you to Phoenix. Our job is to unlock those jobs. And it starts when you donate your stuff to your local Goodwill. Here's how we do it. When you donate to Goodwill, we sell your stuff to provide job training for people right here in your community. So just by teaming up with Goodwill, you help create jobs. And isn't that worth partying with the leftover guitar from your 80s cover band? Goodwill. Donate stuff, create jobs. Find your nearest donation center at goodwill.org. A message from Goodwill and the Ad Council.
Dear John, I was hoping it wouldn't come to this, but you've left me no choice. I'm leaving. Uncontrolled high blood pressure is really serious, and lately you seem to really not care. I've been there for you since day one, and I know you think I'm going to keep ticking. But no, my friend, I can quit whenever I want. Why can't we get back to the good times, when we were more active and ate more healthy foods, and you checked on me every once in a while? Is that too much to ask? I don't want to leave, but unless you stop ignoring me, what else am I supposed to do? Remember, when I quit, you quit. Sincerely, your heart.
Listen to your heart. Don't let it quit on you. Doing the minimum to control your high blood pressure isn't doing enough. High blood pressure can lead to a stroke, heart attack, or death. Get your blood pressure to a healthy range before it's too late. Find out how at heart.org/blood pressure. Check, change, control. A message from the American Heart Association, the American Stroke Association, and the Ad Council.
Hey, what's up, everybody? I'm Jason Derulo. I love that music connects to people all over the country. But unfortunately, so does something else. Childhood hunger. 15 million kids struggle with hunger right here in America. And yet, every year, billions of pounds of surplus food in the U.S. go to waste instead of going to the children in need. Feeding America is working to change this. The Feeding America nationwide network of food banks rescues this surplus of food to help provide meals to families in virtually every community in the United States, including yours. But they just can't do this alone. Join me in the fight against hunger in America. For more information on what you can do to get involved, visit feedingamerica.org. That's feedingamerica.org. Together we can solve hunger. Together, we're Feeding America. A message from Feeding America and the Ad Council.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
The NFL heads into the final week of the 2025 regular season with two big games to get into the playoffs and winner-take-alls, with the Bucs and Panthers facing off for the NFC South and the Ravens and Steelers dueling for the AFC North in pivotal Week 18 matchups. And while those teams duke it out for a chance at glory, many others, both New York teams included, are jostling this last week for draft position as the Raiders outsucked the Giants on Sunday in a battle of the worst teams in the league and are now in pole position to pick their quarterback of the future. And before we check out what's going on in the NBA as we approach midseason and whip around the rest of the NFL's Week 17 slate, we will do a deep dive on Alex versus A-Rod, the new documentary from perhaps the greatest baseball player to be banned from the Major League Baseball Hall of Fame, on another all gas, no brakes, wheeling and dealing, styling and profiling, live 5-hour mega Monday night edition of Jabba and the Mouth.
They're going to give him a significant amount. They're going to have a ton of money to spend. Why not put it in one of the top 3 offensive players in the league? We're going to be looking at Aaron Judge and saying that he can't win the big game. Michael Jordan said, I played 82 games. You don't see LeBron doing that.
This is a game where you got to go perform.
I told you, Giant fans, and Saquon Barkley, at this point, I'm gonna fight them all. A seven-nation army couldn't hold me back. They're gonna rip it off. Take your time. Say whatever you want about Patrick Mahomes. He's the best quarterback in the NFL. Really? And I'm talking to myself at night because I can't forget.
Welcome to Jabba in the Mouth.
New Year's Eve is around the corner. We got one more, story for Jabba in the Mouth for the year to end. And tonight is the story-filled journey of the NFL season and the tail end of the NFL season, and where we believe the NFL season will end up in San Francisco. 631-672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to a new episode, a new show of Jabba and the Mouth. My name is Errol Marks. My co-host will be soon Jabba Chamberlain, and we do have Speedy Petey in the feed. Executive producer, you heard him, Mr. Aaron Fishman. On the board, as always, Tommy Poops. In the back end, Mr. NR Hour himself, our, I guess what you want to call him, our PR manager, Mr. Nithin. Remember, you can go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Jabba in the Mouth every single Mondays and Thursdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Well, I've had an interesting year. And anybody that has not known me or have watched this show over and over and over again repeatedly as we go in week by week, show by show, episode by episode, would know that my show and my personality could go in many different directions. Many different directions. If it's a comedy show you want to hear, this is the one you want to hear. If it's a sports talk show you want to listen to, this is what you want to listen to. But over the last couple of months, and I will say this to be very fond of this industry, and what I love about this industry is there's many sports to talk about. And being that we're here in New York, sports is life for all the fans out there. Even though our sports teams are absolutely horrible. I mean, if you look at where our football teams are at, you got a chance to watch one team pull off a win yesterday against a Vegas Raider team that didn't want to play. They really should have just stayed on the bus. There was no reason for the Raiders to play in that game. And then we had a chance to watch the New York Jets, which was an absolute debacle. A divisional game, and you don't show up. You don't show up against a New England Patriot team for years, have been daggering it right in your back. And you just absolutely laid up a lousy goose egg. And I watch New York sports because, I'm here in New York, and I root for our teams. And there's just nothing to me moving forward in 2026 besides the New York Knicks that makes me excited. Now, hopefully it'll change in the offseason. With football, it could change with a blink of an eye. We've seen it. You could go from one of the worst teams to one of the best teams with a blink. In hockey, we have seen the absolute difference in a team when they make or they get a draft pick like Matthew Schaefer with the New York Islanders, and I've seen the twists and turns over the last couple of years of falling out. John Tavares deciding to part ways with the Islanders to go to Toronto, just to absolutely stink. I mean, look at Toronto right now. They're in last place in their division. You wonder that maybe it could be the Islander year. Maybe with Patrick Waugh and the Islanders, they make this unbelievable run now that Lou Piniella, because I was writing a story over the weekend. It's not Lou. Sleeping Lou is no longer with the New York Islanders. When you look at sports and as a New York fan, you only hope and you wonder when these teams are going to change and get better. And that's what I do every single year. It doesn't matter if it's Tommy rooting for his Giants or his Knicks or whoever he roots for, Yankees, or Speedy rooting for his Mets, his Giants, and his Rangers, or even our man in the back end who was just speaking on our opening, Mr. Aaron Fishman, who is out there always preaching Giants football. Giants football. Let's go, Giants. But the Giants and where they're heading could be in a better position than the New York Jets. And there's a lot of reasons why, and I will get into that a little bit later in the show. Not because of the talent. It's just because the Giants have won Super Bowls in the last 50 years. At least we can go back in 2011 when Eli Manning was there and Mario Manningham and those idiots. I'm not making fun of Justin Tuck. I love Justin Tuck. He was nothing but nice to me over the years when I've interviewed him. And every time I see him, he remembers me. So I'm not going to put down Justin Tuck or O.C. Umenyor. But I just think that the Giants have an understanding what it takes to win. The Jets, I can't remember the last time they know what to do when it comes to winning. And that's New York sports, guys. We sit here, we prop, we make jokes, we do all this stuff that we do all the time about New York sports, and it really just goes around in a circle. Like Adam Sandler and Chuck and Larry, which I bring up that movie all the time on this show. It's a circle. It's a circle because it's a circle that never ends. It never ends, ladies and gentlemen. And hopefully one day, all our New York teams will find an understanding on what it takes to win. I don't know if it's going to happen anytime soon, but you just wonder if all these organizations and all these teams and all these owners, with all the money they invest in, including Hal Steinbrenner, who comes out and says, deferred money. I admit that deferred money really annoys the hell out of me, but there is no way in hell I want to hear a Steinbrenner complain about the league and what the league needs to do when it comes to money, because the Yankees forever have spent billions and billions of dollars on players. Maybe it was his father and George, but nevertheless, I don't want to hear the crybaby antics. I have a hat rack that holds 500 hats, and 90% of them are Yankee hats. Tell me, ladies and gentlemen, where does all that money go? It doesn't go to me. It goes to those teams and those companies that are obviously sponsoring or using the Yankees as advertisements and making tons and tons of money.
You're funding Jazz Jism's extension.
That's exactly what I'm doing. That's exactly what I'm doing, ladies and gentlemen. Funding these organizations to lose. And that tonight is what we're getting into. 2026. Is it going to be a losing year for New York fans or a winning year for New York fans? I'm pushing towards losing, but hey, you know what? We can hope that it could change with a blink of an eye. I just hope. And that's what I wanted to get into in the beginning of the show. I want to give a shout out to my man, Ralph, over there in Farmingdale, a guy that works with me, did work with me. I want to give a shout out to him and his family. If he's listening to the show, shout out to the boys at Northwell, even though I can't stand the organization. I love you guys. But yeah, I just want to let everybody know that I am looking forward to 2026 because there's great opportunity for this show. I think we're right now at one point, I would say about 72 hours ago, we were ranked 117th in the country for Spotify and Apple we're under football shows, which is over 170,000 football shows. So, and I wanted to make sure, and everybody asked me, why are we under football when we talk all sports? And it's very simple. There are more football shows than any other sport. Any other sport when it comes to podcasting. And I wanted to compete against all the top ones. And we're doing a great job. So I want to give a shout out to the boys, all the guys, including the guy biting his nails over here, which is disgusting, by the way. Mr. Poops over here biting his nails. But hey, all the boys, all the guys behind the scenes. I know everybody says, it's great watching and listening to you guys. And Errol, you're sensational. But I wouldn't be able to do this show if it wasn't for everybody on the back end of this show. So I want to give a shout out to the guys, Speedy, Fish, those guys, even Tommy, everybody, Niffin, all you guys that put the time in, all the interns that we've worked with all year round. I want to give a shout out to all you guys because Job in the Mouth wouldn't be Job in the Mouth without everybody working and putting the time in And I have to credit all of you guys. This show wouldn't be a show without you guys. So I want to thank everybody and all the fans out there. Everybody that tunes in, downloads, listens to us week by week. Can't wait until the next story that I put out or some of the stuff that I say. And some people think I'm just absolutely out of my mind, which I admit I probably am. I just want to let you guys know that I love you guys, and I really appreciate all the people that tune in and listen to us and give us the opportunity to entertain you guys. So thank you, as all should be watching tonight, because I don't know what's going to happen. That's all I'm going to say. At 8:45, we'll be talking to USA Today college football righty, not writer, righty, because he is a righty, and he's a writer. Ladies and gentlemen, Scooby Axon will be joining us. And by the way, he's been on our show before. I met him at the Heisman Trophy dinner a year before this. That was at the Gremlins dinner. And he was sensational, really great, and got a chance to get to know him and his family. And I know he had surgery, so looking forward to getting Scooby on the show. And what a name, Scooby. I mean, Scooby-Dooby-Doo, you know. We'll have Scooby on the show. Are we having Quentin Copels on the show? Is he coming?
No, I didn't hear from him, so we'll wait for another time. For
All right, so we're not going to have Quentin Copels on the show. So Quentin owes me a dinner. He does, because he was wrong about the old gremlin. He was very wrong, but we got a great show lined up for you guys. So tune in, listen, and if you're a football fan, you're going to love these segments. It will come down to a winner-takes-all showdown between the Ravens and the Steelers in primetime fashion Sunday night for the final playoff spot and the AFC North division crown. The Ravens blew out the Packers without Jordan Love, 41-24, led by 216 rushing yards and 4 touchdowns from the one and only Derrick Henry. The Packers had already clinched a playoff spot before the game started after the Lions fell on Saturday to the Vikings. The Packers lose and clinched the NFC North for the Bears. Watching, we get for the Bears. Watching, we get the pizza and the Ravens. What is that? Does that say pizza over there, Speedy? I don't know what that means. The Ravens season stays alive because Shedeur Sanders and the Browns upset the Steelers 13-6 without DK Metcalf, who was suspended by the league for striking a fan for 2 games. The Steelers and quarterback Aaron Rodgers could do nothing against the Browns defense all day. Metcalf will also miss the big matchup with the Baltimore Ravens next week. Both NFC South contenders lost this week, with the Buccaneers losing to the Dolphins 20-17 and the Panthers falling to the Seahawks 27-10. This sets up another win and you're in scenario for the NFC South title. If the Bucs win, they will be the first team to win their division with a losing record, 8-9, since they did it with an 8-9 record in 2022. The Panthers defense was able to hold Seattle in check in the first half, but Bryce Young was only able to go 14 for 24 for 54 yards and an interception in the loss. As Seattle pulled away in the second half, the Bucs are lucky to have this shot after they fell to Quentin Ewers led Dolphins and could only get 54 total rushing yards as a whole team. There's a lot to get into. And I love the Pittsburgh Steelers and Ravens scenario. And there's a lot of reasons why, is because you look forward to games like this, because these are divisional games. The Ravens can't stand the Pittsburgh Steelers. The Steelers can't stand the Baltimore Ravens. You want to see Lamar Jackson in the playoffs, but you also want to see Aaron Rodgers in the playoffs. This could be Aaron Rodgers' last hurrah. And Lamar Jackson, with all the ups and downs all season long, the injuries, this could be the run that he couldn't or should be waiting for. This is something that we've seen before. Teams sneak into the playoffs and go all the way. I know Aaron Rodgers remembers that. I remember in 2010, we bring it up all the time. A wild card team went from one of the worst teams in the beginning of the seasons to one of the best teams, finished strong, went into the playoffs, made their run, and Aaron Rodgers won his only Super Bowl in 2010. You got to get hot. And the Ravens, with all their woes, their defense, and all the ups and downs of the way their defense was this year. And the Ravens are known for their defense. Come on, if you think about it. The Ed Reeds of the world, the Suggs of the world, all the linebackers, and we could go through every single one of them, one who to me is an all-time great. They've always been an elite defense. And this year they weren't. And it would be fitting to see the Ravens get into the playoffs and make a run all the way to a Super Bowl and win a Super Bowl. Lamar Jackson's first Super Bowl, and then Lamar could be considered one of the best quarterbacks of this era. Aaron Rodgers has a lot to prove. Because if you want to be considered with those Peyton Mannings and the Tom Bradys, you have to win your number 2. You have to win your second Super Bowl. Peyton Manning did it. Did Peyton Manning do it by himself? No. His defense was elite. Pittsburgh, everything what we've seen with Highsmith and this defense, and we're going to see Watt come back if they make the playoffs. I expect Watt to play in the playoffs. When Watt's in, this is an elite defense. And that's what I say this all the time. Winning championships, you need a good running game and you need an elite defense. Now, the Ravens, they don't have an elite defense, but they have an all-world type of quarterback that could change every single game with his legs. He's unstoppable. If Lamar Jackson is healthy all season long, I believe the Ravens are one of the top 3 teams in the AFC, one of the top 5 teams in all of the NFL. But he's not. And there's some rumblings that John Harbaugh might be out if they get knocked out. He decides to step away, whatever the Ravens decide to do or decide not to do with John Harbaugh, all rests maybe in this game. And that to me stands out more than anything. Because when we think of division championships, we think of Pittsburgh and the Ravens. We think of Kansas City and the Chargers. We think about the Eagles or the Giants, or the Eagles or the Cowboys. That's what we think about. And that to me, and even this year, we saw Seattle and the Rams go back and forth. Those games were sensational. You want to see games like that. You want to see games that can come down to the wire. And this is right there. Week 18, Sunday Night Football, Aaron Rodgers, Lamar Jackson, one of the greats against maybe soon to be the greatest quarterback of this era. I wrote a story this weekend about the 2018 draft class of quarterbacks. I don't know if anybody remembers it, but I can tell you. Baker Mayfield went number 1 to the Browns. Baker Mayfield is now playing for the Buccaneers. Before that, he jumped from 3 other teams before he landed with the Buccaneers. Do we remember the second guy that was picked in that draft? I do. I'm going to give it to you. Number 3, Sam Darnold, the youngest quarterback in NFL history. He jumped around after leaving the Jets. He went from, I think, 2 teams or 3 teams before he jumped, and he's now in Seattle, 13-3 Seattle Seahawks. And guess what? He has become an elite quarterback. It took him a while. Youngest quarterback in the league, still fairly young, has a chance to become the quarterback that everybody thought he was going to become coming out of USC. Number 7 went to the Buffalo Bills. Josh Allen. Now, Josh Allen, we know what he's been, and we know what he's turned into. Josh Allen had a weird release when he came out of Wyoming. There was a lot of questions about Josh Allen, and could he last in the NFL, the way he plays the game. He's become as elite as any quarterback in the NFL. And why? Maybe it was because of coaching. Maybe it was Dabo. Maybe the fact that he changed his release, or maybe just his understanding of the love of the game. There were a lot of people pressing on Josh Allen his whole career. and why they thought he wasn't going to last. I mean, Ramsey in the GQ magazine attacked this man and didn't even know him. At number 10, it was the Arizona Cardinals. And the one guy that just got away, or thank God got away, and now it's Josh Rosen.
Who was my favorite at the time, and Tyler Harrison's favorite at the time. We were both badly wrong.
Tennis champion, and maybe he should just stay and play pickup tennis because he was horrible. He jumped ship to many different organizations. He even went out there and spoke about the teams that passed up on him and said they're going to regret it. I don't think they're regretting it anymore. And then the final pick of the draft, the last pick in Mr. Newsom, Ozzie Newsom's, pocketbook or pockets was Lamar Jackson. And I believe Lamar Jackson has been the best quarterback out of all these quarterbacks in any of these classes that we've mentioned over the last, I would say, 15 years. Not because he has become an elite runner in this league, not because he's become a thrower in this league, just because the guy plays at such a high speed. So dominant when he is at the top of his game. Almost impossible to stop. You could talk about Joe Burrow and his elite way of watching the field and scooping and plopping the ball into different spots to Jamar Chase and Higgins. To me, what makes Lamar Jackson so unique is he doesn't have an elite wide receiver. I mean, is Flowers an elite wide receiver? Andrews was an elite tight end, but he couldn't stay healthy. Lamar Jackson has never had an elite wide receiver to throw to in his whole career. Could you imagine if you had Jamar Chase or Higgins? How about DK Metcalf? He doesn't have any of those guys. He has an elite running back in Derrick Henry. Finally. But that just tells you, and I believe when you look at quarterbacks, and that's why I look at Tom Brady. Also, have another article out there, Tom Brady and Joe Montana. I believe Joe Montana is just a tad better than Tom Brady. But if you look at Tom Brady's career, your argument is he's had different running backs. He's never had the same running back. He's never had the same offensive line more than 3 years. The only thing that he's had the same practically his whole career is his coach before he went to the Buccaneers. So to me, elite quarterbacks can play with anything around them. You don't need a superstar. You don't need an elite player. And that goes to what I'm saying about Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers made everybody around him better. Everybody. And that's where this is coming. We're going into a game where this could be the crown king. A lot of people believe is the greatest quarterback. I do. In a 10-year or 10 seasons comparable to the Tom Brady's and Peyton Manning's and Drew Brees's, I believe Aaron Rodgers has been the best. Not with the greatest talent, not with superstar players. He's made everybody around him because he's special. Lamar Jackson, too. That's what I think about this game. This could be the end of Aaron Rodgers' career, moving on to bigger and better things, to Brittany, his so-called wife, or his so-called hand, whoever he's married. I see him wearing his ring every time he plays. It's a black ring, so I guess he's married, unless he's fibbing. But that's the game I'm looking forward to. The Buccaneers and the Carolina Panthers. Nothing sticks out to me in this game except this is the Buccaneers' game to win. Carolina's still building. Carolina's still figuring things out. Canales is still figuring things out as a head coach. I think he's going to be a great one. He's got a young quarterback that I don't think is ever going to be elite. You can win with them, but he's never going to be elite. He found Dowdle. He's got a star wide receiver. He's got weapons now. He can build around those weapons. His defense still needs a little bit of cleaning. But this Carolina team is going to be good for many, many years to come. They're young and up and coming. But this is the Buccaneers year because if they don't make the playoffs, Todd Bowles is gone. He is gone. Swim to the fishies. Swim to the sharks because Todd Bowles is gone. Sayonara. This is their year. Mike Evans did not look happy this past weekend. I didn't look happy because he was on my fantasy team. And thank God I didn't need Mike Evans because of what Brock Purdy did on Sunday night, which was absolutely ridiculous. I mean, I got a lot to say. By the way, Owen and me went back and forth yesterday. It was so funny.
I heard that phone call. That was quite interesting.
It was funny. Definitely funny, and I love you. But the game that really sticks out to me is obviously the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Ravens, but this could go down to the wire. And really, the Carolina Panthers in the last 3 or 4 weeks, their defense has been one of the best defenses in all of football. And if they show up to this game and the Buccaneers do not show up and they don't have, I know Baker Mayfield didn't have worth. I know the offensive line is not protecting him. There's no excuses anymore. Baker was, to me, an MVP candidate for the first 8 or 9 weeks and then's fallen off. And I don't want to hear about injuries. There's no reason why this team is really crawling into a playoff run. Now, hey, the Buccaneers can get into the playoffs and make noise. I'm going to tell you right now, and we'll get into it in just a few moments, the Eagles look damn good. I told you guys about the Eagles. When they figure things out, watch out for them. And you're watching it right now. But the Dolphins, give a shout out to Mike McDaniel, guys. Mike McDaniel was practically done. Everybody was throwing him out. Gone. Mighty Mouse was gone. Gone to the bleachers. Say goodbye. And then all of a sudden, they make a couple of trades. They trade Phillips. They move players. Tyreek Hill goes down. And they figured things out. Tua was actually sitting and riding the bench. They bring in Quinn Ewers. He was, what, a 6th-round draft pick? This guy at one point was a 1st-round talent. Balls out, and they're finding ways to win with these guys. It's pretty amazing. I have been very impressed with out of all the teams that have fallen back and forth and a lot of people giving up on them, the Miami Dolphins have been the most impressive team. And the most impressive team making it to the playoffs right now is the Seattle Seahawks, which I think could be unstoppable. If Najigba plays at a top game, at the top of his game like he's been doing all season long, and obviously the playoffs, you're playing against better defenses and better teams and better coaching, no question. Seattle could absolutely go to the Super Bowl and win the Super Bowl this year. No question. They have the running game. Charbonnet has been unbelievable. Walker's been great. They can do so many things so very well, and they got a quarterback. And I just mentioned him, Sam Darnold. So I look at all these games. I gave you my take on it, Speedy. I want to hear your take.
Yeah, I want to mention it from this standpoint, from the Panthers and Bucks to start, because you were talking about the losing record standpoint, and sometimes you see those teams still do.
I don't care about that. I never even
in the playoffs. And you mentioned in the read-off, the losing record, and I think you still get the talent of those teams for a Buccaneers team that, when healthy, is still a lot better than they are record-wise, and a Panthers team that has nothing to lose, because this is a team that does not have a lot of big contracts on the team. They had a really good rookie class that's really helped their offense play as well as they have, and their defense play a lot better than expected. They're supposed to be one of the probably bottom 10 defenses in the league. They haven't been amazing, but ahead of schedule, and pressure to come with Canales with Bryce Young. Bryce Young trying to make a statement in year 3, which you're right. He's been very underwhelming for a first overall pick, but he still had some really good games this year, and he's a great comeback quarterback, which is interesting. Then you shift to the Buccaneers side, where Todd Bowles, is there a sense of desperation for his job at this point? If they miss the playoffs, or even if they may get in, just still go out in the first round, does he get an injury pass from somebody like Jason Light? Jason Light's been a very good GM, and the Buccaneers obviously won a Super Bowl with Tom Brady, but since then they've only won 2 playoff games. They beat the Eagles when the Eagles fell apart 2 years ago, and they beat really bad Eagles team. I think it was the year before that when they were a 7 seed. Those are the only 2 playoff wins they've won since then. So could there be pressure on getting a high potential coach type thing, whether it's one of these big name offensive coordinators like a Kubiak in Seattle, or whether it's somebody like you've mentioned, a veteran coach like Mike McCarthy or something like that could be available. Then on the Steelers and Ravens standpoint, it's the opposite, where both these coaches they're the 2 longest tenured coaches in the NFL with their respective teams. How much is the clock ticking for them? I know we were joking about it after the end of your standpoint with your phone call with and he was like, John Harbaugh hasn't won a Super Bowl in forever and all that.
Yeah, but he won one.
He won one. And there's been a kind of reputation.
How many did Kyle win?
He hasn't won any yet.
He hasn't won any yet.
Nope.
And I don't think he's going to win any with the San Francisco 49ers.
Kyle Shanahan is basically Eagles Andy Reid with a little more talent at this point.
Do not diss Andy Reid.
No, Eagles Andy Reid, not overall.
I would not diss Andy Reid. Andy Reid has won multiple Super Bowls. I know it was with Patrick Mahomes, but even with the Eagles still were, and I'm not saying that the San Francisco 49ers are not a competent organization. They are. They're a regular season team, but in the playoffs, they're a bombshell. They fail. And I don't want to hear it. There's no complaining anymore. You have Christian McCaffrey. And then in the second half of the game, you stop running the ball in a Super Bowl? And you were up 10-7, I think the score
20-10 at one point, too.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. How you have a great running game, and then automatically in the fourth quarter, you say, you know what, I'm going to stop running the ball. Makes no sense. Why am I running the ball? I just led league in offensive touchdowns with a running back, or yards by a running back. It makes no sense, but it's typical Kyle Shanahan.
I want to reference the other coaches, though, too, with Tomlin and with Harbaugh, too. It just seems like usually there's something missing. And again, Harbaugh, I think, is still a good coach. I think he'll still get hired anywhere else.
He's not going anywhere. That's what I'm reading.
Yeah, it's funny because when I posted your article last week about Michigan and Sharon Moore, one of the people in the Reddit comment section would joke, wouldn't it be funny if John Harbaugh became Michigan's next head coach? But that's not going to happen. But again, you look at Tomlin, too. Like, the clock is ticking. We talk about it all the time. He hasn't won a playoff game in who knows how long. The last playoff game he won was against a Miami Dolphins 6th seed with Adam Gase and Matt Moore as their starting quarterback. Put that in perspective. And then John Harbaugh, he's had certainly some underwhelming playoffs as well. And even recently, the last couple of years, they beat a Texans team that was very inexperienced. And again, a Titans team that was kind of up and down. So it's not like they really had a lot of quality wins either. And then it's the Steelers. Forget about it. Aaron Rodgers is interesting, though, because does he feel like this is the last reputation? I think he's liked by the Steelers, and he's liked by the Steelers players. And obviously he's better than the quarterbacks that they've had. And then the other thing
is he?
Mason Rudolph and Kenny Pickett. Yeah.
Mason Rudolph, when he came in for Aaron Rodgers when he was injured, he played pretty well. He actually looked better than Aaron Rodgers did. So to say that he's better than Mason Rudolph, again, I would say this about the Pittsburgh Steelers and Mike Tomlin. You mentioned Tomlin and John Harbaugh. Both guys might not have a job at the end of the year. Both guys who I believe were the elite of elites. When you look at AFC and coaching, you would say, besides Andy Reid, John Harbaugh and Mike Tomlin are amongst the best in the AFC. Am I wrong or right?
No, I think they're definitely Hall of Famers, no doubt.
And now both of them might be looking for another job.
Yeah, again, it's just a matter of like a reputation thing, like how long can they go on with that kind of thing? Because again, they still haven't gotten the pinnacle in this modern era, since it's kind of changed more to a spread offense type league in probably the mid 2010s. Before we move on, I just want to reference some of the comments. Shout out to Evan. And shout out to Sean Browning in our comment section. Sean was talking about 6 straight NFC championships with the Eagles with Donovan McNabb. Mm-hmm. And the reason I brought that up, Evan, is mainly to compare. The 49ers made a lot of NFC championships too with Kyle Shanahan in years that they've fallen short of the Super Bowl. And also Kyle Shanahan, like Errol was saying, similar clock management issues to Andy Reid with the Eagles. Andy Reid with the Eagles, there's a lot of double-digit blown leads in the playoffs too. And even with the Chiefs when he first started, they had that 28-point lead they blew to the Colts or whatever it was in that first year in the playoffs. So that's why I bring that up. And then Evan in the comments, Seahawks defense is going to need to step up. Their defense has been pretty good this year.
Andy Reid never blew it in the Super Bowl in the second half of the game.
That's fair.
Okay. I know he played the Patriots, but let's be honest, that's Tom Brady, and he didn't blow that game. That game really came down to the end and who wanted it more. And Terrell Owens was playing with a broken leg in that game. Mm-hmm. And he still found a way to get almost 100 yards in the game and a touchdown. Yeah. It was pretty impressive.
Shanahan's not going to live it down, Errol, until he wins the big one, right?
Right.
That's the thing. You know, he's never going to figure it out until the day he does. And maybe he only gets it right one time. And that's all it takes to win a championship, to be good that one day and not screw up the late game mechanics of the game. What he did with the Falcons, thinking that to have the hubris to keep throwing and not run the ball in that situation and eat the clock and just not play smart football. And just, what are you doing? You don't need to score again. You just need to not let them score again. And it was just really like mind-blowing arrogance. And I think that's why people really are turned off by him, because of what happened there. And then, his subsequent failures in the Super Bowl. But look at what he has, though. He's got a good roster. He's 12-4. He did this with Mac Jones at quarterback for about 6 or 7 games.
Oh, that was Owen's boy that he stood by when he called that.
Well, You could say what you will. Maybe he's better than an average backup quarterback, but he's still a backup quarterback in this league. And that is good coaching. Trent Williams hasn't been himself. He's hurt now. They're still finding ways. That's the coach. CMC, number 1 fantasy running back this year. Again, 1,000 yards receiving, 1,000 yards rushing. This is his 3rd time in his career. He's unbelievable. He just keeps doing it. He looks like he's maybe a little bit more worse for wear than he was younger. When he was younger, maybe he doesn't have the same burst. Still pretty damn good.
Well, he's not going to 30 years old. He's going to have to do a lot more based on shifting.
So I just wanted to bring that up before we get into. I just quickly want to touch on some of these playoff potential teams. Like Rodgers has nobody to throw to in that game. His number 1 receiver might be Freiermuth at this point. No DK Metcalf.
Tight ends on the field.
They're gonna play a lot of 13 personnel, Speedy. They just have to. Like they will not have a single play without 2 tight ends on there unless they're in like 3rd and 20 and they have to go empty or something.
You'll
like
see
that.
a lot of Gainwell catching the ball.
You'll see Gainwell. You'll see a couple of they'll probably have Warren in the backfield and Gainwell split out in the flank for like the screen on one side at times because they don't have anybody. They got like. You're going to see it when we do Save Your Tears later. They're in it. You can't believe who the receivers are on that team. Like Adam Thielen's their leading receiver right now, Errol. And he's like
Arthur Smith loves more. They're having to put random guys on the field.
I mean, Thielen was going to retire. He got cut. He asked to be released and just wanted to pick up somewhere so he could keep playing football a couple more weeks in his career. And here he is, biggest game of the year for this squad, and he's their number 1 option. I mean, just think about how bad of a spot that is for Aaron Rodgers. I'm surprised they don't call up his boy Alan Lazard to get the pads on for this game. I know he's not doing anything.
I know you'll go back and we can make jokes about obviously where the Pittsburgh Steelers are sitting as far as their talent is concerned, but Mike Tomlin finds a way to win these regular season games.
And he's great though, but that's the point, Errol. He's great. Their GM, this guy Khan, not great. That's the problem there with Pittsburgh. They don't have a good roster. Their GM's not good. And I think they are realizing it maybe a little late. He's with them for a long time in that organization. Sometimes the wrong guys get promoted. And I think this might be what we're seeing here. They don't have a good roster. The Ravens, on the other hand, do have a pretty good roster. Maybe not at the receiver position, but Lamar Jackson got hurt. If Lamar Jackson's not playing well and he can't move around and do some of the things that he can do, that the team's just not built to be successful without him. The only way that they can win without him is for Derrick Henry to run 36 times and have 216 yards and 4 touchdowns like he did yesterday. It's the only way. But you know what teams are going to do in the playoffs? 8-9 guys in the box every single play.
They're going to
dare you to do it. And that's exactly what Tomlin's going to do. He knows that that's their fatal flaw. And if they can contain Jackson and just turn him into a pocket passer, he's not healthy. He's not accurate. I still like their chances to beat the Ravens, even though they have no one to throw to and a 41-year-old quarterback. That's how crazy that game is. On the other side, you're right. It's kind of like 2 not very good teams. The Bucks just can't run the football. I don't really understand why they can't run the football. Bucky Irving's back. They can't run the football. So they just have Baker chucking it. The teams know that. They're pinning their ears back. If the Panthers had more of a pass rush, this game wouldn't be close. They just have young guys. Their defense is okay. They're getting there. They're just, they're a year behind, ahead of schedule if they get into the playoffs.
Remember that the Carolina Panthers did beat the Buccaneers a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
They know how to beat this Buccaneers team. And the Buccaneers have an offensive line that is shell of themselves what they were in the beginning of the season. Worth is not healthy. They don't have enough depth on the offensive side of the ball. And with Mike Evans yesterday, you could see how frustrated he was. He was frustrated the whole game, the way Miami was playing up on him, playing hard on him, and really playing rough at the line of scrimmage on him. And it was a completely different game. Mike Evans is a big, tall, strong guy. And really, until the end of the game, he really had 3-4 catches. He was horrible yesterday. And even at the end of the game, when they were interviewing him, and he said, like, "What do you think your chances are at the end? At the end of this season in week 18?" He says, "I don't know. If I can't get the ball, or they can't get me the ball, I don't expect us to win." So I mean, honestly, it just shows you it's a tale of 2 tapes. You have a Carolina Panther team that has nothing to lose. They're going to week 18 where they believe they shouldn't be and have a chance to get into the playoffs. They're, I believe, a year. I think they're a year in position than they should be. I thought next year was going to be the year that if they were going to make the playoffs, they're going to sneak into the playoffs in a division that's so wide open. Atlanta, I expect if Raheem Morris is not fired this year, I'd be shocked.
Yeah.
I mean, he should be gone with the talent that Atlanta has. Atlanta has the most talented team in that division. I mean, if you look from top to bottom, Bijan Robinson is one of the top 2 running backs in the league. They had Kyle Pitts there that they're finally using, and you can see how talented he is. You have London, who's one of the more underrated wide receivers in the league. The offensive line is much better than it really looks. Their defense has been up and down all season, maybe because it's the coaching. I mean, this team could absolutely be the best team in that division, but guess what? You're in a division that has a young team that looks like they have a coach that's up and coming, and they have another team with Baker Mayfield that, I mean, he looks like he could be a star, but then there are games that you're wondering, what the hell is this guy doing in the pocket? Why is he moving outside of the pocket and making a throw like that? You question what Baker is doing in very important parts of the game.
I want to mention too your article you were mentioning comparing the draft quarterbacks, and obviously Rosa was a bust, obviously, but you look at the other 4.
The only bust.
Yeah. You look at the other 4, and you look at Baker and Darnold. We've seen them have their great flashes. We've also seen them like crumble kind of later in the season. You saw that last year with the Baker too, kind of stumbled down the stretch. Obviously, he had injury issues too, but they lost to Washington. He made some mistakes in that game, and then Sam Darnold, last 3 games with the Vikings really fell apart too. And you hope that same kind of thing doesn't happen with Seattle. And then there's Lamar Jackson, who it seems like when the Ravens are a higher seed, he plays not as well, but the Ravens a lower seed now. You wonder if he has a sense of adversity now being a 4th seed, which the Ravens, that's the last time they won the Super Bowl, were a 4th seed. They've done very well as a 6th seed too.
You want to hear something crazy about that draft? It was a great draft, and it could go down as one of the greatest quarterback drafts of all time. But guess what? None of those players played in a Super Bowl yet. None of them. None of them. With all that talent, Lamar Jackson, who won how many MVPs?
2.
Josh Allen, who just won his first. Baker Mayfield was up for an MVP this year. Sam Darnold was up for an MVP this year. I mean, just think about it, how talented all these quarterbacks are, and none of them have played in a Super Bowl yet. None of them.
And that's what you were saying before with Aaron Rodgers too. Like Aaron Rodgers maybe isn't considered one of the greatest like overall quarterbacks over Tom Brady and stuff like that. But at the same time, Aaron Rodgers and also Drew Brees played in the NFC, where there's a lot more parity. Whereas even now with the AFC, there's like barely parity, because until this year, the Chiefs were just running away with everything.
Speaking of parity, well, I don't know if it's parity. The Giants beat the Raiders yesterday. The 2 worst teams in the NFL faced off. The Raiders and the Giants duked it out for the chance to be in the driver's seat for the #1 pick in 2026 and in the 2026 NFL draft. The Giants easily beat the Raiders 34-10, as the Raiders were without key starters in tight end Brock Bowers and defensive end Maxx Crosby, who were put on the IR before the game in what could only be described as an absolute tank. Adam Schefter reports that the Raiders put Maxx Crosby on the season-ending injury reserve, and he will get knee surgery. Fox Sports' Jay Glazer reports that Crosby left the team facility to a disagreement over being put on the IR, saying that he wanted to play the final 2 games and didn't care about the Raiders getting the #1 overall pick in the draft. Glazer added that while Crosby said he didn't want to be part ways with the Raiders, he doesn't think that will stay the same this offseason. Despite winning the game, the Giants are still currently the #2 pick, and the Jets #3, the Titans and the Cardinals losing all the way 3, 4, and 5. All 4 teams have a 3-13 record. The Browns move up to this #6 pick following their upset with the Steelers, and the Commanders are at #7, both at 4 wins. I mean, the draft is so up and down. You don't know what these guys are going to be, honestly. And I do believe Mendoza is going to be the #1 pick. And I think that's where Las Vegas wanted to go. And they're definitely going for that #1 pick. And they knew that if the Giants were sitting at 1, they're trading out of that pick. Everybody knows that the Giants, unless, and I'll say this, if Joe Shane's gone and the Giants were sitting at 1, I wrote a story that the Giants have to consider Mendoza. Consider him. but it's not going to fall that way. So the Giants are going to stay with Jackson Dart at number 2. Maybe they trade out of that pick. I don't know what the Giants are going to do. They're still positioned in a very good way, and they still could move out of that pick and get the player of their choosing and add to their draft stock. But at 1, and hearing this story that Maxx Crosby, I'm not even going to say Brock Bowers, because Brock Bowers is a quiet guy. He never speaks. Even when he fell out of the top 10 in the draft a couple of years ago. And a lot of people were questioning that. And where did he go in the
13?
13. And I remember that because a lot of Jet fans wanted Brock Bowers, and there was a lot of complaints that the Jets didn't go after him. But, hey, they went with an offensive lineman, and as well as they should. I will say this. Brock Bowers never gone out there and throw any organization, Georgia or anybody, under the bus when the guy is one of the best tight ends, one of the more talented tight ends we've seen in a very long time. This man, and I'll say this about Maxx Crosby. I love Maxx Crosby. I love his personality. I love how he goes out there. He really puts a lot on his own shoulders with the defense and really the personality of this organization and team. And I remember Davante Adams was playing for this team a couple of years ago, and I watched the Quarterback 5 on Netflix, and Davante Adams, before he was traded to the Jets, you got a chance to get to know Maxx Crosby and Davante Adams' relationship. And Davante said, one of the brightest and interesting personalities he's ever played with is Maxx Crosby. And on and off the field, the guy is not quiet. He's very outspoken, and he expresses himself in many different ways. And that, I think that shows with the tattoos all over his body. He is a unique personality. And when you hear the Raiders, and Max already said he never wants to be traded, he wants to be a Raider for life. And now you hear a story like this, and you're questioning if the Raiders made the right decision sitting a guy like Maxx Crosby, who came out and said that he wants to play the final 2 games. He doesn't care about getting the number 1 pick. This organization has had a problem keeping superstars there. And you have one of the best pass rushers in all of football. You could say he's outspoken. You could say he was on drugs. Whatever you want to say about the guy. The guy is an amazing player. And now he's mad. And when you go into an offseason with a mad player, a 79-year-old coach who might be looking for, looking for a place to stay because he's going to need his kids or his wife to take care of him, because I think the most he's done on a football field is chew his gum. I mean, you have to worry that the Raiders might lose a play of this magnitude. And if Maxx Crosby gets traded because he doesn't want to be there, what do you have there? Brock Bowers? How long is it going to be when Brock Bowers says, I don't want to be here anymore. I don't want to play for a losing organization. I want to win. And bringing Mendoza there, it's great. He is a great kid. I think he'll fit there in Vegas. The Vegas fans are going to love him. The organization and Vegas, I feel like as beautiful as the city is and the casinos, you get lost there. You really get lost there. And I think when you think about Vegas now, when it comes to sports team, you think about hockey. You don't really think about the football team because the football team stinks. They stink. The hockey team's one of the best in the NHL since they were brought as a franchise to the to Vegas. They have not been successful, the Raiders, ever since they moved from Oakland. They haven't been successful in Oakland for many, many years. That's why they had to move, because they couldn't sell out stadiums. The stadium was falling apart. And the owner in Davis is an idiot. Needs a new haircut or new hairstyle. I mean, he's got a beautiful, sexy girlfriend who's like 18, 19, whatever, however old she is. I don't know how it's legal. I mean, honestly, when you hear Maxx Crosby telling reporters or whoever he's speaking to off air, which is getting out into the public eye, it has to have you wondering if Maxx Crosby is going to ask for his papers, ask for out. He could go to many different organizations that would give a boatload of picks to get a a young, and he's still fairly young. He's only 28, 29 years old. He's to me, the prime of his career. He still could play at a top level. I mean, he could change your franchise. Look at Micah Parsons. Now, I'm not saying, I honestly think that, and this is my opinion, Maxx Crosby is more of a franchise changer than Micah Parsons, just because of his personality, what he brings to the table, and what he does to the media when he goes out there and he speaks to the media. The guy is fun to listen to. Micah's quiet, absurd. I mean, he sometimes is oblivious. I mean, when Micah talks, you wonder where he's going with the conversation. You know where Maxx Crosby is going every time he speaks to the media. He's out of his mind. And as far as the Giants are concerned, winning or losing, the Giants are still positioned in a very good place. They're sitting at number 2. There might be a new GM in place. There's definitely going to be a new coach. They trade out. They sit there. They're going to get a good player. And the Giants were never going after Mendoza. So to me, winning that game didn't hurt the Giants. It didn't benefit the Giants either. So, I mean, when you look at this game and you look at the potential of where the Raiders are now, and if I was Mendoza, Mendoza doesn't seem like the personality or the type of person that's going to tell the organization, I don't want to play there. But, I mean, when he was in New York, he loved it. I'm telling you guys, fans, I was there at the Heisman. He loved the New York media. He loved it. He was feasting on it. And there was some kind of vibe about him. Does Mendoza tell the Vegas Raiders, I don't want to play there? I have no interest in playing there. Trade me to the Giants or trade me to the Jets. I do something. I'm not playing for the Raiders. I mean, because what do they have to look forward to? What do the Raiders have but besides Brock Bowers, they got no wide receivers. Jacoby Myers is not there anymore. What do they got? You're going to an organization that has a 79, 80-year-old coach, a running game that, I mean, they traded Josh Jacobs to the Green Bay Packers, or they let him go. He signed as a free agent with the Green Bay Packers. I mean, they have no running game. They got nothing there. They have nothing. And the offensive line, oh my God, Mendoza is a pocket quarterback. How the hell is that going to work? You have no offensive line, and you have no investment in that offensive line. What are you going to do in the offseason? Offensive linemen don't grow on trees. Fish, you know this. They don't grow on trees. You don't just find them in free agency. You draft them. So now you're going, to me, into a season with Mendoza where he's not protected in his blind side. Good luck. This guy's not going to last. The first Cuban-American-born quarterback drafted at 1, and he's not going to last more than a year or two because the guy's going to be killed. He's going to be clotheslined. That's all I got to say about it. As far as the Giants in the Raiders game and really the Raiders situation, I feel bad because Maxx Crosby just shows you how much he loves the organization and loves to play football. And the Raiders organization will do anything to lose so they can get that number 1 pick.
Yeah, Maxx Crosby is somebody that when you say a franchise-defining guy, like play like a Raider, like defining Raider Nation, that's the intensity that you always want with that old school Raiders mentality. And now you're having this kind of thing. This was a guy that was a 5th-round pick in John Gruden's 2nd year, and he went through all of that drama that went on there with that whole saga, then the whole drama with the Devontae Adams saga last year, and many other things, and all these coaching changes now, and now you're going to throw him away because he wants to play for the last 2 games of the year. I understand if you want to put him on season-ending IR if he has this injury in week 8 or week 9 and you're out of it. It's 2 games. He wants to play. Let him play. You cannot damage a reputation like that. You saw the Bengals do that with Trey Hendrickson for a year and a half. He wanted to be traded. Like, there was thoughts of him being traded at the 2024 draft, and now look where that saga goes. And they're not going to either have to let him go or they're going to have to franchise tag him and trade him for a day 3 pick at this point. And Maxx Crosby's a better player than Trey Hendrickson and stays healthier in general. And when he does hurt, he still plays through it, and he wanted to play through it in this game.
I don't think he was hurt.
Yeah,
he was playing. As far as I heard, Nathan was telling me that he was playing basketball. He was shooting hoops.
Yep.
The day before they announced that he was going to be put on IR. So what does that tell you about him? He's going to have knee surgery. Get out of here. That to me, that was their way, and it was, I believe, Maxx Crosby's way of telling the organization to go F themselves. And that's why he wanted everybody to see that he was playing basketball. And it was the organization's way of saying we have power, we can do whatever we want.
And we saw it last year too with Myles Garrett. Like Myles Garrett, he eventually got paid by the Browns, but he survived the turmoil in that organization, the dysfunction that they've been going on to. And if you look at like the 21st century organizations, like you would say Washington with Dan Snyder, or the Browns and the Raiders, those would probably be the three you look at and say, what are they doing wrong in like pretty much every era? Yeah, the Raiders have made the playoffs on occasion. I'll give them credit in the 2021 year when Gruden resigned, and then they had an interim coach. They went to the playoffs. They had a good sense of adversity, and then they went all downhill again after that because they didn't want to keep their players happy there. Devontae Adams loved the idea of playing in Vegas, loved the idea of playing in the Southwest
because of his family
over there. And it never seemed like he had any problems with the organization until the organization got too cute.
And he had his best buddy there too.
Correct.
And they threw him out too.
And it just seems like they have a reputation of an ego that the ownership is getting too much in the way with Mark Davis. And now with Tom Brady there too, and you wonder how much influence that might have. You would think Tom Brady, players.
But isn't that the way when it comes to professional sports and with organizations, especially personalities like Davis, we've seen it many, many times. Look at the Knicks, James Dolan. We have seen this. Different personalities and different ownerships. If they feel they're bigger than the team and they're more important than the team, they're going to be outspoken and they're going to step in and want to be in front of the televisions, in front of the cameras. And I think that's the problem right now with Vegas. Davis doesn't know how to keep himself away from the cameras, just like his dad. This has been a big problem for the Raiders. They got the money to move to Vegas. It wasn't from his pocket. He didn't have the money. What did he do? He sold. That's what he did. He sold his Oakland Raiders to Vegas to get the stadium that he wanted. That's what he did. He's a sellout. And that's, to me, what we've seen for many, many years in many, many optional situations. We have seen the Raiders with different ownerships because his father was doing the things that he was doing. And now what he is doing, it's been an absolute joke. This was one of the best franchises in the NFL in the 70s. They have fallen off. They've went from one of the best franchises and one of the best working franchises to one of the worst franchises in the NFL.
I think there was a point even too in NFL history where I think the Raiders are the third or fourth most Hall of Famers total. Like that's how good of a history that they have. And now all of a sudden they're doing the opposite things that you talked about with Vegas with the Golden Knights, and even now Vegas with the A's too, going over there in a couple of years. Like the Vegas Golden Knights have been one of the most stable organizations since they've come into the NHL. And the A's, look at the A's last offseason. They actually spent a top 10 amount of money. And yet the Raiders, who have these freak athletes, Maxx Crosby, Brock Bowers, and now Ashton Ginty, they drafted too. Like these guys are not going to want to stay there if they have these. They're being mistreated the same way, and it seems like they're still stuck in kind of an old school way. They have a GM that was a hand me down for the Patriots. They fired their GM after they hired Pete Carroll. Pete Carroll's 76 years old, and the Raiders fans also on Reddit, where you posted that when you posted the Mendoza story, they were all saying they want Pete Carroll fired already, and like that's not a good look. The Raiders have had the most coaching changes in the 21st century too. What does that say about your ownership? Yeah, maybe you have a problem there.
It's been a problem since the 70s. Errol, they thought I can't wait for the movie with Nicolas Cage and Christian Bale to come out about John Madden and those Raiders teams when, it became like kind of part of the fabric of America going against the Cowboys in the 70s, those matchups, the Steelers, in the AFC, it was part of that culture that made the NFL what it was. And it's so shameful that it's turned into what it is now. Yeah, they had that run with Gruden, right? Gruden gets traded, right, to Tampa Bay. Gruden then beats the Raiders, and they've been basically garbage since. They've been garbage for about 25 years. There's only been a couple of times where they've even been halfway decent with Derek Carr along the way before he got hurt. He had that broken leg that one year. They were talking about him as an MVP candidate. And
they were going to be the best team in the NFL.
They were really good. And that was it. And that really was it. And I don't see what the hell they're going to do in this draft because you're right, Errol. They can't block for Ashton Ginty. Ashton Ginty is getting hit before he gets the ball, basically. It's what that happened, Speedy, to Saquon on the Giants. He would get a guy in the backfield, and before the holes, or he can even see the holes, he has to juke somebody. That's how bad it is for Ginty. And I think at this point, Genty's, he's just seen too much. They're not blocking. It just looks like he's running into piles at this point. It sucks to watch him play because you saw how great he was the year before at Boise, right? So what do you do if you're the Raiders? You And you can't take a pocket quarterback if you can't block. Well, who can make a pocket that's only going to be right now sitting at number 3, that New York Jets team that I think really would like Mr. Mendoza to be their quarterback, Errol. And if they're sitting at 3 and the Raiders at 1, they know the Giants don't need a quarterback at 2. The Raiders can get the next quarterback, whether it's Simpson or Moore, or if somebody has like the free combine type of a deal this year, who
That
the
would
heck
be a
knows?
Raiders move.
It would be a Raiders move, but to me, I think Mendoza's a Jet because the Raiders are going to have the first pick. I think it's going to line up for them. And I do think it's going to work out that way because they have the infrastructure, that offensive line, to be there with Mendoza. So that's what it looks like is going to happen, to me at least. I really would like to see the Jets get him. I think, Errol, if they do that, it would be a miracle. The rest of the options, the Giants, everyone knew that everyone should have put all their life savings on the Giants winning that game because the Giants always win that game to make sure they don't have the first pick. They just always do it every year. It's a time-tested tradition in New York for us to blow the chance of the first overall pick. It's whatever. I don't really care.
They're sitting at 2. They could still trade out of that number 2.
It's fine. As long as they don't take a running back at 2. God knows what happened last time they did that. And then you have the Titans who need a coach, but they don't need a quarterback. And the Cardinals, Gannon thinks he's coming back. I would beg to differ.
They're the wild card for a quarterback, too, if they could figure out Murray.
Well, I mean, I don't really know what's going on for that. So, it's just hard to say.
But if they can get rid of, even have him pay most of that contract, it's kind of like the Giants at the end of that Daniel Jones. I mean, they could have traded him with most of the guarantee money coming off. The problem is just nobody wants Kyler Murray at this point. So.
I will tell you this. If Gannon gets fired, he's going to go to Miami. And I do believe if Mike McDaniel is there, Gannon and him are going to work together because I know they're very close and it makes a lot of sense. As good as Miami's defense has been over the last couple of weeks, Gannon would absolutely, to me, change that defense, make that defense an elite defense because you saw what he did with the Eagles. And I think he's a perfect fit over there. But again, only time will fall into place where we think everything could happen. But I will say this. If you're a Giant fan, you can't be upset at the Giants winning that game. If you're a Raiders fan, good luck because whoever they choose to be their quarterback, he's probably going to fail because they have nothing, no protection, nothing there. And I'm going to tell you this right now. Ashton Jeanty is going to ask for his papers very soon, just like Jacobs did. Jacobs did not want to be there. He had no interest in staying there with that organization, the way the organization was treating him. And they went after Jacobs in that draft in the first round. And we saw he played for Alabama. He was an elite player. He was one of the best running backs I've seen come out of Alabama in a long, long time. And we've seen what he's done with the Green Bay Packers. When he stays healthy, he is as elite as any running back in the league. So, and Ashton Jeanty, I had him on 2 of my fantasy teams. He did some things, but he didn't do enough. And when you're drafting him as high as a lot of people were drafting him, you would expect him to put up numbers like a Bijan Robinson. And I thought he was Bijan Robinson-esque. And because Atlanta has a much better offensive line than the Raiders do, I mean, the Raiders' offensive line could be one of the worst offensive lines
coming into the year
I've ever seen.
Coming into the year, it really wasn't supposed to be that bad either.
It's
outside
bad.
of Colton Miller, they were all awful.
They are awful.
A good offensive line coach makes a big difference. And I've always had this theory, in Speedy, I think you could see it in Washington this year. If you have a good offensive line coach, the first year that coach is gone, they still remember the lessons of the line coach that was there that taught them how to be good. Their line coach was Carmen Bracillo, who went over to the Giants, who is by far the best position coach on the Giants, has turned that offensive line into a functional unit. It's the only thing good about the Giants this year, other than Scatabo for a handful of weeks, right? So what do we see happen over there? Now it's a year out. They have no one that's coaching these guys up to be good. Look what happened in Washington. Bobby Johnson, the immortal Giants line coach who couldn't get, Evan Neal looked like he was cross-eyed and his shoes tied together on every single play he was out there.
Evan Neal had a thumb in his ass.
But Washington was good on the line last year with Jaden Daniels because Bobby Johnson just got there and hadn't ruined them yet. Now, this year, look how bad that Washington offensive line is. Look what happened to Jaden Daniels. Look what happened to the rest of them. You need a good old line coach.
Speaking of the devil, Jabba Chamberlain is back in the frame. What's up, Jabba?
What's up, fellas?
Well, we see you. I know you're getting ready because we're going to get into the CFB playoff run, second round preview. Are you ready for it?
You know what? I'm always ready. Now, I got we got our first L of the year put on us, so that wasn't fun, but it's always fun to sit there and watch a game with your son, and when you watch somebody grow up and get to see them chase their dreams and play basketball, it's fun. You never want to see them lose, but that's the way it goes. But hey, we're gonna have to talk about losing in this playoff, right? So we might as well get to it.
Yes, CFB playoff second round preview, the quarterfinals of the college football playoff kickoff New Year's Eve with number 10 Miami facing off number 2 Ohio State in the Cotton Bowl in Arlington, Texas. Ohio State is 9.5 points favorites with a defense that hasn't allowed more than 16 points in a game this year. The other 3 games will be on New Year's Day with number 5 Oregon facing off number 4 Texas Tech in the Orange Bowl in Miami. Oregon is 2.5 point favorites with an offense that averages 39.3 points per game, going against Texas Tech's defense that has only allowed more than 17 points just twice this year. Number 9, Alabama will face off number 1, Indiana at the Rose Bowl in California in a game where Indiana is a 7-point favorite. Indiana has the number one wide receiver, Omar Cooper, who led them with 58 catches and 804 yards. Will be active for this game. Number 6, Ole Miss will face off against number 3 Georgia in the Sugar Bowl in New Orleans. Georgia is 6.5 point favorites in the game. Georgia has won 9 straight games and handed Ole Miss their only loss during the regular season, winning 43-35. Ole Miss will be without Lane Kiffin and much of their coaching staff from the first matchup. Speedy, where do you want to go first? Where do you want to have? Because I know you're the college football guru here. Where do you want to go?
You know what? We ended with the Ole Miss Georgia in the readoff. Let's start with the ex-Lane Kiffin first challenge against a Georgia team that already beat them in the regular season.
I will say this. I expect Georgia to go all the way to the championship. I think they're as good as any team in this tournament. They always have one of the best defenses in the country. They got a great running game. I don't know about their quarterback play, and that's the question. And it always is.
We need them to go all the way too. we are a Georgia bar in Midtown Manhattan.
That's
so
right.
Where Georgia goes, it's fun to watch those guys.
More money for you too, man. More money for
you. We would have sent Jeff over there. He would have loved it.
Yeah, to me, I think the Bulldogs are expected to win this game. Now, that doesn't mean Ole Miss can pull it off, and Ole Miss with their whole coaching staff, no Lane Kiffin, and they showed that they can win without him. They won by 20 points their last game?
Yeah, like 41-10.
And they put up 50 points in that game. So
do you think that plays into their favor, or it hurts them where you're like, you know what, here's the middle finger to you, like we can win without you?
Confidence. I think the fact that they have a rookie coach that is taking over for Lane Kiffin, a defensive coordinator that's never done it before, has a chance to go to the semis and knock off the Georgia Bulldogs, a national championship team with one of the great defensive minds in college football. It makes a lot of sense that this game could go back and forth. I mean, Speedy, you look at the potential of this game. Do you think that this game sticks out from maybe an Alabama, Indiana?
But Speedy, does that line scare you? Does that line scare you a little bit?
No. I think both teams have good offensive lines. I think what it is Lane Kiffin, even though they lost that game 43-35, they still had a good offense in that game. This was probably the best team besides Alabama when they beat Georgia, played against that Georgia defense that has that kind of reputation, especially in the front seven. So Trinidad Chambliss is a good quarterback. They have a good receiving core. Like now doing it with another offensive coaching staff. I think Charlie Weiss Jr. did return for their game against Tulane, but he was the only one of that offensive assistant coaching staff that returned. I'm just curious game plan wise, because are they going to deviate so much because they don't have Kiffin there? And are they going to be able to incorporate those same kind of concepts? Because this Ole Miss defense is not, it's still good, but it's not the Ole Miss defense of last year when they were the best defense in the SEC last year. And they missed the playoff because they lost a couple bad games late in the year. Now, I think if Lane Kiffin was there, I would give Ole Miss a little bit of an inch. Like Errol was saying, Georgia, their passing game is still kind of questionable. And that's where I think that could be the damage of reputation point. But their running game, if they can control the game, and their defense still wins in college football. It's not like in the NFL where you kind of have to have a top 12 quarterback and you can get away with having a good or well-coached defense. In college football, outside of really LSU recently and Ohio State last year, there's not a lot of the teams with prolific passing attacks that are winning these national championships. So I think Georgia still has the edge in that regard. I think this is a different type of game that you see, and low scoring.
I think they have the easiest way to a championship, a national championship, if they win this game against Ole Miss, because obviously we were talking about the fact that Indiana might have the easiest way, but honestly, no. If Indiana knocks off Alabama, they're matched up against who?
Indiana would play Oregon or Texas Tech next.
That's right. And to me, I think Georgia just goes straight right. So who would, if Georgia wins this game, who do they face?
So then they would face off the Ohio State or Miami winner.
So that's true. That's true. Maybe.
Now it's interesting because Georgia beat Ohio State a few years ago. That was the game we were mocking Wes about. Oh,
all right,
not a good Happy New Year.
So let's go into that if that happens. Now, Ohio State, that doesn't mean Ohio State is going to win that game against Miami, because obviously Miami, they have the Beck, and Beck has the opportunity to really prove himself to be a higher draft pick than a lot of people consider him to be. They're saying that he's an early second round pick, maybe mid second round pick going into this class, but so was Jalen Hurts. And look what Jalen Hurts has been. He's a champion. This guy has been sensational. Now, Beck is a different type of quarterback, and I think that Beck has an opportunity to shine bright against the Ohio State Buckeyes, where everybody thinks if Ohio State wins, a lot of people believe Ohio State is still the number one team in the nation. They think that Indiana knocking them off was, to me, it was just a close game and really luck. It was the battle of the kickers. That's what that was what the game was. But I do believe that Ohio State I think has weaknesses. And I think Indiana proved that they have weaknesses in that game, in that conference championship game. So I think that when you look at Miami, I'm not saying Miami is a great team and a great roster. I do think they're very well coached, and I think they have a star quarterback. Now, again, we know Sayan. Sayan is a special kid, and this guy's going to win a Heisman. He's definitely going to win a Heisman at least once before he plays an NFL football game. But I'll tell you this, he should have never been in the top 5 for the Heisman voting. And I think and I'm not taking shots at him, he's a pretty boy. That's what he is. That's what he looked like. When I got a chance to meet him, out of all the guys, he was the prettiest. So I'm not saying that doesn't mean he can't play the game, but you're going into a big game. You're a freshman. There's a lot of pressure on you. And you have Beck, who's been in college. He's been in college football for how many years? 4?
5.
Yeah, 5 years. He's been in this. I don't know if he's been in this stage, but he's in big stages. He's been in stages, and he's found ways to win. And I do believe that the advantage goes to the veteran quarterback in Miami. That's why I think, even though everybody expects Ohio State with the 9.5 favorite when it comes to their defense and what they can do on the defensive side of the ball, why couldn't Miami put up enough numbers to beat the Ohio State Buckeyes?
Miami's defense has a shot to keep this game competitive because they do have one of the top 10 pass rushes in the nation. And if Ohio State's offensive line has an off game like they did against Indiana or even against Michigan in the beginning of that game, they did not play great. Then Miami, if they can get that defense going, can definitely keep this game close for a while. I was worried about the way Miami's offense played their last game against Texas A&M. Now, Texas A&M is a top defense as well. They were the best defense in the SEC this year. And
I know you Giant fans are going to be watching a player in Caleb Downs.
Yes,
I know Fish has like this infatuation with this guy.
Caleb Downs and Arvell Reese, 2 of their stars at Ohio State, probably 2 of the 5 best defensive players in the country this year too. So that's what makes it tough on Miami. They had an offense that moved the ball effectively for much of the first half of that Texas A&M
Every
game.
time you mention Caleb Downs, I think Fish has a boner. I mean, I can honestly see Fish with the smirk on his face. Oh, give me Caleb. Give me Caleb. I'll go down.
Yeah, West was the original one when he got recruited over there or when he transferred over from Ohio State. Remember, he was at Oklahoma before that too, and was a star in a really bad Oklahoma defense for a while. And yeah, go down for downs. Yeah,
you go down for downs.
Yeah, you might.
Speedy, do you think the running game for Carson Beck, they have to establish that early for it to open up the field a little bit?
Yes, because I don't know if I could trust the passing game as consistently when it comes to Miami has some decent wide receivers, but they're not really known for it as much. Now, it's something I mentioned last week is Mario Cristobal, when he coached at Oregon, beat Ohio State back in 2021. And offensively, they've always played well against Ryan Day, whatever defensive coordinator they have. They switched around defensive coordinators, obviously, but this type of defense that they've had with Ohio State, which really hasn't changed that much. And I'm curious to see if he adapts a lot of those concepts with a different type of team with Miami. Carson Beck, I think, is more of like he's a smart quarterback, but he's not overly flashy. But sometimes when he's
got a good arm, man.
He has a good arm. Mm-hmm. You just can't have the early turnovers. And that's where I think the running game does factor in the first half, especially because Miami is going to have to win this game on their defense and ball control and not let Ohio State run away with it early, which is something you saw Indiana do very effectively in that game. Indiana also stopped the run very well. And Ohio State, both their running backs got drafted.
Were you not impressed with what they did against Texas A&M? Texas A&M were a top 3 team, really throughout the nation the whole year.
But I feel like that game was a tale of like 2 halves. Like you saw like
not really. It was just an ugly defensive duel.
It really was.
Miami moved the ball better. They just had a kicker that missed a bunch too.
And you got a chance to see why I believe Beck could be a lot better than people think he's going to be in the NFL. Is that the guy can make every single throw. And when you put up those kind of numbers in a game where you expected, I believe, and I thought Texas A&M was going to run away with the game because I thought flat out, as far as overall talent, I believe Texas A&M, Georgia, Ohio State were as far as all around talent, out of all the 12 teams, were the 3 best teams when it came to talent on their roster. And Texas A&M just got outclassed by a Miami team. Now, obviously, it was a sloppy game. It was an ugly game. But you expect the better teams to win those sloppy games. That's what you expect. And Miami just showed you why they can pull off those sloppy games. Ohio State lost an ugly game against Indiana.
Right.
That was an ugly game. And if it goes to an ugly game, I'm going to put my money on Miami because Ohio State has a young quarterback that's put in a position that's never been there before and has a chance to win a national championship in his rookie season. I think that's a lot of pressure to put on a young quarterback.
Yeah, it's interesting. You're right. No adversity Ohio State faced. Their smallest win, I think, before that Indiana game was a 17-point win. And that's where if Miami can get that game to be a ugly defensive duel, or even Georgia in the next round, if they beat Ole Miss, and Ohio State beats Miami, they can get it to be an ugly defensive duel too. That definitely makes it into the favor of one of those teams because, yeah, those offenses aren't great. And Georgia is the opposite, where they had Carson Beck in the last few years, and now they have a freshman with Gunnar Stockton, or first-time starter with Gunnar Stockton, and then Beck, who's like a fifth-year quarterback that's experienced, making the smart decisions. That's where it comes down to coaching. And I've always questioned, even though Ryan Day's won a national championship, sometimes his in-game coaching can be a little off. And if Cristobal can get it where he knows the reputation against him, it could definitely make an interesting matchup. I also think Miami trying to prove it to the committee too was something that factored into their win on A&M.
I'm interested to see what Jeremiah Smith's going to do in this game because we know what Jeremiah Smith is. The guy is one of the most explosive wide receivers we've ever seen. And we talked about Ohio State.
Carson Beck the backup for Georgia when they won?
Yes, he was. Yes, he was.
Yes, Stetson Bennett was the starter.
Yep. And one of the main reasons why he left and he went into the portal is because he believed that Georgia wasn't giving him the better opportunity or giving him the opportunity.
You sure it wasn't his girlfriend and the money?
I don't think so. I think it had a lot to do with the way Georgia was treating him. And he thought that he should have had a chance to be the number one guy. And I think they were looking past him. They saw other guys and guys that they were recruiting over the last 2 or 3 years that they felt were better options than him. And Carson Beck made the better choice going to Miami because he has a chance to prove himself. If Miami knocks off Ohio State, and like I said, look at the talent Ohio State has there. Jeremiah Smith is going to be a top 3 pick next year. I don't think there's an argument to that. And you look at that class next year with the quarterbacks and game-changing players that are going to be in next year's draft class. Jeremiah Smith might be the biggest game changer out of all of them. And he's going to go in the top 3. When you look at Ohio State, they probably got 6 guys on the offensive side of the ball that are probably going to be first-round talents this year. On the defensive side of the ball, might have 6 or 7 guys that are going to go in the top 2 rounds of this year's draft. The first round and second round could be 13 guys from the Ohio State Buckeyes.
Yeah.
Think about it.
Uh-huh.
Think about how crazy that is. You have 13, maybe 14 guys that could go in the first 2 rounds of the NFL draft.
That's interesting. What's the most guys that have been drafted?
LSU in 2020, it was like 16 players.
I remember that too.
Guys, yeah, they had. It wasn't even Chase in that draft either. Chase only couldn't declare because he sat out.
Was Burrow, right?
So Burrow was the first pick. Yeah. They had Clyde Edwards-Helaire. They had a couple offensive linemen. They had a lot of that defense too. A lot of their edge rushers went in early. Not a lot of them have been amazing in that draft. Jefferson obviously too has been amazing, and obviously Burrow. But they had 15 or 16 total players. And that would shattered the previous record. I think was 11.
And what I've read is that the prediction is that there could be 13 guys out of this class that could go. What is this? What is he saying over here?
It looks like those are the projected first round picks.
Okay.
Yeah, Downs. Yeah, Styles too is.
That's in the first round.
Yeah,
that's first round alone. Good job, Fish. 4 to 6 guys that could go in the first round, and they're saying
even on the low end there's 11 on the low end.
What I've read, and I've spoken to a couple of draft gurus that we know. He told me that he could see 13 to 14 guys going in the first 2 rounds from the Ohio State Buckeyes, which is ridiculous when you think about it. In this class and the talent, the amount of talent, everybody says this is a weak class. They always say that, and it turns out to be a really, really dominant class. Every time they tell me, oh, this is a terrible class. Remember the Sauce Gardner class?
Oh, that was John Vogel's. Yeah,
horrible class.
His big blunder.
I mean, come on, man. Look how many all-pros came out of that class. Look how many guys that are right now going into the Pro Bowl out of that class. I think there's like 5
Hold
guys.
on. Is the Pro Bowl kind of one? Is it? It's weird because, and I'm not going to talk trash because he's from here, but like Luke Gifford got in and they got in as special teams. But like when you look at like what he did to like earn that, and obviously they have different systems that he's in, and he hasn't seen obviously as much time on the field, but he hasn't really done anything to earn all
special
pro.
teams is different though
Special teams don't.
because you could also be a gunner, you could be a tackler, you could be a long snapper.
I mean, we speak to a lot of people that are gunners in the NFL that you never even heard of. You never even heard of the guy. And oh, by the way, he's one of the top 3 gunners in all of the league. When you look at it, statistics and analytics would tell you that he is. Never heard of the guy. I mean, the Jets have a gunner right now that's a top 10 player in the league. I mean, he might be the only top 10 player the Jets have, and he's a gunner. I mean, when you think about it, you don't look at those positions until you realize how good a team is. When you look at special teams, the Jets have always had a good special teams. But everything else has just been up and down. You don't look at special teams to be important until the playoffs, because special teams could win you a Super Bowl. How many times have we seen that? So it makes a difference when you have good special teams and good coaching. So how
do you think special teams has changed with the new rule?
Oh my God. To me, it's gotten worse. I think it's gotten worse because to me, let's say you kick the ball and remember when you're running, you cannot start running until the ball hits the guy's hands.
Right.
You cannot start running. And everybody says, well, hey, they're still getting down there, they're still stopping. But now players, if they decide not to run, they automatically go to the 35-yard line. Automatically the 35-yard line. They're almost half of the field already. They're pretty much at the 50-yard line. They're 15 yards away from the 50-yard line. And now with these kickers, the way they can kick 65, 70 yards. All they got to get to is the 50-yard line to get 3 points.
Isn't this the most 50-plus yard field goals that have been kicked this year?
60-yard field goals kicked of all time,
including the NFL record by Cam Little with the Jags.
It's ridiculous. These guys in the balls are thinner, or they say has more air, kicking which balls, has more pop, and they're saying all this stuff. But it's alarming to me when you think about it. If you don't run and you decide not to run with the ball, and you start at the 35-yard line, all you have to do is get to the 50, and these guys are going to kick it 60, 65 yards. They're going to kick it. So all you got to do is get to the 50-yard line, and you got a chance to kick 3 points. Does that make the game fun to watch? It doesn't. And I think a lot of these new changes, these rule changes, have affected the game. Some people, want to see more offense, and others, if you're a defensive guy, and I know there's a lot of people that love defense, you wonder, does this benefit the defensive side of the ball? Does it help? Do you draft defensive players in the first round anymore? Think about it. Why would you draft a defensive player when it's become an offensive game? I'm going all offense. Why do I need to draft defense? Because if you're starting at the 35-yard line, no matter how good your defense is, they're going to get 3 points no matter what. Mm-hmm. And look at the points. There are more points being scored now than there ever has been. Think about it. At one point, there was a game this year that was 95 points in a game or something like that.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
The Ravens and the Bills.
It's a basketball game now.
41-40.
We just saw the Niners game yesterday too, and we'll get into that.
I don't know the
later.
analytics. I'm sure Fish is looking it up right now. There's I would probably bet you there were more points scored this year than there was last year. I'm willing to predict it.
A lot of the good offenses are really good, and I think that's why you've seen a lot more of those shootout.
Even the bad teams were scoring.
Yeah.
Even the bad teams.
Even the Giants got 34.
Except the Jets, who can't score for crap because they have no.
And the Raiders.
And the Raiders. But everybody else, we're putting up points. Honestly, it's alarming when you see the games in the rules because the rules bode well for the offense. So to me, look at the Buckeyes. Look at all the good teams right now in the nation, all the top defensive players that are coming out of this class. Are you drafting defense in the top 10, or are you drafting all offense? If I'm a GM, I'm going all offense because those are the guys that are going to build well with the new rules of the NFL. Am I right or wrong, Speedy?
Yeah, those are the ones that are going to, especially with the versatility that you see with offense. And I think that's why you have a lot of these receivers that are going to go earlier in the draft too. And even tight ends, like you've seen with those prospects like Brock Bowers, like Tyler Warren, that can play all over the place too.
I want to get into the Alabama game because everybody, even though Indiana is the favorite to win the game, a lot of people think this is going to be one of those games that's going to be an upset. Alabama that squeezed and beat Oklahoma, the what do they call them?
Choklahoma.
Choklahomas, as they call them. Obviously, we all know Riley Leonard. What's his name again? Who's now with USC? Lincoln Riley. I'm sorry. Lincoln Riley, who practically built that program and then went over there to USC. And we don't hear much about USC football anymore, except some of the players that come out of the offensive talent that come out of there. They have a wide receiver coming out of that team this year that it could be a late first round draft pick. Nevertheless, I look at this game, and if Indiana don't play early top end defense against this Alabama Crimson Tide, this game could get out of hand early in the game. Mendoza's going to get a lot of pressure on him, and Alabama is not. This might be the first year that I can say, and Alabama's always known for their defense. I would say they're not what everybody thinks they are defensively. They've got a bunch of good defensive players, but they've been up and down all season long. They've lost games that their defense just didn't show up to. We've never seen a Nick Saban defense do that. Even when the Nick Saban defense is lost, they were in the game and they played top end defense. The games that they lost and there were games that they won this year, their defense just didn't show up. It was their offense. And I think they have one of the best running games right now in the nation. Their offensive line's always elite. And you can see what they're doing. And they have one of the best offensive-minded coaches in all of college football, Speedy.
Oh, yeah, they definitely do. And you look at Alabama reputation in the past has never been that type of defensive or offensive identity this level. And I think this receiving core is very fascinating in this game against an Indiana defense that is very good. Like, they've been underestimated for a while. They've built it up, and they're always known for their running game in the past with their defense, but not to this level. And Alabama is interesting wild cards that could factor into this. One of the guys that have been on our show in the past was a transfer over there in CJ Dupree at tight end, who's been good. Offensive line that's going to have a couple first-round picks as well. And a wide receiver in Ryan Williams that is really polarizing for Alabama because he burst on the scene last year as a 17-year-old against Georgia in that game that West was actually at. And he was looking like one of the best receivers in college football for a while. And then all of a sudden he's dropped off in recent years. He's made some bonehead drops and stuff like that. But now he's started to play well again, and he's just up and down. So it's tough to tell with that. I'm curious to see with the bye weeks how that's going to factor
Too
in.
long. I mean, think about it. Indiana
that kills momentum, right?
yes.
Last year
kills
you saw it.
momentum.
Last year you saw it. Now they've changed the structure a little bit because obviously they don't have the Boise State being the 3 seed and Arizona State being the 4 seed scenarios like you did last year, where those teams were the conference champions, even though they were rated as high. They still have the top 4 conference champions still being those teams, even though Ohio State lost their conference championship. But nevertheless, you're dealing with a situation that's still a team like Indiana that doesn't have as much experience could be unprepared for. And that's why I was saying last week, Kirk Cignetti, it's interesting with him because he has a lot of experience with JMU, but the FCS games happen earlier. So they don't have this as long of a break in order to do that. So I'm curious how prepared he will be and who the game planning advantage will go to at that point. Because Kalen DeBoer is an experienced coach a little bit.
Very experienced.
Yeah.
And he's played in the national championship too with Washington, with two great players in Michael Penix and obviously the talent that they had over there. Odunze. Rome Odunze. You see what he's doing in Chicago. How about Ty Simpson versus Fernando Mendoza? 2 guys that are going to go into the first round. And Ty Simpson, a lot of people questioning. Some people think he could fall out of the top 10 and might be a teens type of draft pick.
I think so too.
That's what they're saying. I'm reading that they might fall to 17 or 16 unless somebody trades up for him. It's crazy to think that way when everybody was saying that Simpson and Fernando Mendoza were the 2 quarterbacks that everybody was talking about maybe fighting for that number 1 spot early in the season.
Yeah, I was curious on it because he is somebody that sat for a while at Alabama, could have transferred even in 2023. He was there when Bryce Young was still there as a freshman, and he sat there. He stayed committed to the program, committed to the coaching change when Nick Saban retired. I guess maybe it was something that he was told it was inevitable, and now he's getting his chance to play finally. They had Jalen Milroe there the last 2 years too. Jalen Milroe was kind of an up and down flash of the pan type quarterback, but was mostly good. So they never took him out. They never had any need to take him out. They made the playoff in 2023 in that controversial year. I don't know if they should have gotten in over Florida State.
But Ty's like the prototypical quarterback that everybody looks at. He's a mobile quarterback that can throw on the run. He makes his throws on a run. Mendoza's that. He's not flashy. He's a guy that stands in the pocket. He's going to step into the pocket. And he's going to let the ball go. And he's very accurate. He's one of the more accurate quarterbacks. So to me, when you look at the contest here of 2 quarterbacks, and it's a tale of 2 tapes, and you look at Indiana, to me, Indiana has been the best team throughout the country all season long. But if you look at the teams that they've beaten, they've only beaten 3 really good teams. Indiana didn't really beat elite teams all season long. It was set up for them to go undefeated into this tournament. Now, the question I want to bring Fish in because I talk about offensive lines, and for years Alabama has been so dominant when the way they recruit players, and this might be an important year to watch how good Alabama's offensive line is going to hold up for them against an Indiana team. To me, the Hoosiers have been a very good defensive team this year. Very, very good. And the way Alabama's offensive line has played in the second half of the season has been very, very good. And that's, to me, it's been known. Everybody knows what Alabama could do. If you have an offensive line that can beat you on the trenches, no matter how good your defense is, they could shut you down.
Yeah. Before that, I want to get Fish's opinion too, because I think that's a great dynamic of obviously what's happening right now with college football. But also, too, you guys kind of touched on a little bit, and Speedy did, as far as like how they changed the format. And there's always going to be changes. Do you think they made changes the right way for the playoff, or do you think that there's better ways that they could do it as far as like using some old methods mixed with the new methods to make it? Do you
do it without using the bye week, Java, just based on the number of teams if they were to expand to 16? But again, they decided to keep it 12.
It's too long.
Yeah.
They wait too long. Why are we waiting till I don't know, New Year's Day and New Year's Eve to watch Indiana play? Indiana hasn't played in 3 weeks.
But so go to Fish. Like, at this point, as a coach, Fish, do you want that consistency and not that long? Like, obviously, the long layoff, maybe you can get some guys healthier. But do you want to take the momentum into it, or do you take that extra time, or how do you look at it from your perspective?
So 2 things. Let me start with your question first, Java. The momentum thing, to me, if you listen to the analytics gurus, there's no such thing as momentum. I think anyone who's ever played a sport competitively knows that's not true. Maybe we don't know how to quantify it today, but it's a real thing, right? It's a real thing. And when you have, everyone's in rhythm, for example, like Ohio State, saying he's this freshman quarterback, but he was hitting passes like 80% clip because they're in this rhythm. It's really hard to create getting hit when you're not playing a real game. So it ends up becoming, how well do you practice during those weeks, and how physical are you during those practices, at the same time trying to stay healthy, but at the same time trying to make sure that we're getting good enough looks
So
that
how do
we're
you
ready.
how do you do that as a coach to try?
So I'll tell you what I did. This is a problem we have with high school kids on long road trips. So we had a game up in like Binghamton area. So it was like a 2.5-hour drive. And I go and I watch, or maybe it wasn't them, but we see somebody on a long road trip and they were just going at it before the game. And I'm looking across the field. I'm like, their linemen are bigger than ours. That's a problem. And I just look at my other coach. I'm like, just get out the boards. Let's go. Board drills. We're just going to go live for the next 10 minutes, one-on-one. You push me back, sumo wrestling. Just literally get the physicality going. Because if you don't wake up, we're going to be down 28-0 before we blink, because we're coming out so flat. And coming out flat is the killer of every team. That's when, like, the coach, at the end of the game, like, oh, we may have got that screwed on that pass interference, but we came out flat in the first quarter, and that's why we lost this game. It wasn't one call by the officials, because we came out flat. And it's the thing that you don't even know. Some teams, they need to be, like, really amped up. Like, you've been on different teams, Jabba, where, like, there's a lot of rah-rah guys in the locker room in some situations. In some situations, like, it's eerily quiet when guys are locked in. So sometimes it's like just the vibe of the team, and it's hard to say. And I think a lot of it's the vibe of the coach. And can the coach keep them, especially at this stage of the game, locked in and focused, and, like, physically locked in? It's not just knowing your plays at this level. It's being ready to play and hit, like, collision style. Like, think about, like, guys like Kyle Hamilton when he played in college. He was this unbelievable safety at Notre Dame. He was an unbelievable athlete in the college game. He just was going sideline to sideline, and no one else could do what he did. And you see guys like that, and you're like, he doesn't need to be playing a lot of reps. That guy can get a couple of weeks off. Give me that guy ready. Maybe he's like he's slow for a play or two. He'll be fine. I'd rather him be healthy. So I want to make sure of that going in. I'm really happy to get the bye. But then there's other teams where it's like, if this guy doesn't play every week, he's kind of crap. He kind of gets into bad habits. Offensive linemen, this is a real critical thing. Like, guys aren't consistent with their hands. It's not just hand placement. It's, how you're handling guys going inside move on you to outside move. If you keep getting caught by something, well, obviously they're doing it for a reason to you. You need to figure out why you're getting beat on something. But if you can't figure it out, you just suck for that game. So there's, like, a whole bunch of, like, you need to know your players, and as a coach, you need to figure out who needs what kind of coaching in those 2 weeks that you're off. I personally would rather have the bye week than not, to get my guys healthy and trust that I can coach them up to be ready for the game.
I'm not waiting 3 weeks. If I'm Indiana, I worked my ass off all year round.
It's tough.
And I got to wait 3 weeks to get my quarterfinal game going. And I'm matched up against the Alabama Crimson Tide, a team that has been national champions. Obviously, DeBoer is not Nick Saban, but the way they recruit players, they have a tremendous amount of talent over there on their roster. And you're matched up against Ty Simpson. To me, was a Heisman Trophy candidate all season long until really the last 5 games of 6 games of the season, where he fell off. And he hasn't really been the same player. But you've seen opportunity when you're recruiting a player, or you're an NFL scout, and you're looking at players that you think will fit that NFL culture. You're not looking at Mendoza anymore. You're looking at that Ty Simpson, because his mobility, his ability to move outside of the pocket and run and throw, and his ability to do things and escape from problems outside of the pocket. That's what you look at. And that's where I think that this game could go to Alabama's side. If Ty could get out of the pocket and do the things that he's good at and make Indiana fall out of discomfort of the positioning on the defensive side of the ball, I think he's going to make it a long, long day for that Indiana defense. And I think it's going to be a problem for Indiana.
So to comment on what you asked me before about the offensive line, I think this game specifically is an offensive line game. Now, Alabama's probably going to have a slight advantage in the offensive line as far as talent.
They do, 100%.
But it's not all talent, right? It's got to be more like how they functionally handle blitzes, how good their scheme is, and how well they can execute their scheme, getting combo blocks up to the second level, and so on and so forth. Like all those little those buzzwords you hear coaches say. But what we're really talking about is, even if they're a little bit better, it doesn't. It's like you can get a slight advantage from it. Only when it's like a massacre of like how much better, then the game is over. But at this level, we already saw them hang with Ohio State. We already saw them beat Ohio State, hang with them physically. They're going to be able to hang with Alabama physically.
They didn't have to wait 3 weeks to play.
Well, you're right. You're right. But Alabama's got to wait 3 weeks for them too. And I think the thing that you have to realize
Alabama had to wait 2
is
weeks, right?
Signetti is going.
They played Friday.
They played
last Friday.
Well, okay. Well, regardless, Signetti's not sitting around doing nothing. You got to remember this guy.
I know.
The first ever back-to-back coach of the year. And the thing that I really like about them is their blitz packages that they do. They're kind of a little bit more creative than what a lot of teams face. So Alabama is going to be tested. It's not the talent of the player that's going to be tested. It's going to be the talent of the scheme, the talent of what they're doing.
Fish, you say that though too, and you brought up something, and like the coaches obviously not staying stagnant or whatever. So do you think too this is almost as much as it is on the field? Do you think it's the game of the coaches and how they prepare them with that weight that is obviously we'll never see and you can't really quantify that, but how, obviously you have your schemes, you have your packages, you have all that, but where they keep them prepared not only physically but mentally to know with that weight, get guys healthy, where it's kind of a chess match between the coaches to see if somebody does come out flat or if they don't, and who was better prepared in that complex of what it is.
Here's what I will say from that. And I'm sorry I cut in, but because I know everybody looks at the coaching and the coaching means a lot in college football. But to me, the cream always rises to the top. And I believe with these games, no matter how good the coaching is, the players have to show up in the game and make the plays. It's not the coaches. The coaches will try to put you in the right position to succeed. To me, it's those guys. Are they going to show up in the game and do the things that they need to do to come out the winner? And I just look at this game and I look at Alabama and I look at it, a team like Indiana. Indiana's never been in a position like this before. Alabama has. They're always there. Every year they're there. And that's why everybody thinks that this could be an upset. Alabama's going to knock off the Hoosiers because the Hoosiers are never there. This is the first time the Hoosiers have been a number 1 seed. First time ever. When it comes to college football, they've ever been a number 1 seed. And they have the Heisman Trophy winner that everybody thinks is just going to ride off to the sunset and win a national championship. I like Mendoza. I think he's special. But one player doesn't win championships. I've said this about Tom Brady. Everybody can say whatever they want. Tom this, Tom that. Tom Brady, if you look at his success rate in the Super Bowl, Tom Brady, some of his best games were his losing games. Yep. I mean, seriously, that's just the facts. Facts are, look at Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes wasn't great in the Super Bowls, but he wins, but they always win the MVP. Why? Because he's the quarterback. Mm-hmm. And I look at this the same way. Everybody's looking at the quarterback play. Ty Simpson versus Fernando Mendoza. Whoever comes out and plays better is going to win. Wrong again. I do believe, Fish, you're absolutely right. I think this is the battle of the offensive line. Whoever plays better on the offensive line, you're going to see early, that team is going to win. I just think both teams have great offensive lines. Alabama, I just think, to me, always have the elite of elite. And DeBoer, to me, one of the best offensive minds in college football. You could say top 3. Who's the guy from Texas? He's
Sarkisian.
Sarkisian, they say, is the best. They say he's the best offensive mind in college football right now. And they believe will be an NFL coach again, one way or another. He's right under him. And Cignetti, I think he's a great coach, and it's great that he wins Coach of the Year. Who cares? It's all about winning national championship.
But here's the deal, Errol. You're like writing him off before he's had a chance to do anything, and he's never lost.
I met the guy. I understand what type of person he is. When he walked in the room, all the media, Mendoza was over there. When he walked into the room, the cameras were off Mendoza. So
yeah,
the way
does he strike you kind of like a football version of Calipari, where he's just got that magnetism?
You want me to tell you who he reminds me of? And it's crazy to say why I believe Bill Parcells. He went up there, and the first thing he said to his team when he went up there and when they were screaming when he walked off the stage, very simple, guys, enjoy this, because when it comes to Monday, we're not having fun anymore. It's time to practice.
Right.
That was the first thing he said before he even spoke to the media.
That's why I think they're going to win. And I just want to say, I do believe Alabama's got a better line, but I don't believe they have a better coach. I think this guy might be special. I think he's waited a very long time to get to this point, and what he's done in trying to get them locked in to play this game. Look, you brought up Nick Saban, and to answer your question, Jabba, Nick Saban put his players in a position to be successful, but he always wanted to have an advantage athletically, so he out-recruited everybody and did things probably under the table to make sure that he did, and that was his game. And when he had the advantage, he'd exploit you. But if he didn't have the advantage, like he didn't in a lot of those Georgia games, it becomes, because, physically those two teams were even for years, and eventually I think Georgia surpassed them a little bit, but physicality-wise, right? But for the longest time, they were very even. So what happened in those games? You kind of have to out-scheme people. You have to have the teams that don't make all the penalties. You have to have the team that doesn't crumble when the big play comes in. You have to have the guts to go to a guy you've only seen do it in practice, in Tua Tagovailoa, and when it's been Jalen Hurts' team all along, and win the national championship with a freshman. Like, that type of stuff's what made him a legend.
Ohio State that went with 3 different quarterbacks.
Right. Well, but the thing is, like, those guys, those were great coaches that understood their teams, and it's stuff that you can't see during the week. You can't see it because it's something that's behind closed doors and is kind of like part of that sacred existence.
I'm betting on the guy that's done it before. And I want to see Mendoza go. I want to see Indiana shock the world and do it. And face off.
Well, what has DeBoer done? To be fair, DeBoer hasn't won anything.
Yeah,
DeBoer hasn't won.
DeBoer's been to a national championship.
Washington did beat a Texas team that was a lot more talented.
DeBoer was picked by.
Look, I'm just saying he hasn't won either, though. He hasn't won everything.
Just think about this. Out of all the coaches they could have picked to take over for Nick Saban's job, they picked DeBoer. They could have taken anybody. They took the ball. Anybody would have taken that.
You can't tell me, though, Nick Saban didn't have any say in that.
Maybe. They probably did.
But
probably
if that was the case, like, why wouldn't they have thrown the farm at Dabo Swinney?
I mean, Nick Saban played against DeBoer. He knows what it is to play against DeBoer in a national championship. So he knows.
And we've seen Saban's lineage and what guys have moved on when they've been under Saban. So you can't tell me that he was like, this is the next dude.
I will say this, and I saved the final game because I think this is going to be the best game. I really do. Everybody's looking at me and I probably think I'm crazy. But I think Oregon versus Texas Tech is the best game of the week. I really do believe that. And the odds are the closest, obviously, 2.5. And Oregon has a chance. I mean, they have more. Speedy thinks could be the best quarterback in this class. Mm-hmm. The talent that this kid has is unbelievable. The speed, the ability, the agility that this kid has, stepping outside of the pocket, making throws, great arm, everything. But he cannot start early in his NFL career as the number one guy. He would be the number two. He's going to have to sit and ride the bench for at least a half a year to understand how the speed of the game works for him. If he goes to a team that's going to start him, he's going to fail. But it's such an interesting game because Texas Tech is one of the best defensive teams in the country. And Oregon is always one of the best offensive teams in the country. And Danny Lanning, how do you not like this guy? You want to tell everybody knows he's my favorite coach. He's my favorite guy. I want to get Danny Lanning on the show because I would have a lot of fun with the guy. His personality, his edge to his anybody go and check out his locker room, his speeches. They're hilarious. He doesn't hold anything back from his players to the media to anybody. He is the prototypical person you want as your head coach. And to go into this game, I would love to be in that locker room before the game and hear his pitch to his team. Oh, we got a chance to play, I don't know, Indiana. We can knock off the number one seed. We can go all the way, guys. We can go all the way. So I look at this game, and there's so many things that could happen in this game. And I think whoever wins this game, whoever they're matched up against, Alabama, Indiana, I wouldn't be surprised if they win and knock off Alabama or Indiana. I really do believe it because that's who they would match up against, right? Mm-hmm. I think Oregon or Texas Tech can knock off any one of these guys, Alabama and Indiana, just because Texas Tech has proven this year that they can stop anybody defensively. Stop anybody. It doesn't matter who it is, what quarterback is, what offense, what coach. I've seen this team run through people. They just don't score a lot. And that's always been their problem all season long. But they can run the ball. And running in defense is all about winning championships. You ask any great coach. Go ask Alabama and Nick Saban. Why did they dominate so many years? Is because they always had the best running game and they always had the best defense. And they dominate the line of scrimmage because they have a great offensive line. Texas Tech has all of that. And Oregon, they have the lightning switch. They got the coach and they got the quarterback. And honestly, could be the best quarterback, Speedy, in all of this tournament if he shows up and plays at the top of his game.
Oregon also has a chip on their shoulder, too, because of what happened to them last year. They were the number one overall seed. They got smoked by Ohio State badly in that second round matchup, and they know that they can't just play just talent driven based on that. And what we were talking about last week, Dan Lanning saying that he was not impressed with their performance in the second half too.
You love that?
He knows that kind of thing to be true. They just can't coast on talent, just even against a team like JMU that has a good reputation of winning FCS championships too. Now, obviously, they dominated the game, but still, they should dominate that game. And Oregon, talent-wise, coming into the year, was thought of as probably a top 7
How
team.
many Ducks have we had on this show in the last 10 years, Speedy?
3, I believe.
3 Ducks. And how many Ducks were coached by Dan Lanning? 2. And what did they say about Lanning?
He is the coach that all the players want to rally around because of he's kind of like, you see, comes off as kind of loose on the field, but in the, like you said, in the like press conferences, in the team meetings and stuff, he can be very tough. And that's where I think makes Oregon an interesting wild card.
Where has Gonzalez come from? What
Oregon.
Oregon. Okay. Did you hear what Gonzalez said after this game, after knocking off the Jets when they asked him about the Oregon game against Texas Tech? Did you hear what he said?
No, I didn't.
It's pretty simple. Gonzalez says, and remember, it's his alma mater and all that other stuff. So we all understand this. But he said, if there's any coach that you can trust in a big game that's going to rally the troops and get you to play, no matter how unhealthy or healthy your team is, it's Dan Lanning. And he says that Lanning is the best coach, no doubt, in this tournament, and is going to find a way to knock off Texas Tech. And I'm telling you right now.
But I think that goes to what Fish was talking about, how like coaches have to have that innate ability to understand how you challenge guys with breaks and whatever. And we still have to remember
from learning from last year. That's where I think he has to understand it. Now it's a different team with a 5 seed.
Do you think this is the year, Speedy, that if Oregon knocks off Texas Tech, do you think this is the year that they could surprise and shock people and go to a national championship?
They could. I look at the Alabama and Oklahoma and Indiana cluster, those 3 as being like the teams to beat. Oregon only lost to Indiana, though, by 10.
Yep.
And that's their only loss to the regular season. They have just as much talent, I think, besides.
And that was the game. And I'll tell you this. That was the game Mendoza came out and said that he knew that he had a chance to win the Heisman Trophy.
Mhm.
When he beat Oregon, that was the game that changed everything, because there were a lot of questions. Oh, could I win the Heisman? He said that when we beat Oregon, we went to Oregon and beat Oregon.
Right.
That changed everything for us.
Mhm.
Everything.
And that kind of thing is definitely enticing of what Oregon could be as a potential redemption type thing. Because again, it's going to be hard. I mean, you can win going undefeated in college football. We've seen it probably more than anything, just because of the power struggle and just having less games as a whole. But Oregon was one of those teams that got victimized by their own success last year, getting smoked by Ohio State. And now you look at a case of Dan Lanning, who comes from Georgia. He was one of the defensive assistants over there. You have an Oregon team that is offensively sound. Their defense is good, but it's not something you would know for it. So that makes an interesting clash too, like game planning wise on this kind of defense too. And then Texas Tech on the other side has a defense that's unbelievable, especially in that front seven, going up against an offensive line in Oregon that's also one of the best too. So you have a lot of good game planning matchups there. What's going to be an interesting one though, Baron Morton. Baron Morton, starting quarterback for Texas Tech, dealing with a leg injury, how healthy he is. And that goes to what you were asking before, Jabba. There might want to be one of the teams that benefit off of the fact that they had to wait, because they have more of a younger coach that can game plan to counter Lanning, and they have a quarterback that can get healthier as a result, because he's shown really good flashes this year. He's just very inconsistent. But if they can win their defense in a neutral site, it could definitely be interesting. And if they do advance to the next round, I wouldn't favor them, but it depends on how they win this game. I never know.
With these tournaments, you can't favor anybody. It doesn't matter how good Ohio State is or Indiana and who they have on their team and their roster. It's all about it. It's anybody's game. It's one game. There's no playoff. That's the thing about football. You play one game. If you show up that game, you win. You don't show up that game, you lose. And when you look at these two teams, if there's a surprise in this tournament that can go to a national championship, these are the two teams, Texas Tech and Oregon, because I think Oregon, as far as offensively sound, this is the best offensive team in the nation. I don't care what anybody says.
You know what's interesting about that, like how they're built, is he wants to have all the great athletes on offense so he can coach up the defense and have like really good players on defense, but he's not. He just wants to out-athlete people on offense, and that's what he does. The problem that Oregon runs into is when they go against like really athletic secondaries and they can't get open. Like that Penn State game was real hairy for them, and that was what set off that spiral for James Franklin to get fired. They lose that they win it in double overtime, and it kind of propels them forwards, Oregon, but you got to remember, like, they've been in a lot of close ones. I don't think they're necessarily great talented on the defensive side. I think they're great coached on the defensive side. I think they're really talented on offense. I think they're coached well on offense, but I worry that if they run into a team that's more athletic than them, like we've talked about earlier in this conversation, I think they're the squad that ends up in trouble out of all these other teams.
I wonder when the way everything is set up and the way the committee obviously decides who gets into these tournaments, the 12-team tournament to go all the way for a national championship. When you look at how they're matched up and how they consider these guys are going to be matched up when they play one another, if they get out of that round and they get into the quarterfinals, if they wanted to see these matchups. And I believe that when you look at Texas Tech and what they can do on a football field, and again, Alabama, when you look at Alabama and Indiana never played this year. They never played against one another, so they never seen each other. So, but guess what? Indiana and Oregon have seen each other. And if they match up against each other, if Indiana knocks off Alabama, I agree with you, Speedy. The matchup bolds better in a better position for Oregon. And if Oregon knocks off Indiana, that's smooth riding all the way to a national championship. And we're talking about Moore. Could you imagine Moore, who a lot of people believe is going to be a top 5 pick, if he wins a national championship or knocks off Mendoza? Do you look, if you're the Raiders, you look at, hey, you know what? Let's bring in Moore. Let him ride the bench for 6-7 weeks. And this is a guy that we're going to ride because we need a mobile quarterback because we have no offensive line, like you said, Fish. So, and Moore is that kind of guy. So is Ty Simpson. I'd stay away from Ty Simpson at number 1.
Laterally, yeah.
But Moore, Speedy, you might be right. All around talent, what this guy could do on a football field offensively. I mean, who's the last guy you've seen that can run and throw like this guy.
There's a lot of Jaden Daniels in his game to me.
100%.
And that's why I think he's still
bigger.
Caleb Williams. Caleb Williams.
Yeah, and I think again, decision-making wise is the only main reason I'm thinking he's raw, just because this was his first full year as a starter. Last year he was kind of mistreated by Chip Kelly, and that had at UCLA, and that led to his whole debacle of him getting fired this year. And then I think he stepped down on Ohio State. But
and here's the thing, and I'm sorry to cut you off. If you look at the Raiders and they bring in more, you fire. And I just say this: I love their old coach. I love them. I'm going after Kubiak. I am absolutely hiring Kubiak to be my head coach and have this guy develop him, because his father, Kubiak, won with the Broncos. This guy is one of the best offensive minds the NFL has had as an offensive coordinator and head coach. Go ask Peyton Manning. Peyton Manning said that Kubiak is one of the smartest offensive minds he's ever worked with. So think about it that way. When you look at Kubiak and his son, his son worked his way up all these years. Look what he's done with Seattle. And now look what he could do over there with the Raiders with a young quarterback, with the mobility this kid has to get out of trouble. I think I absolutely do this. If Moore proves himself in this tournament to be important and show that he could show up in the big game and make the plays, I'm absolutely, if I'm the Vegas Raiders, going after Moore. Fish is right. You have a bad offensive line. You need to clean something up. This guy is a guy that can clean up a lot of deficiencies your offensive line doesn't give you.
Yeah, and that's why I was mentioning when we talked about the Oregon and JMU game that Dante Moore still has a lot of those Jameis Winston blunders in his game too, where he had some really bad interceptions, and that's why I think he really has to adhere to the coaching right away. And whoever does draft him can't start him right away because of that. I think the Patriots sat Drake May up until week 6 his rookie year, and then they played him. Moore has to sit longer for me, but I think that reputation-wise, especially if he does go far in this tournament, if he does end up beating some good teams and playing well against a good team, could definitely help.
Who do you think is the best quarterback in a 12-team draw like this, all around talent? And I'm going to tell you guys, if you guys follow and you've been following the college season, who do you think is the most talented overall quarterback out of all 12 teams?
I would give it to Moore right now, but I think Sayan's very close too. I like him a lot.
How about you?
Are you saying most talented or
all around talent?
Gonna be the best in the NFL? Because
no, I don't know about that, because we don't know how they're going to develop.
Right, but we can look at it like this, and we've seen a lot of great quarterbacks in college football that haven't done anything in the NFL. So are we just taking it as a college football aspect?
As a talent of the quarterback.
Yeah, take a whack at it. If you look at the all-around talent that these guys deliver
I got an easy answer to this. His name's Mendoza. He is so good at putting the ball wherever he wants it. It's not just that he hits the guys that are open. He does the thing that Eli Manning used to do, and it's like he would put it on his left shoulder underneath the shoulder pad in the one spot that is easy to catch. He knows where to put the ball for different scenarios, and he's playing well beyond his years with the type of throws that he makes. You don't see guys making those throws in college. He just is making professional throws that are high level. It's not like Sayan's doing a great job. He had 78, 80% completion rate. But they weren't.
He also has Jeremiah Smith to throw
and
to.
That's why I don't.
And that's my point, though. It's not like it's hard to throw Speedy to 2 top 10. Tate might be a top 10 pick. I don't think he is, but he's a top 15, top 20 guy.
I'm a little worried about him, but yeah.
Right. Well, he's got great hands, and as far as the quarterback having to sit, Brady Cook wasn't drafted. He's playing for the Jets right now. It doesn't matter if they're going to sit or not at the beginning of the season. Can they contribute at some point in their first year, even if it's not a lot? And that's really what you want to see. I think Jackson Dart contributed a little bit in this first year. They weren't going anywhere, but we got to see some flashes. That's all you're looking for some of those project quarterbacks. More, look, if I'm the Raiders, I don't take him at 1. I don't think I'm taking a project at 1. That scares the crap out of me. Last time they had a first overall pick, Errol, they took a project at 1. His name was Jamarcus Russell, and he's
all about that.
And it's the worst, draft pick of all time. Literally,
is it worse than Ryan Leaf?
Yes, it's worse.
Yeah, it is worse because I think Ryan Leaf single season wise might have had the worst
Peyton
rating.
Manning had a very bad single season as a rookie. I mean, how many interceptions did
he
throw that
he
year?
wasn't stopped in the airport with the purple drink though.
That's fine. I don't know what the Raiders are going to do, and they're obviously going to fire their head coach because it seems like nobody is buying into his crap. And Geno Smith looks like he's done. If I were the Raiders, I'm bringing in a mobile quarterback because there's no way if you bring in Mendoza that he is going to survive. No matter who you bring in as a head coach, it's not going to make any sense. And there's not enough offensive linemen that are going to be available. They usually aren't in free agency. So good luck on that. And who are you going to draft? The Raiders don't have a lot of draft stock. They really don't.
No, they just have their normal amount.
They just have their normal amount. It's not like they have the Cowboys or the Jets. The Jets are overloaded with draft stock. Overloaded. So the Jets can sit pretty at 3 and say, you know what? We'll draft more. We'll have them sit for a year.
They're not doing that. They're going up to 1 for Mendoza. They have the draft stock to do it. I mean, I'm sure we'll talk about it as we get closer to the draft.
But again, and we will be having our guest. Is our guest almost in? Is it going to be in soon?
I will text him.
We got about 5 minutes until the guest, Errol.
I want to finish up with this because before we get into my golf clap of the day, I want to say one thing about college football and what we've watched so far in college football, and what I think and Jabe asked, what do you think that the NCAA needs to change to make it better? I think that obviously the way they're creating it and recreating it, I like the 12-team thing. I would bring in more teams. I would cut the season down. That's what I would do. I wouldn't play as many games in the regular season, and I would make a tournament. I would say about like March Madness. I'm not as many teams with March Madness, obviously.
So what's your number?
Speedy, what would be a good number? 24?
So you want 24, so that would be 6 different brackets.
Six different brackets, and you fight for a national championship.
Or 3 brackets of 8.
Yeah, so how many games you would have to play? Because you have to, that would be 3 or 4 extra games, right?
Yeah.
How many games do they play in a season?
It'd be a lot easier if you did 32 and 16 and did it like that, number-wise.
However way they want to do it. The fact is I
so
think
would you have every conference champion, no matter what it is?
Yes. They automatically make
it.
They automatically win, and they get the number 1 seed.
So if you had like a top 24, the top 8 would be like the elite the division champions, and the top teams besides that, they get a bye. And then all the other teams, they're playing in this like quarterfinal. Yes. Then they move on to face the top 8, and then it goes like that. And it's just like you're basically like adding an extra week to what they already have.
I think it makes more sense. It'll be more fun, and it gives these undercard or these other teams that you wouldn't expect to be fighting for a national championship to maybe get shock the world and get into the semis or the quarters and make a run.
Like the Group 5 one, but where it goes back to kind of what we talked about earlier, right? It's like some of those buys do help. Like Fish said, it's like, yeah, I do like those so I can get a guy healthy. Where now it creates that momentum factor, kind of what we talked about. That Fish is 100% right. He hit the nail on the head when he's just like, they say you can't do it. Well, you can't do it because you can't quantify that. There's no way to measure what that is. It's like there's a lot of dudes in sports that you look at him and you're like, that's not it. But yet he goes out and shows up every day because you can't quantify what's right here. You can't quantify what's right here. You just can't do that. So I think I love that dynamic because now it's like, okay, here we go. And there's certain things about it where, like you said, you might get a Cinderella like we do in March Madness every once in a while, where right now we kind of know, like there's maybe 1 or 2 teams that get in where should other teams have got in? Yeah, probably. But then that's where this conversation comes to the head. It's like, what is that right number? Like,
Jabba also is about recruiting players. If you make a run to a national championship and you're not a known commodity and you have a great coach, and that coach gets a chance to prove himself as a coach. Maybe he gets one of these high-profile jobs, or it just opens up an opportunity. NIL, Speedy, I told you to reach out to that organization. We're gonna work on going to this NIL thing at Indianapolis. I forget where it is, but where they're getting all the players, the top 250 high school players, to go over there and talk about how the NIL money goes and how the portal works. And I still am trying to learn the portal. So when you look at a tournament like this, it opens up a lot of different views on how the NIL can bring in players from different parts of the world or the country and bring in more money and more opportunity for these schools to get to the top, or get an opportunity to make a run for a national championship, what you wouldn't expect. I think it makes a lot of sense. I think it'll be fun. It'll be interesting. So we'll see. I think college football and the way they're bringing in money, and I don't like these ball games. It's just so stupid. What do they call them? The Atom Bomb Bowl.
They have all different names.
The Taco Ball. I mean, come on.
Some of the bowl names now are just getting out of hand.
The Pop-Tarts, and then they're like toasting the Pop-Tarts.
Better Pop-Tart Bowl fish.
Yeah.
I don't care. The Snoop Dogg Arizona Bowl, when he was literally doing a live interview and he caught the kick, that's going to go down in history.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, our golf clap of the day.
This deserves a golf clap.
No doubt. Golf clap. Golf clap.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, my golf clap of the day. Well, hopefully they're not pushing money under the table. I don't know what they're doing. But guess what? It might be open for conversation. Kawhi Leonard, ladies and gentlemen, had his career high. It wasn't with the Spurs. It wasn't with Toronto when he won a championship. No, it's with those lonely Clippers, ladies and gentlemen. 55 points as the Clippers right now are on a 4-game winning streak. And what does that smell? I don't know what it smells, but I tell you what, Kawhi Leonard is showing you why, when healthy, this guy has been one of the best players in all of basketball. This guy has been the cornerstone of winning a championship when he was in Toronto. And this is a guy that I don't know if could be a cornerstone with the Clippers anymore because of his injuries and his knee problems, but absolutely still has it. And maybe at the trade deadline, if the Clippers do not believe they can make a run this year, and they know they can't get rid of James Harden because the beard man can't do anything right. He makes more steps than baskets. Ladies and gentlemen, I would absolutely look at Kawhi Leonard as a hot ticket for another team. And I'm going to tell you this. The Knicks have been talking about it for years. They got a player, an OG Anunoby. But OG, who's never won, Kawhi Leonard, who has, if you want to win a championship, you go all in. Kawhi Leonard might be another picker of perfect time for the New York Knicks. So my golf clap goes to Kawhi Leonard. Hopefully there's no money being drawn onto the table, but he had an unbelievable game. So my golf clap goes to the Kawhi man himself, and maybe a trade chip at the trade deadline for an NBA team. Think about it. When we come back, ladies and gentlemen, he's been on our show. We're talking a lot of college football, and this man might know more about college football than anybody does. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be talking to USA Today college football writer Scooby-Dooby-Doo Waxon when we come back. But ladies and gentlemen, we still have a sports minute with the fish.
This is the Jabba and the Mouth Sports Minute.
All right, guys, Aaron Fishman here with your Sports Minute. Got a couple of stories for you before we go through the scores this evening. The, West Sacramento Athletics, for the time being, have locked up what they hope will be a future cornerstone in their roster for the prime of his career. Reports into ESPN and Jeff Passan on Christmas that the A's and left fielder Tyler Soderstrom agreed to a 7-year, $86 million deal that has escalators that can make it up to a $135 million contract. There's also a club option for an 8th year. In his first year as a full-time starter in 2025, Soderstrom broke out to the tune of 276, 346 on base, and a 474 slugging percentage with 25 homers and 93 RBIs. Soderstrom now becomes a third member of the outfield to be locked up through 2030 or longer after Lawrence Butler and Brent Rooker, who's mostly a DH, have signed similar contracts in more of the mold of this Atlanta Braves signing early and giving up years of arbitration in order to get paid right away type deals. And then these kind of get out of these deals in time for a second contract. Everyone's happy, especially the team that gets to keep these players. If the players work out, it's a great system, as the Braves have shown by winning a title, but also when it goes south, as the Braves have shown, it can go very south. But I guess for the A's, what else do they have to lose at this point? And reports from Fox Jay Glazer on Sunday say that CBS Sports' Matt Ryan, the former longtime quarterback of the Atlanta Falcons, and the Atlanta Falcons are in serious talks for Ryan to rejoin the organization in a significant role in the front office. Ryan, who won the 2016 MVP with the Falcons and took the team to the Super Bowl, only to lose in epic fashion to the Patriots after being up 28-3, of course. He's considered one of the better color commentators for NFL coverage right now, and his loss would sting CBS some, but he's only in the number 3 slot behind J.J. Watt for national coverage. It certainly isn't unprecedented for someone to go from being on TV to the front office and have success. The 49ers' much celebrated Hall of Famer general manager John Lynch did much the same thing about 10 years ago. In the only football action tonight, Monday Night Football, second quarter about to start. The Falcons have a 7-0 lead on the Rams, touchdown by Bijan Robinson. In basketball tonight, the Knicks are trailing the lowly Pelicans in New Orleans right now, 54-48 with 8.5 left in the second quarter. Just near the end of the third quarter, it's 94-88, Bucks leading the Hornets. It's 87-79 at the end of the third in Washington, Suns over the Wizards. At the half, it's 59-57, Warriors over the Nets. Also at the half, 63-63, Nuggets and Heat. 65-54 at the half in Toronto between the Magic and the Raptors. 43-41, 4 minutes 40 seconds left to go in the second quarter in Chicago between the Bulls and the Timberwolves. Pacers and Rockets 39-31, Hawks 50, Thunder 44, Spurs and Cavs tied at 36. All those games in the second quarter. Still to come tonight, Trailblazers and Mavs. In hockey, going on right now, the Rangers have a 2-1 lead at the end of the second period on the Hurricanes. Brodzinski and Gavrikov with goals for the Blue Shirts. 2-2 at the end of the second between the Caps and the Panthers. 2-1 with 11 to go between the Blue Jackets and Senators in Ottawa. 1-0 Oilers over the Jets in the second. And at the end of the first, it's 2-1 Blues over the Sabres. Still to come tonight, Avalanche Kings, Mammoth Predators, Flames Bruins, Golden Knights Wild, Ducks Sharks, and Kraken Canucks. Guys, we are streaming live on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube on our Job on the Mouth handle, on Facebook under the Worldwide Sports Radio Network handle, and on Twitter under our host handle at ErrolMarks34. Keep downloading on Apple Podcasts and watch us both there and then on Spotify. Now, in video, make sure you like and subscribe all our shorts, reels, TikToks, and longer videos you see from us throughout the week. Now back to Errol, Jabba, and Speedy for our guest on Jabba and the Mouth.
Any questions?
This is the Jabba and the Mouth Show.
I'm liking my new Matthew Schaefer jersey. I opened it up. I didn't put it on before the show, but now, ladies and gentlemen, I have it on. It's beautiful. And I'm loving the way the kid's playing. He's got more points than guess who on Toronto? John Tavares, ladies and gentlemen. 631-672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to Jabba in the Mouth. My name is Errol Marks. My co-host, Mr. Flamethrower himself, Jabba Chamberlain, and Speedy Petey. Remember, you can go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Jabba in the Mouth every single Mondays and now Thursdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all the shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our show is brought to you by Omaha Steaks. and they're giving you an extra 10% off on all orders. If you're a Job of the Mouth fan, just click our link, omahasteaks.com/Jabba-in-the-Mouth, or go to our website at worldwidesportsradio.com and click your Omaha Steaks logo. And it's no more Christmas, but we got New Year's. And if you're having friends and family over for watching the ball collide to the floor, ladies and gentlemen, 10% off all your beef you want. Speedy, you like the beef?
Oh, yeah.
Fat, thick, and long. Ladies and gentlemen, go get your beefs at Omaha Steaks. I got Scoops laughing over here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, he's not laughing, or maybe he's smirking. I don't know. He's been on our show before. I got a chance to meet him 2 years ago at the Heisman Trophy, the Heisman Trophy dinner, and the opportunity to see the Gremlin win his Heisman, which Aston Genty should have won. That's just my opinion. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now talking to USA Today college football writer Scooby Axon. Scooby, what's up?
Gentlemen, how you doing today?
First of all, before we get into college football, because we've been speaking a lot on the show about college football, how are you feeling, man? I know you had a little bit of surgery. And
I'm all right. You know, now the pain in my behind is picking up after my kid's Christmas presents, $1,000 of toys that he don't play with. I'm just like, dude, it's ridiculous. It's, you know, spending the Christmas Eve putting his stuff together, putting batteries in his RC toys, and just like it's ridiculous. You know, I'm just like spend an hour clean up all this crap. He has like 100 Hot Wheels cars. I'm just like, man, yeah, it's ridiculous.
Well, I will say this: Jabba's the only one that has a kid, and his kid's like he's a teenager. The kid is actually. Jabba would probably tell you he's almost 20 years old. So he's not even a teenager anymore. He's almost a grown man. So
it gets better. Then they just want clothes, and those are easy to wrap. So.
Well, I got him, like, he opened up the box of clothes that I got him. Like, I got him like a Nike sweater, some Ralph Lauren polo stuff. He's like, get this mess out of my face. Like, like he's not even 3 years old. He just tossed this to the side, just like, no, I'm not having this. I'm like, okay, then go to daycare naked. I don't care. I don't understand it, but yeah, supposedly it gets better. The kid is in the 90th percentile of height, which I don't understand. I'm only 5'10", wife is 5'4", so I don't understand that. But yeah,
it gets kid though. But I'll tell you, it gets more expensive.
Oh, I know. And it's New York City daycare. It's ridiculous. Yeah.
You're going to be asking for your raise over there.
I'm trying, man. Yeah. So I just had before we start talking the college football playoff, the beef I've had all year with the AP writers and the polls and everything that they're about. Now I went to University of Oklahoma, fine, but
that's not fine. But
it's not fine because it's. But how can you win an award, top kicker in the nation, and be second team All-American? How does that happen?
That's a good question.
I don't. Again, the kid from Hawaii, great story, blah blah blah. But Tate Sindel, Mr. Short Shorts, had an amazing season. Anybody could see that. Mr. Stevie Wonder could see that. So I just don't understand it. But this is not precedent. Like, you remember when Eric Crouch won the Heisman?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Do you know who the first team All-American quarterback was that year?
Speedy would probably know. I don't remember.
I don't offhand.
No.
It wasn't Eric Crouch. It was Rex Grossman.
Oh, wow. No, I would have thought that.
Sexy Rex.
He finished second in the Heisman, by the way. So Eric Crouch made the team as a all-purpose player, if you can believe that.
Super Bowl quarterback, Rex Grossman.
Scooby, we actually just had that conversation because we just did a Nebraska Grades Hall of Fame Foundation event. And so I wanted to get people going on it because it had just came up. Somebody was like, who shouldn't have won the Heisman, whatever. And there was one show, I can't remember what it was.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, he shouldn't have won it. And then he came up and I was like, you were second team that year, weren't you? And he was like, yeah. And then he was like, and then it came up as I posted the picture. Cause I just like, I took the picture with, and I've known Eric for a while, and he literally,
good dude. Yeah.
Oh, he's awesome. And I just pointed to it and people went crazy. And I'm just like, well, this thing's really heavy and he has it in his house. So
45 pounds, try to get that thing through TSA. Good luck.
I did find out he has it insured though too. And it has its own little, carrying case.
Yep. That's the, again, dealing with TSA out of LaGuardia or New York or JFK, wherever they fly out of. Good luck. You might get cavity search before you get that thing through security.
Now, I missed you at the Heisman Trophy dinner.
I was there.
Oh, I didn't even see you. So maybe we didn't.
I was there.
I didn't see.
What stealth mode?
Yeah. I was on stealth mode. I guess I was in a whole nother world. But Jeremiah Love was there, and I didn't want to ask him when I was asking my questions. I really wanted to ask him about Notre Dame and his feelings towards them falling short because of the committee and just the garbage and the excuses they made. They decided not to choose Notre Dame to move forward into this tournament. Were you surprised that Jeremiah didn't bring up at any point when people were interviewing him the thoughts and his feelings towards what the committee did to him and Notre Dame?
No, I wasn't surprised because it seemed like every answer to whatever question he was asked was kind of politically correct. He just gave the straight man answer, didn't want to ruffle any feathers, told the company line, however you want to say it. So I'm not surprised he didn't go scorched earth, because I would have came off the top rope if it was me. Like with the elbow, with the leg drop. That's just me. But he's a nice guy. So I didn't expect him to go ham on everybody. Yeah.
You being in the media, and like the one thing that like I've always like, now my son being in college and have to do interviews. Do you guys respect that of the politically correct, or do you, I was always I wear my heart on my sleeve. Like my life was an open book, so you ask whatever you want. I don't care. I'll tell you what it is. Like through my failures, through my successes, I'm going to tell you. Because when we give you the power of the pen, it is different. So do you want them to give the politically correct, or do you go about it like trying to find a different way to go around the question? Because y'all ask the same question 10 different ways.
Yeah. I think how I approach it is just whatever question I'm given. And if I need to follow up, if he's not giving me anything, then I'll follow up with the next question. But it doesn't bother me that these athletes are, doing whatever, or some of them have different personalities. Because I'm gonna get my story regardless. That's how I look at it. Some of these journalists complain too much. I mean, all of them complain too much about this, about that. Like, this game sucked. The Miami, Texas A&M. Well, what the hell do you want? You can't have it all ways that you want it. If you want that, then work at Burger King. Then you can have it your way all day. You know what I'm saying? So,
Scooby, we were there, and I didn't see you there, but how many young writers were there? And some of the
I talked with and they had to make the Indiana kids. I talked to a couple of Indiana journalists, and I'm just like, dude, I would have got the hell out of Bloomington, Indiana too, if I had the chance. like get me on this plane right now. And they were so grateful for the opportunity, just to be there and to cover the event. Again, these young guys coming up, man, always tell young people, my job is to keep my job. My job is not to write stories. My job is to keep my job any and every way that I can, because I know there's 50 people that want my job.
Yeah, speaking of the college football, again.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I was
Go
going to say,
ahead.
speaking of the college football playoff controversy, like Notre Dame obviously not getting in. I'm sure there was a lot of complaints with that too, with some of the people that you've been with. I don't know how directly involved with a lot of you, with the voters you're with, but Alabama's case or Notre Dame, Miami's case or Notre Dame. What are your thoughts?
The simple fact that, all right, Alabama could have lost 70-0 and they still would have got in. The predetermined case of who gets in kind of bothers me. You know, just during the SEC, the runner-up is automatically going to make it, and then next year with the memorandum of understanding with Notre Dame, top 12 automatically in. Like, come man, like that kind of bothers me. But I would have replaced Notre Dame with Alabama and had no issue with it. And again, Alabama justified the committee's decision because they beat Oklahoma. So now they can breathe a sigh of relief. And so, again, the predetermination of it, it is what it is. And everybody has a gripe. And come January 20th, no one would care. So, gripe about it for a month and then go about your lives like we all do.
And by the way, everybody, if everybody doesn't know, we are talking to USA Today college football writer Scooby Axon. Been on our show before. Met Scooby at the Heisman Trophy dinner 2 years ago. I didn't even know he was there this year. That just shows you how oblivious I was. I was in my own little world. I got a chance to talk to a lot of different people, a lot of different writers, a lot of young people that were there, and some of the questions. And I'll tell you this, Scooby. I have no problems for these young guys to speak out, and I know they were nice and they wanted to be there and want to speak. But some of the questions and some of the ridiculousness of some of these guys, and they were cutting off some of the veteran guys that wanted to speak. I didn't like that.
Yeah, you just got a Stafford pick six, but anyway. He just lost that MVP. But look, because every year you get these people from, let's just say, People magazine or a fashion magazine. Like, what are you wearing? Like, I don't care. Come in a diaper. I don't care what the guy is wearing. Just, I'm wearing Ralph Lauren, like Pavia. He looked like he was about to go on a mafia hit. Like he was chained up and he was getting going, boy. Like, he came in there mobbed up, and I'm like, okay, this was. I mean, and the guys where they bling, I love it. That NIL money, I love it, absolutely. But yeah, it just seems like it wasn't like the last year with Hunter. Did you notice how smaller it got?
First of all, you did not have to bring up the gremlin. Okay, here's the thing. And I remember last year.
Are you referring to Stripe or Gizmo? Like, which gremlin are we?
Stripe.
All right.
I gave him the nickname the Gremlin, and people are riding with it. But the thing is with Travis Hunter, the last year when we were there, I just felt like there was an aura about him, like he knew he was going to win. He absolutely deserved to win, and it kind of felt the same way with Diego. Believed that he should have walked away with it and ran away with it. And when he heard that Mendoza was picked over him, he was shocked. And then he took his blows out on the committee, and then he apologized. But I was questioning the way he attacked it. And
I mean, obviously that's the way he felt. Why he felt the need to apologize, is that going to come back to bite him when he's interviewing with NFL teams? Shouldn't it be like what you do on the field? Like, you could be a butthole off the field. So what? If you're producing on the field, like, just don't be out there committing felonies. That's all the NFL teams ask of you. Just don't be out there acting a fool. Just
also
produce.
The Raiders, where they allow that kind of behavior.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean,
or them too. Yeah.
I mean, there have been people that have killed people and been on NFL rosters. So Like, I mean, so again, if he thought that would come back to bite him, or somebody got in his ear and said, you need to apologize, and then Reese Davis, like, I regret my vote. No, like no one asked you. Like, that's the thing. All these people like give their opinions. Like, no one asked you whether you regret your vote. You just came out and said it, because of the way he acted. Again, if you just go ham on people like that, don't apologize, because that's the way you felt. I just think that's being, it's counterproductive to do that. Once you say F the Heisman voters and I should have won, and then 24 hours later, after the liquor wears off, you apologize, and no, I'm cool.
Can you give us a little bit of?
I want to shift.
Go ahead, Speedy.
I was going to say, I want to shift to the whole Michigan saga with Sharon
Okay.
Moore. Happened recently with that.
Great segue.
Kyle Whittingham was just hired. There's the new coach. I think it's a good move. He's a winning top 10 winning coach. I think since he took over at Utah. But that whole saga, how that went down, and even the Stallion scandal from last year. Do you think Michigan's lost a program reputation as a whole, or are they still going to be considered a high-end football program?
Again, if in the conspiracy theories are out there, I think if they had beat Ohio State, he's still the head coach.
Really?
I mean, that's just, you beat your one rival. Well, it just seemed like they looked for any reason to get rid of them after 9 wins. 9 wins in most programs, they're cheering, but not Michigan. They think their stuff don't stink. They think they should win every year. So that's the way it is. Again, they're going to have to deal with Oregon, Ohio State, and Indiana in the next 4 or 5 years, unless those programs are going somewhere else. So if they think they're going to win a national championship in the next 5 years, while he's under contract, one of those 2 or 3 teams need to drop off significantly. That's just not going to happen. So again, good hire to stabilize the program. But I mean, in 5 years, they'll be looking for a new coach. If I was him, I would have stayed retired, collected that check from Utah, because they basically offered him a significant job sitting on his tail at the time if he would have just retired. But hey, take that $8 million, brother. Go right ahead.
I'm not mad at it either.
Yeah, no.
I do the same thing. But I wanted to go back to something, and I'm interested too, because I don't know, and I have questions that I don't know. How is that committee, when they do certain things, like obviously the Heisman, like how is that committee chosen?
So there's a number of voters in each region. And then you get the former Heisman winners each have a vote, and then you have a fan vote. So the Heisman Trust chooses who votes. And so you have an equal number of voters in each of the 6 regions. And so they submit their vote. And I think they narrowed it down this year. They say, all right, you can't vote until Saturday at 5 p.m. of the conference championship. And we're going to close it at like Monday at noon. So then the accountants tabulate the votes, and then that's how you get the ESPN. These are the top 4, and then later in the week they announce the 5 through 10. So that's how it works.
So do you have to, like, not necessarily like in professional sports? Obviously, you have guys that are on your beat all the time. Do you have to have a certain credential or work with a certain conglomerate to be able to?
No, not at all. And the voters, you can look them up. Their names are readily available. So you can look them up, just like I vote on the Bolitnikoff Awards. So, there's got to be hundreds of us. And some of these places that people work, I've never heard of before. So, I'm just like, so you get 870 something voters. There's a chance that you never heard of this place that this person works for, and it is a Heisman voter. And let's just be real. Some of it don't take it seriously because, no one is 100% on the ballot. So they're leaving names off the ballot. Like Mendoza's name was left off of 5% of the ballots. Like, how do you do that if you take your job seriously?
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So some of these dudes don't watch a lick of college football all year, but still have the privilege to be voters. And the Heisman Trust delves out those, those privileges to vote on the Heisman.
We're talking to USA Today college football writer Scooby Axon. Scooby is we've built a good relationship. I didn't see him at the Heisman Trophy dinner, but hey, you know what? Maybe he was busy. I was busy. I was speaking to a lot of different people.
Dude, I'm gonna tell you something. Dude, I sat right across the table from you.
Really? How did I miss
at dinner? At dinner. The table next to the TV on the right.
Holy crap! Now I
yes.
Holy crap!
Yeah, that black dude, that was me.
Wow, that makes you look like an asshole, Errol.
No, I don't think.
No, he was concentrating on that feast, like we all were. Because I know I was hungrier than a hostage. I was concentrating on that food.
I was a little lost in translation.
It's all good, brother. It is all good.
Scooby, I got a good question for you.
Yeah.
This Oregon Texas Tech game.
Yes.
The game that really sticks out to me out of all the games. And I think it's the battle of the offense against the battle of the defense. Dan Lanning is, to me, one of my favorite coaches in college football. And Texas Tech is the best defense in this tournament.
Yes.
You look at this game, and this game is going to be played really down to the wire. I think whoever wins this game could really surprise the world and go to a national championship. I think Oregon, if they match up against Indiana and Indiana beats Alabama, they can beat them. I really do believe it. And I think they could beat a team like Alabama as well. And Texas Tech could beat anybody with that defense. They just need to score. Yes. What do you think? Do you think this is the best game out of all the games that is set up?
I'm really curious about the Miami-Ohio State game, but the Oregon game, I think Oregon needs to run the ball. I know Texas Tech is stout up front. You got Rodriguez, and I saw that he was probable for the game on the injury report. But, of course, I think he's going to play unless something catastrophic happens. But they need to run the ball, and they need to run it effectively. You can't be in 3rd and 7, 3rd and 8, because your punter is going to get much work that night. So if Oregon wants to advance, they need to run the ball first and foremost. And then once you loosen up that defense, take your shots. Dante, nothing downfield, you got running lanes. And that's how you get it done against Texas Tech. Because that front, that NIL front is just too stout. And them boys are hungry. They got their NIL money. They won a championship. So Oregon, that's the key to victory in what I see. But that's just going to be a hell of a game. If anybody said they thought Texas Tech would make it this far, stay off the sauce at the beginning of the season. Like no one thought they would be here. They thought they would be good, but playoff caliber, come on. Yeah.
I want to shift to the other game, the Alabama.
What kind of sauce is it? Is it hot sauce?
Oh, you know what kind of sauce it is.
I just hope it's not Sauce Gardner.
Not Sauce Gardner, not barbecue sauce. You know what's up.
So I want to shift to the other game, the Indiana-Alabama matchup. I was under the impression that Oklahoma or Alabama, whoever won that game. I was wrong. I thought Oklahoma would win, but both of those teams could easily upset Indiana, and both of those teams could actually go to the national championship. Now Alabama's there against Indiana. We saw Ryan Williams kind of up and down throughout the year. Obviously, Alabama's got the really good defense, and then Indiana had a good defensive showing against Ohio State in the national championship. What are the keys to victory for Indiana and for Alabama to get the upset?
Again, I think the 7 points that Indiana is getting is a bit much, but which Alabama team is going to show up? The one against Georgia where they just said, screw it, we're not going to run the ball because we can't and rely on those receivers. Again, I think with the two contests, Oregon, Texas Tech in this game, running the football. Because, again, you go past it 45 times, 3 of those are coming back the other way. I'm just telling you now, you need to establish some kind of running game. This is not the Texas Tech, Graham Harrell, Cliff Kingsbury, where you throw it 60 times and can come away with a victory. Those days are long gone. So again, if they show up like they did against, Georgia, and they ran it a little bit against Oklahoma. Oklahoma turned the ball over and had horrible special teams. That's what got them beat. And the ability not to keep a lead, which I don't understand, but you turn the ball over, that's what's going to happen to you. So play mistake free, establish a run. We're not talking about breaking off 30, 40, 50-yard runs, 4-5 yards a pop on first down to get you in that 2nd and 5, 3rd and 4. And then again, because if you turn the ball over, you're committing stupid penalties, it might be a wrap by halftime.
Wow.
Because Indiana's that good.
So you've touched on a few games, and obviously you look at it as a whole and cover it all.
Yeah.
If you had to pick one right now, based upon what you've seen, who would be your winner right now to take the ship?
Oh man, I picked Ohio State at the beginning of the year. Nothing that I've seen, even against Indiana. That game reminded me. You remember a couple years ago when Ohio State played Michigan State in the Big Ten championship, and they got beat, and you saw Urban Meyer on the golf cart eating Papa John's. After that's what that reminded me of. And so like it just. I just think they're too talented. That defense is an absolute game wrecker. And again, Carson Beck, he can give you 5 touchdowns or he can throw you 4 picks. I mean, that's just, again, that's just how Miami is. But Miami got some dogs on defense too. If Ohio State is not careful, they can find themselves in a Texas A&M type game, low scoring, where the first team that scores a touchdown or gets a turnover deep in the opponent's territory is going to win this game. So
you mentioned Carson Beck.
Yes.
And by the way, I do remember you sitting down because we were talking about Miami.
Stop lying.
No, I'm being serious. Were we not talking about Miami?
We were talking about Miami, yes.
You were talking about
And
Miami.
you didn't know it was him?
No, dude, I was in my own little world. And I saw some people that I knew, and I was jumping ship here. I was jumping from table to table. And he would tell you that I was doing that.
Yeah.
So my question to you is, Carson Beck is, a lot of people think could be a late first-round pick now that obviously certain, like Seller is decided to go back to college for one more year. Beck could actually sneak into the first round possibly. And if he's not in the first round, he's an early second-round pick. Some people like Carson Beck and think that this guy could be a good NFL quarterback. Some people think he's a Bo Nix type of player. What do you think he is? So
there is a couple of scenarios where Mendoza goes number 1, and you won't see another quarterback taken into the 3rd or 4th round. Yep.
Really?
Really. Because they're waiting for next year's class. Let's just say Moore comes back to school. I don't know why he would, but let's just say he does. Then you might have a middle first round type of scenario with Mendoza and then Moore. And it just really depends on how many quarterback desperate teams are out there. Giants, Raiders, Browns, if they're not sticking with Sanders. Those are 3 off the top. The Jets, I don't know what the hell the Giants can stick with Dart, but he just needs to stay healthy. So let's just say Jets, Raiders, Browns, those 3. And so again, if they like what they see, and of course, all of this is the beauty in the eye of the beholder. It's like whatever you see. A couple of years ago, I don't know what the Colts was looking at when they chose Richardson, but they took him. They saw something. Again, if you want to have the Stevie Wonder syndrome, that's your business. You're going to pay for it. You know, you got to bring, old man River in from, Shady Pines to quarterback for you, you know. So that's what you go end up with.
Hold on. Stop picking on old man River.
Hey,
He
man.
showed up. He actually.
Yeah. Hey, I was impressed. I know that arm was sore at the end of the game. I know he was soaking that in some Bengay or some Tiger Bomb after the game. But yeah, that's just how you evaluating quarterbacks. All these gurus. It's just whatever evaluator sees in that moment. No one is. Yeah.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
Because even though you're looking at this class not to be a quarterback class, we have seen classes that everybody says it's not a quarterback class, and then you find 2 or 3 quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Franchise quarterbacks.
Yes. So you know, these guys that do this for a living, God bless them. Yeah. Again,
God, 10 years ago.
Yeah. God bless them. Make that money, brother, because they're wrong more often than not. I remember a comic, his name is George Wallace. He's actually Seinfeld's best friend. He says, what other profession like the weatherman where you're always wrong and they say, come on back in tomorrow? They're always predicting stuff and they're always mostly wrong. It's like, come on back in tomorrow, do it again. It's just like these evaluators, Now, you mentioned Matt Ryan,
yes,
tied to the Falcons. Has anybody seen that he knows how to evaluate anything?
He doesn't know how to evaluate how to throw football.
I mean, so again, I'm not sure where these owners or these GMs are looking. But again, God bless them. Because their reputation, their jobs are on the line if they don't. They'll be pink slipped. When is Black Monday? Is next Monday? When is the regular season end? Oh yeah. It might as well be pink slip Monday. That's what I call it.
Well, I want to tell you something. I wrote a story on the Worldwide Sports Radio Network making fun of Black Friday and how just impossibly stupid the teams are. When you get off, the season's over, and the first thing they're going to do is just throw your quarterback.
Yeah.
I mean, throw your quarterback and then throw your coach under the bus. Like, oh, you don't know how to coach this guy. We got to bring in somebody else. Bijan. What's that? 90 yards?
93.
93 yards. Oh, this is ridiculous. Yeah. So you speak of Black Friday. You remember back in the day where these idiots used to go to the store at like 4:30 in the morning and wait for the store to open, then get crushed when the doors open. You might get trampled to get a damn Christmas present. Like now that's how it is. When you compare what these GMs and all these evaluators have to do. You have to field a competent football team. And every year, like the Jets yesterday, like I was like, get this off of my TV, man. Yeah. This is I don't want to watch this. I'd rather watch like a Lifetime movie. Cheer me up or something. Like, come on.
I got what you're saying. And I understand. And I do. I root for the Jets and I'm an Eagles.
Why?
Because I'm a Jet fan. I don't know. I'm a Jet fan. I don't know why. It just
like, are you like generationally tied to that team? Like why?
No, when I was a kid, I was like 6 years old and I was watching a football game that just so happened to be the Jets, and I started to be a Jet fan.
Mommy, this team is horrible. I like them.
My mom wasn't a football fan and my father wasn't a sports fan. So they weren't really into that stuff.
Yeah.
So as I got older, I rooted also for the Eagles because I was a Donovan McNabb fan. I followed him in Syracuse. I followed him in high school. So I was a big fan of Donovan McNabb. And when he went to the Eagles, I rooted for the Eagles because the Jets were never good. So I always root on my teams. Now, I'm as an analyst, you know this.
Yeah.
When you get into this business, you really have to be honest with yourself and the teams that you root for.
Absolutely.
So, and I'm
absolutely like I said, I went to the University of Oklahoma, but I do not shed one tear when they lose because I wasn't out there. You know, I know friends when OU loses, ruins their entire weekend. Won't talk to the wife, won't talk to the kids, like just absolutely distraught. Like I don't understand it, but
We
that's
joined the
fan.
club in Nebraska. That's what we've been struggling with for a long time.
Yeah, I mean it's like I like the Braves
Me too.
because I grew up on a military base in Oklahoma, and the only channels we had were NBC, CBS,
Sure was
you
it
know,
the
ABC, and TBS. Yeah, and the Braves were absolute garbage, and so like that was the only thing on. So like I was just like, okay, I'm rocking it. So I know what you mean. I know exactly what you mean with the Jets. You know, that's just your team, and you just gotta ride with the good, bad, and the mostly ugly.
No, I got to go ride with the good, bad, and just throw up every single time I watch them. But I'm hoping that I know a lot of Jet fans, and we're gonna have to go. But I want to say something. I know a lot of Jet fans are. I don't know what's going on. What with the press conference and the media with Aaron Glenn. I thought Aaron Glenn really looked bad yesterday, but I understand that. What are you going to say? What are you going to say? This is. You knew it was going to be a bad year, and this wasn't your team. This is Robert Saleh's team. So he went into the season thinking that, or any Jet fan thought that they were going to win. And by the way, I am going to take a shot at somebody. For years, I listened to these Jet fans and Jet guys on social media. And this is an attack to Jake Asman, all right? And I am going to attack him. Because this man went on after the game and attacked Aaron Glenn. Before the season started, this guy he was at a butt fetish for Aaron Glenn. Oh my God, Aaron Glenn, Aaron Glenn. Yeah, I love this guy. This guy's great. Da 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 da. And now all of a sudden, get rid of him. Da 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 da. That's the problem with Jet guys and Jet media guys. They fall in love with guys and then they give up on the guys and you don't even give them a chance. And I think that's the problem with Aaron Glenn. I don't know what Aaron Glenn is, but I can't make a decision in 1 year what he is when we don't know if he can develop a quarterback.
I mean, it's not like it's not without precedent. Coaches getting fired after year one. Yeah. We've seen this a lot in the NFL. Yeah. So again, if they do make the decision next Monday that they just can't stand losing like this, because if they, I think they were one of 4 teams that have lost 4 games in a row by more than 20 points in NFL history.
Yes.
So, I mean, it's as bad as, it's bad. So again, if they want to,
they also traded their 2 best defensive players.
Yeah. And you mentioned the Raiders, like it's not only dependent on draft picks. These guys have almost $100 million in cap space. Right. So spend that money on free agents. If you have to overpay just to get some new blood in that building, if you have to overpay for some of these free agents, you just need something new in that building. You know, I think you got the running back, get some offensive linemen, you know, get a quarterback in there that won't throw it to the other team.
I think the Jets have the offensive line. They got guys.
Yes. Yeah. Breece Hall Garrett Wilson is hurt, of course, but like just get somebody who won't who's not colorblind. Throw the ball to your guys, please. Like for once in your life, like, come on, you know. I'm serious. Like who are you throwing to?
I've never heard anybody say that. Well, get somebody who's not colorblind.
I don't know what else it is. If they're checking these guys' eyes at the facility before the season, like I don't know what's going on.
That's a good take.
That's what I see on my TV. Like I said, I just like, okay, that's the wrong color jersey, and that wrong color jersey is going the other way with the football. But again, I just try to call it as I see it. You know, like I said, these guys are making millions of dollars, having the privilege to play professional football, take a little criticism. Stafford just sit on the bench, brother. It's okay. You're already in the playoffs. Yeah. So like I said, it's these teams at some days, like living in New York City, you just don't know what the hell they're doing. Like like anybody else, if with the incompetence of the Giants and Jets would have been fired, banned from the league, anything. So again,
he said banned from the league.
I mean, do something to these. Like, you just get the same old rotation of guys. You get fired one place, show up at another place, bring another guy in here that don't know what the hell he's doing. 3 or 4 years later, he's fired. I don't understand it, but
Scooby, you're fantastic. You do such great, fantastic work for USA Today. Let's get you on after the season when we find out who's going to win this national championship.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be lovely. Like I said, just I appreciate you guys. Always enjoy a good laugh, man. Because
just make sure you're not colorblind. Make sure you're not colorblind. Okay.
Oh no, I'm not. Hey, I'm sure if I had any lick of athletic talent, I won't throw the ball to the wrong team. I could tell you that for damn sure. So.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is Scooby Axon. USA Today, college football extraordinaire, knows his stuff. He is fantastic. Gave us a take, colorblind. Never heard a take where an analyst calls the Jet quarterbacks colorblind. That's pretty funny, actually.
That's a real question.
That's funny.
Well, who's better, the Jets colorblind quarterback or Shedeur Sanders prime blind?
That's true. That's right. That's true. Keep him away from the Jets. I do not want Shedeur Sanders there.
Would you denounce your fandom if Shedeur Sanders goes to the Jets?
I'd throw myself off a freaking roof. Okay. No thanks. Anyways, we have Save Your Tears.
What's one thing that you can't talk to me about?
My sexual fantasies.
Say you're sorry. It is not ideal, but if it's what means, it is not ideal, but if it is not ideal, but if it is what means. You can't triple stamp a double stamp. You can't triple stamp a double stamp. You can't triple stamp a double stamp. Good. You guys, enough.
Now, it's time for Save Your Tears.
All right, guys, time for the recap of Week 17. Save Your Tears. All right, again, this is one of those games where we have $15 a salary cap. We spend it on this collection of players from the 3 Christmas games this week. And if you watch the Christmas games, you know that it was some decent football, better than a lot of the football we got on Sunday. If you took Jahmyr Gibbs, if you had him in championship week in fantasy football like I did, you were not pleased with his efforts in this game. It was kind of up and down. We'll take a look at the results. Overall, only a few guys played in this week. And, lo and behold, I am the winner by a hair over Speedy. Basically because I took Dak Prescott instead of Bo Nix.
Big mistake.
Gibbs was a mistake. Justin Jefferson has been a mistake all season. We said at one point Wan'Dale Robinson had the same stats as Justin Jefferson. Wan'Dale Robinson has better stats than Justin Jefferson this year. That's pretty crazy. Wan'Dale Robinson is going to get paid this offseason, too. And it's not going to be by the Giants. At least it better not be. Anyway, I digress. Guys, it's time for the compliment chorus. Errol, you came in 4th place. Let's start with you.
All right, Fish, you've been the back end, and I'm not talking about that kind of back end, but the back
51%
end,
positive.
That's positive.
Just letting you know as you go down the road of the back end.
All right. The backbone of the show, you really all the cartoons and the craziness that you add to the show is fantastic. I lean towards you in so many different ways. Offset, and you've been a big part of some of the success and some of the work that we've done over the past year, and it's given me a chance to just concentrate on the content. And so I appreciate you. And even when you're sick and you're upset and you're angry, I still love you, man. So thank you for all the hard work and dedication of 2025 and 2026. It's going to be a really, really big year for you and for us. So get ready for this drive to the finish line.
All right. That was really sweet. I appreciate that. 3rd place finisher, Tommy Poops.
Fish, my man. I'm glad that I don't remember. This is probably either the second or third time that I remember giving you your compliments, giving you your flowers for being the king in Save Your Tears. But man, congratulations. You know, like Errol said, kind of piggybacking off of that, you know, nobody does what you do. Nobody can bring what you bring to the show. And for that, I appreciate you. Heavily appreciated, of course, everything you do, like Errol said. And, you know, I thought I knew New York Football Giants until I met you. And, you know, you were just one of the biggest Giants fans. And I absolutely love it, of course, being a fellow Giants fan, of course. So, hey, man, congratulations. And to 2026.
Amen. And for our season champion, and Speedy, after this week's episode, we are going to give you, I don't know exactly what it is we're going to give you, Errol, but for the season championship, Speedy has to get something. Maybe we give him an advantage for the playoffs. What we'll do. Maybe it's something where, like, there's a small prize, Speedy, but you get, like, the advantage in the playoffs. So we'll
Tommy
talk about
Poops
that
would
as
give
we get
you,
there.
his
Midget strippers.
Midget strippers.
That
Wow,
is a small
we're gonna go
surprise.
there.
That's a good point.
I am a legend.
I
That's a
remember
good
that.
point,
You win
Jabba.
a playoff, Save Your Tears.
I want to hit it.
Jabba's being literal. Speedy, you're up, my friend.
Yes. First of all, I'm surprised I was that close.
Hold on, sorry, don't get us canceled. Little people strippers. Sorry.
Oh. I'm surprised that.
I think they prefer courtesan, Jabba. Little people courtesans.
Who knows?
Smack my eye.
Right? Who knows?
Go buck. Ass licker.
All right,
Well,
Speedy, just get it over with, man.
Yes. First of all, again, I was going to say I was surprised I was that close. I thought with all the Broncos I picked, I wasn't sure where that game was going, the way it was ugly. But this, you do an amazing job preparing this game. All the prep, all the random combinations that you've come up with to be creative, create some different players that could get in there, and some different scenarios on how to play it. All the trials and tribulations we have to do throughout the year, from Nathan had to figure out which receiver column was right, to all the different positional advantages and scoring. You obviously prepped this one very well, and all the different point totals, all the different players involved. You do a fantastic job with this segment and coming out on top at the end.
I appreciate it, Speedy. We are going to play the Week 18 version of this later on in the show because, again, we only have one show this week. It's just
I love Lisa
one
Ann.
show for Christmas week, one show for New Year's week, but we're going to be back to Monday and Thursday starting next Monday in 2026. Save Your Tears Week 18 later on tonight.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I wanted to get into this specific conversation because I thought it was very well put together. The HBO documentary, Alex versus A-Rod, had 3 episodes detailing some of his highs and lows of his MLB career, particularly with the Yankees episode 1, focusing on him being drafted as an 18-year-old in 1993 by the Seattle Mariners, and record-breaking contract that he signed with the Texas Rangers after one of the hottest starts to a pro career as a baseball player. Episode 2 focuses on him being traded to the Yankees after Aaron Boone suffered a season-ending injury playing basketball, as you can remember, and the dynamic with him and Derek Jeter and his move to third base, because that was very interesting. It also brought up him being linked to PED investigation with the investigation in 2009, stemming from his time in the minor leagues, as well as his 2009 playoff success after struggling in the playoffs with the Yankees his previous 4 times. Episode 3 focused on the second PED investigation he was connected to in 2013, leaving him suspended the entire 2014 season. In a recent interview with The Athletic, A-Rod says he is at peace over likely never making it to the Baseball Hall of Fame. A-Rod finished his career with 3,115 hits, 696 home runs, 2,086 RBIs, and was a 14-time All-Star, 10-time Silver Slugger, and 3-time MVP. This was a very well put together documentary. Now, I'm sure there were things left out. I'm sure of it. And I know Jabba was very close to Alex. He was a part of the 2009 World Series. I'm sure he has his own take to it, and I can't wait to hear it. Alex is a very interesting person. I don't know him personally. I met him one time. I had a 15-minute conversation about football with him, not even baseball. We were talking about college football and NFL quarterbacks. And if you don't know, Alex Rodriguez was a pretty good high school football player. He was a quarterback, could have played college football for Miami, decided to play baseball. Now, if you know about his father, I didn't know much about his father's story. Before this documentary. Now, I know there was a lot of back-end situations on why his father left, but this story really gave you the inside scoop on the reasons why he left. Now, do I believe, and I know a lot of people, Derek Jeter, and a lot of different analysts that were on the show that were close with Alex over the years, Michael Kay, believed that him losing his father at a young age and his wife tried to connect him and his father at one point of his career with his father, I think when he was playing for the Seattle Mariners. It's interesting. And I see why his wife or his ex-wife was trying to do that, Catherine. But I understand why people would bring up his past and try to connect his father's situation to the woes that he had later in his career. I don't blame that on his father's situation. I don't know him personally, but you cannot point your fingers at any of that, but his mistakes and what he decided to do to become the player that he became. Now, I believe Alex Rodriguez would have been one of the greatest players of all time, even without steroids. I really do. I don't know when he started. He says he started in Texas. Who knows if he started in Seattle? We don't know when he actually started doing steroids. What I do know is Alex Rodriguez, his ability on the baseball field, on the diamond, was amazing. This guy, to me, was better than Derek Jeter was as a defensive player at shortstop. He decided to go to the Yankees to play third base because his dream was to play with the New York Yankees. I do believe that. He grew up in New York. His father was a Yankee fan. He was right there right by the Bronx, and his dream was to play for pinstripes. So when the Red Sox and that fell apart, him going to the Yankees when Brian Cashman was at the award show and said, would you play third base? And at that point, he was unsure of it until after the awards or during when they were drinking, he came up and he went to Brian Cashman. He says, are you serious? And Brian said, yeah, maybe. So it's an interesting dynamic that Brian Cashman kind of laid it on a plate and he kind of was drawn to it. The stories behind the stories and Alex talking about the doctor that helped him get through all these trials and tribulations. And that's great. And I'm not trying to clean up what Alex did. And I've said this, Speedy, you know, I've said this many, many times about steroids. Steroids are not, and we've seen players, Cam Caminiti, he did steroids and he went to the World Series. He had one great year. And there are players that did steroids in the minors and never made it to the majors. I don't think steroids would have changed anything except maybe his power numbers in certain aspects. This guy was a sensational player. Lou Piniella came out during this whole documentary, and I love Lou. Lou is one of my favorite coaches, managers. The guy is amazing. And I thought he was the best manager in baseball when he was in Seattle. I really did. Lou said something very interesting about Alex Rodriguez. And he said, listen, I told Alex not to say anything, not to really draw himself out when the first steroid and what was that? The Mitchell report. Lou told him not to go out there and open up and do that media conglomerate bullshit. And it was embarrassing because Alex didn't know what to say. He was lost. He was trying to figure out how to word himself at that. And honestly, you have a PR guy. Why, if you're his PR guy, why are you feeding him to the media? It was terrible. It was really, really bad. And even when he thanked his friends and he thanked the Yankees organization, it still looked bad for him. And then him trying to sue the Yankees was bad. When he went on Mike Francesa's show and tried to lie, that was bad. And he came out. I have to give him a little bit of credit. He did come out. I don't know how honest he was with the documentary. Jabba knows more than I do. But there was some honesty to the conversations that he had, and the way HBO put it. I just think there was some things that he was trying to hide, and he wasn't coming out. How about the threats that he was laying on with the second steroid, the PED situation that he had over there in Miami? He threatened a lot of people, threatened to kill people. He didn't mention any of that, and there were a lot of stories that came out that were pretty much truth to it, and he kind of rolled around that whole part of that story. I just think that there was a lot of things that A-Rod did, but when he came back in 2014 and he came back full force, I think that says a lot about who he is as a player. He wore his heart on his sleeve. You can see that in him. You can see that a lot of the players that played with him loved him because he was more of a person that I think would sit down and have a conversation with you. I don't know Derek personally, except the couple of times that I met him. Derek, I was very surprised, showed up at that documentary and was on that whole documentary, because when we've heard stories about him and Derek Jeter and the backlash of what Alex did to him, said about him, which affected their relationship, the fact that they fixed their relationship and Derek decided to go on a documentary, that to me is amazing out of all the things that I saw in that documentary, because I never would have thought that Derek Jeter would have been on an Alex Rodriguez documentary, sticking up for Alex Rodriguez and trying to pinpoint the reasons why Alex became the person that he was because of his father. To me, Alex is a man. He makes his own decisions. He made the decision to do steroids, and he took that and he ran with it. And he came out and he said, listen, I made that wrong decision, and that's why I'm not in the Hall of Fame. And I'm not going to take away from my great years or even the years that people think that I cheated. I like that Alex was honest about that, but there were things that I didn't like about Alex Rodriguez that questions me as a person, as a father. I think that you can see that he regrets not really spending a lot of time with his kids, and now he's trying to spend more time with his kids. I think there was a lot of things that we saw about him as a person, as a father, and how he wanted to change what his father didn't do for him. He wants to do for his daughters later in their lives and be there for them. I think that was interesting. And even his ex coming out and talking about the fact that he should have been more of a husband to his ex-wife, and baseball was everything to him. It was his life. It was everything. I thought it was just very interesting how he brought his story out and aired out all that stuff that was going on inside and out of his career and layered it all the way through to his final years as a New York Yankee in a pinstripe. And he wanted to be a Yankee. The Yankees, it wasn't Scott it wasn't him during the World Series when Colorado was playing the Red Sox where that was announced. It was Scott Boras that reached out and pushed Alex to agree to opt out of that contract. It wasn't Alex. And Alex came out and said that. And that's why he fired Scott Boras after that, because he was so offset with why Scott wanted to do that during the World Series and make him the storyline while the World Series was going on. Very interesting stuff. I thought it was sensational. Really great. HBO put another documentary so very well put together.
Yeah, we'll get to Jaba's point on the personal level in a bit, obviously being a teammate of his, but it was interesting when I was a kid. Like, it was always one of the ones that, because he was so polarizing, because he was so, like, in the limelight, it was easy to say, oh, you get to take shots at him, and obviously all this whole steroid debate. And again, I was, as a kid, it's like, all right, is he cheating? Is he really not cheating? And then, like, later on, I was maybe not as extreme initially as you were with the, like, everyone should be with the steroids, but, like, I always tended to side with them more if they were always a better player. I always said, like, okay, the steroids might taint him from being considered the greatest baseball player of all time, but it's not going to be something that should tarnish his legacy, because obviously he was a better athlete than Derek Jeter was. He was better defensively at shortstop than Derek Jeter was. And obviously, besides maybe the batting average by a little bit, like, he was a better all-around hitter than Derek Jeter was. So it always kind of stole that limelight too. Now, the steroid stuff, maybe coming out publicly with it, too, might have been interesting, because what I was hearing when the A-Rod scandal came out in 2013, 2014 was he was starting in the minor leagues. And it wasn't just even with the Texas Rangers. Like, when he was playing A-ball, when he was playing coming up before he came up with the Mariners, that's where the 2014 investigation started. So yeah, maybe coming out public with that shouldn't be that. But like you said it before, Errol, and you've said many times in the past, like, the way he's like influenced other players in the Yankees organization, the way he's influenced other people off the field too. Since then, I think has really changed about who he was, and I'm sure like these types of personal things are shown.
And by the way, he is the best baseball analyst in my eyes on that panel for Fox Sports over Derek Jeter and David Ortiz, who you can't even understand. I think he's the best. I love the way he goes into depth, what's going on in the games, and he is such a good baseball knowledgeable person to have a conversation. You can tell that he just loves the game of baseball.
When he was with Pete Rose, before Pete Rose, rest in peace, before he passed, when those two would start talking about hitting, I literally I froze, because I'm like, this is two of the greatest that you've seen do it. Steroids, no steroids, who cares?
Yeah.
You still got to hands, hit the ball. That's what you got to do. And listening to how they made it so simplistic when now everything is so analytical, and just listening to those two when they would sit there and talk, I was mesmerized, just because it's like, as a kid that loves baseball, got the fortunate honor to be able to don a uniform and be able to play with him. To hear how they made it seem so easy and simple, but how hard it is, it boggles my mind. And for me, somebody that stood 60 feet 6 inches, and those guys in the box, and you knew that they were better than you. They knew exactly how you're going to attack them, what you're going to do, what your tendencies are, what you throw in this count, what you throw in this count. And what a lot about it is, and I haven't watched the doc yet, because it's, for me, I'm going to at some point, but for me, I lived it for 7 years, and I got to see it every day. And what people don't know is he recorded the game. He would go home and watch the game. And what a lot of people don't know too, there's a time where I was struggling and they didn't want me to throw a curveball. And Alex was like, "What the hell are you doing, Java? Why?" He goes, "You can throw it for a strike. You can do this. Get him off your slider." So legitimately, I would look at Alex, and Alex would call the game from third base. And the way that he just understood baseball was beyond my imagination. Because, yeah, we all get there, and I was pretty good. I was okay. But compared to him, there's different tiers of getting to the big leagues, right? And there's us that make it, that spend a good amount of time in the big leagues. There's not a lot of us that have spent more than 10 years. I'm fortunate enough to be part of that group. But when you're that good and you know the game that well, it was sometimes scary, because he would just come back and he'd be like, "Hey, remember that 2-1 pitch when you should have went in and you threw it away?" And I'm like, "What?" He's like, "Yeah, this," and it boggled my mind. He was the first person to buy me a suit ever. Never owned a suit, and still have them to this day. They still fit. They're a little big now, actually, so that's kind of nice. But he just, in what people perceived about him, is kind of when we were talking about Scooby, when I asked questions about asking and answering questions the politically correct way, or do you want us to be authentically us? And I think he was such on a different level where we've never obviously had this conversation. We've had plenty of nights together and shared great conversations. He was great to my family. He's great to my son. And so the way people perceive him from the outside perspective, and that's why it's a little bit weird for me to watch this when you actually, and it's still weird for me. It's still weird for me. I sit here as a 40-year-old man and understand what I did was really, really cool. and I got to do something that I absolutely loved. I got to be a kid every day going to work. I got to be a kid because we all dream of it and we don't ever think it's going to happen. And it did. But he took it to like another level. And he was so great to me and my family. But people saw like I think they gravitate more to the negative because you didn't really know a lot of the person that he was and like the work that actually went into it. And steroids or no steroids, you still got to throw it, you still got to hit it, you still got to show up every day, right? And he, for me, was just one person that I was very fortunate, and I played with a lot of Hall of Famers. Alex Rodriguez is Hall of Famer to me. He's a Hall of Famer to me.
Easily.
And it doesn't matter if you have a plaque. I know some people live for that, and that's part of it. But also one thing Mo told me, and we had this conversation, he goes, why don't you get in year one? Your stats don't change. They stay the same.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's never, like his stats will never change. Like we are going to know exactly. He had 3,100 hits. He almost had 700, 14-time All-Star. We know what he was. And I think people's perception, and I think what he did a really good job because he's a very calculated individual in everything that he does. He stays relevant because he knows, and he's a smart man. And you look at all the things that he's done and you look at what he did, and like when he was blasted on the paper, and I was in Toronto when it happened, and the picture was taken. He was staying at a different team hotel, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And everybody was like, oh, he's the most miserable person ever. He has done such a great job of, I guess, building trust. I don't know if there's a better way to say it than that. Because now, like, he's authentically being able to be him. Where sometimes we have to hide that. I've always, wore Muhammad say, through my DUIs, through all the other shit, I messed up. I did it. This is what I did. I was authentically me because that's the way I was raised. And you brought up like things with his dad and all the other stuff, and you said that doesn't do anything. But those things do shape you in a way that you don't really truly understand until you sometimes get older. And I think now he's become in such a position where he's understanding, because I missed 11 years of my son's life. Yes, did he come see me? Yes, did he do those things? But, you know, we're pulled in so many different directions to where now I don't want to miss a damn thing. I could have continued to play, but the look on my son's face, I'll tell you guys all one thing, and I'll get to it later in my segment, but you can always make more money. You can never make more time. And that has hit me so hard in losing my father. Excuse me. But first Christmas that I had my family, and my dad wasn't here. And when you start to realize those things, and it's better late than never. It's better late than never. But you authentically get to be yourself. And he has a platform where now people have thought of him in one way and call him a cheater, do whatever you want to call him. But you're authentically getting to know who he is. And I think we all as individuals, because you see us on a level where you get to see 9 innings and you get to see the stories that are portrayed. But you authentically don't know who truly, genuinely we are. And I think that is such a cool thing when you're able to look yourself in the mirror. And we all know the famous picture of him looking himself in the mirror, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think now he looks himself in the mirror, and I haven't had a conversation with him about it, but he looks in the mirror and he sees the reason probably why it was named that, because he's not A-Rod anymore. And I don't think he's Alex. And I haven't seen the doc, but based upon what you said, talking about being a dad and doing those things, most important thing in my life is being Carter's father. But everybody can be a father. Not everybody can be a dad. And I think he's understanding that, and he's getting the whole realm. And you look back and all the amazing things that you did, and your kids got to be a part of it. And that's one thing that Derek always said, like, my kids will never know how good I was. And he got to share that, but he felt like he was absent at times. And like I said, I need to watch it because it might give me a different perspective too. But speaking from the heart as a dad, I know how hard it is to miss stuff because you're pulled in 17 different directions and you got to strike while the match is hot and you got to do these things. But I think the gist of everything that I'm saying is just the honesty with yourself sometimes is very hard to do. And I'm not just talking about baseball players. I'm talking about us as individuals, as friends, as brothers, as husbands, as everything. It's so hard sometimes to be able to do that. And when you're able just to like let it go and like be who you authentically are, it's such a great feeling. And I hope we all get to do that. I've been able to do it. I've messed up. I have been great. I've been awful. I've been an absent father. But I've learned from it all. And when you authentically be able to look yourself in the mirror and be like, you know what, through all of that, you know what I'm doing? I'm standing on my own 2 feet. And when we all get that reflection, because there's one thing we have to do, we have to look ourselves in the mirror. And am I the person that I really am, or is that the person people see? Then your circle gets really small because there's a lot of people that see you in one light, but don't really know authentically who you are. And when you are that person, your circle gets really small. And for me, it's the understanding based upon what you've said in the documentary and what he's done is like, I hope he's doing that and he feels that. And I know there's some things left out. There's one huge part of what his life involved that wasn't involved. But also too, there are things in our life too where that needs to be for us. That needs to be for us, and that's held. And that is okay. But that's the realization of authentically being yourself is just being able to recognize that and know that there are precious things, good and bad, that need to stay with us. And that's where it stays. But he was great to me. He was great to my family. He was great to my father. And, you know, it's exciting to see when you know somebody and you know people's perceptions of them, because perception always isn't reality. It's not. And now you kind of get to see where we become vulnerable. And you say, because it's not easy. Like, we're men, right? We're men. That's not easy for us to be vulnerable and admit our faults and admit what I was doing. And is there probably bits and pieces left out? Yeah, but you know what? That's okay. But people are seeing authentically who he is. And now they forget all the other things. Like when you lie, you combat it by lying about another lie, and then you don't really know the truth. And it's awesome to see in every context of all of these things when we as men and women, I'm not saying it's just us, but when we authentically know ourselves. And I need to watch it. I really do.
I think you do, because I think you would understand that Alex was really trying to understand who he was, not just as a man and not just as a father, but as a regular person, not just as a baseball player. And I think he got lost through the years, because he said that when I was Alex, everybody can understand me, and everybody liked me. And when I was A-Rod, I was I thought of myself as somebody bigger than everybody else, and that I didn't care about what people were saying about me as long as I was out there doing my thing and showing off and being I guess the narcissist that he was, and he admitted it. I was a narcissist. I loved myself so much I could care less about everybody else around me, and he admitted it. He admitted it, and that's why it was Alex versus A-Rod. He says, when I was Alex, I was easygoing, fun, energetic, easy to talk to, and when I was A-Rod, I would tell you to go F yourself, and I could care less.
And that was one thing for me because I was a fat kid from the north side of Lincoln. My mom, she succumbed to addiction and whatever, and I grew up with that. My dad was in the prison for 30 years, and I didn't grow up in the best part. And so I didn't care who you were. Like, yeah, I watched you growing up, but like at the end of the day, I put my drawers on the same way you do. I wipe my ass the same way you do.
Do you?
Like, we do the same stuff. And so I never cared. Like, I didn't. Like, it was harder for me going into AA and AAA because, everybody had this. And then I got to the big leagues and I'm like, well, damn, I got here. I'm the same as y'all. Like, we do the same thing. We shower, we do all this stuff. So it's really cool to hear from a different perspective of somebody from the outside looking in and hearing that's what you took from it, because everybody's going to take a little bit, bits and pieces from it where it's like, oh, maybe he wasn't a dick. Maybe he wasn't.
Just so you know, Jabba, I loved Alex Rodriguez.
Yeah,
I loved him. I everybody would pick on him and boo him. I rooted for him. I loved him. And I wasn't a Derek Jeter fan. My friend has Derek Jeter pictures all over his house. And I'm like, yeah, where's Alex Rodriguez? I can't stand him. I said, you can't stand Alex.
Errol, I was the same way. I loved A-Rod. I was one of his last supporters going to the stadium, rooting for him when everyone was booing that last year and a half, Jabba. The whole stadium booed him mercilessly, it felt like, because he was suing the team by the end. When he sued the team, that's when he lost me. I just didn't understand what the heck he was doing at that point. I think he didn't
know what he was doing.
I think that's the point, right? Like, he was just such a narcissist. Like, he just had to win this argument or whatever the heck it was, however he could. I don't know. It was stupid, but he helped the Yankees win that championship.
Yeah,
he played really well in that series. He was an MVP. He was a great player, man.
Fantastic. I don't think there's anybody that can take that away from him. And you want to ask me who are the top 5 players of all time? Alex is definitely on my top 5. I don't think anybody can argue that when you look at those numbers and how sensational.
All time? Like, you're talking like Babe Ruth and like Ty Cobb.
All time. You look at those numbers, all time, 100%.
You bring up Ty Cobb. Ty Cobb was one of those miserable human beings on the planet.
They say he was like, they think he murdered a couple of people.
Yeah.
Like, there's stories about Ty Cobb. There was a bad movie about Ty Cobb back in the day. I don't think they've ever done it real justice how miserable of a human Ty Cobb might have been.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like, stories that you hear, and it's just like, what do we talk about too? Like, it's numbers, right? They don't lie. Like, they're legitimately like, I don't care if you're playing T-ball. If you get 3,100 hits, that's pretty damn good.
But the thing about numbers is you could spin them however you want to spin them. And when it gets to like these Hall of Fame people, they're going to have their narratives, as you know. And the narrative for A-Rod is going to be, he's a bad guy who disgraced the game. And it doesn't matter what his numbers are until the day people are just like, what are we doing not putting this guy in? He always should have been in.
That's what I hate. Exactly what happened to Pete Rose. Like,
similar.
Pete Rose, like, he got his due before he could get his due, right? He passed and got his due. Like, give it where it needs to be when it needs to happen. Like, I bring it up again, and I'm just like, your numbers don't change. You become eligible for the Hall of Fame.
Mm-hmm.
Your number, it's not like they went down. It's not like we're seeing Phillip Rivers where his clock starts over again. Like, these dudes' numbers don't change, man. And it's like, so you're going to vote for me one year because then the human element comes in where, oh, I like this guy better, or he shunned me in an interview one time, so I'm not going to Ichiro, great example. Derek, great example. The dude that left Derek off was like, I thought he was already in the Hall of Fame. Why would I vote for him?
Yeah, I don't know about any of that. I personally just know that when I watched A-Rod play his entire career, he was the guy that every team had to worry about in the lineup for wherever he was. And he was surrounded when he first started by Ken Griffey Jr. Then he moved around to that stacked Texas team with, Palmeiro, Pudge Rodriguez, Juan Gonzalez. People forget about Juan Gonzalez.
He had 130. He had 130 stakes at the break.
I want to say something. Also, in 2009, I don't think people and they came into this documentary. Alex Rodriguez was coming off his hip surgery. The Yankees were really, really bad, and the Yankees, Hal Steinbrenner rushed him back, and the Yankees won 70% of their games when he came back, and he wasn't even 100% healthy yet, and they rushed him back because the Yankees were playing so bad. It's crazy, and the numbers he was putting up, I don't even know if we'll ever see anything like that again. So I just think I understand why people don't like him, but you can't take away greatness. Greatness is greatness, and Alex Rodriguez was great. And I don't understand why these writers don't understand why he did it. I understand why he did it. I think Alex understands why he did it. I don't understand why anybody would even leave this man out of the Hall of Fame when he has proven time and time again that we might never see a player of this magnitude. And yes, I absolutely believe Alex Rodriguez is a top 5 player of all time. You can book that. When you look and compare his numbers, this guy was the best shortstop as a third baseman in all of the league. The best. It's not even close. So for him to go to third base the way he did when he was by far, he was the best infielder in baseball, and he went to third base, never even playing the position. I think it's incredible. It's an incredible feat when you're playing 10 years of your career as in one of the hardest positions on diamond, and then move to third base because you have another Hall of Famer who, by the way, was at one point your best friend, and you moved to third base because you wanted to do it for the better of the team. That to me says what Alex Rodriguez was. So that's just my opinion, and we got to move on. But it was a great documentary, and I got to give an A+ to HBO. I thought they were sensational. It really was great. And good job for Alex to open up like that and not be afraid to be himself. And I think that's what he did. He really came out and was himself. But the things that I thought he was as a person and the things that I now think of him as a person changes my mind, or should change a writer's mind, on why he should be in the Hall of Fame. That's just my opinion. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have to get into our end of the year awards. And I wanted to get into this because the NFL is over now. I mean, we have one more week, and there's a lot of awards, funny awards I got to give to some of these players. And I told the guys, come up with funny awards. Give me something that can make people laugh.
Can we mention Nithin's request?
Yes, go ahead.
These are called the Mouthies, all right? As you can see, the trophy for the Mouthie is a golden Nithin. It is absolutely the trophy for it. Only one thing could be the camo and blue blazer Nithin emblazoned in gold trim as the championship. I should have put the leash in there. Next year, we'll get like an action figure where the leash is retractable for Nithin. But I mean, what a beautiful end of the year celebration, Errol Marks. We have the Mouthies here. Everyone's got a few. I only have one myself. But Errol, why don't you tell us, who you want to go, in whatever order, and then we'll just lay out some of our awards.
All right, so we'll go around in a circle. I've got a couple of them. So my number one award, I'm going to recap the ugliest draft pick of the year.
Why did I know this? Why did I know this was going to happen?
And that goes to no other than the fifth. Well, went from 5 to number 2 in a blink of an eye, and that is Travis the Gremlin Hunter, who practically played I think he played 10 games this year, was absolutely humiliating. And by the way, after he was out for the season, they started to win. So what? I mean, seriously, think about it. They weren't even going to make the playoffs, and they went from one of the worst teams in the AFC to one of the best. I honestly, I would say the ugliest draft pick of the year would go to Travis the Gremlin Hunter, who had 1 touchdown and I think he hit 200 yards. It was horrible in 10
barely,
games.
yeah.
It was 10 games.
Like
it was horrible.
26 yards or something.
So my number 1 award for the year would go to the ugliest draft pick of the year, and that's Travis the Gremlin Hunter.
Oh, what a great award. Travis is not here to accept it tonight, Errol, mainly because I think he probably would hate your guts if you ever met him.
He probably does. I did meet him.
We will send him the golden Nithin in the mail for sure.
I think he'll throw it out. I don't think he wants to look at that blue blazer.
All right, so I'll continue with a common thing that's said on this show. And my first award is going to be the LJA Script Writing Award. Which one of LeBron James's minions, as he likes to call them, will get the award this year? And for the winner that I'm going to give it to, it's a tough competition. You have Adam Silver, you have Bronny James. You can give it to them, but I'm going to give it to Dave.
Well, hold on 1 second. We're going football here. We're not going.
Oh, these are all football?
No, it could be anything. No, Errol, anything. It's 2025.
It's the end of the football season. All right.
It's the end of the year.
You're going to hear the LJ Script Writing
All right,
Award.
go ahead. Give it to me.
The LJ Script Writing Award goes to Damon Jones for his manipulation of himself in the entire NBA betting scandal, connected with everybody, connected with LeBron, and claiming he wasn't connected with LeBron, claiming nobody else knew if LeBron was involved with it, really. So there could have been a lot of options. Bronny, Adam Silver, all the manipulation with the NBA draft, but nope. I'm going to give it to Damon Jones.
Wow, first blocks a punt and runs it in for he blocks a kick and runs it in for a touchdown.
Incredible. They're coming back, aren't they? That's crazy. Bijan's having like the legendary night. And speaking of that, I've got the legendary award that I'm going to name for the man who legendarily sat in his 2 legendary suite for 5 rounds in the NFL draft this year when he thought he was going 1st or 2nd overall. Yes, the legendary award for 2025 can only go to Shedeur Sanders. If you remember, during draft night, he had that done-up room with his 2 legendary brand for what I guess that's making him probably all of the money because he's not making a ton in the NFL. He's playing, I would say, mediocre at best is to be kind to how he's played this year. They did get a win on kind of like the touchdown pass. He kind of just threw it up and the defender didn't make a really good play. I wouldn't really give him too much credit on that one either. But you know what? They got the win. Shedeur is a legend. Legendary award. Shedeur Sanders.
And I'm going on Errol's. This is the deferred award. And the deferred award goes to all other 29 teams other than the Dodgers. Because as our subsequent co-host and the mouth himself started referring to them as the DD, why didn't everybody else do it? So that's why they get the deferred mouthy award for not doing what the Dodgers did, because they won 2 years in a row.
Interesting. You have anything?
Back to you. Tommy, you got anything?
Well, can say it's going to be a little more on football, but one that I actually had off the top of my mind was going to be awarded to the best game of the year. So now I'm going to have to, it's going to be somewhat of a co-winner because I can't choose between these two, but I'm going to have to go with the first Sunday night football game between the Bills and Ravens, an absolute amazing shootout. And then just a week ago or two with the Seahawks and the Rams, those 2 games, absolute shootouts. Like I said, we started off with a Ravens and Bills game. That game was absolutely phenomenal. Ravens, Derrick Henry accidentally put it on the floor, gave it up for the Ravens, and the Bills absolutely won that shootout. absolutely climbing back. And another game where they're climbing back was the Seattle Seahawks, just like we mentioned the last couple of weeks. Right now, looking and poised to be number 1 seed right now in the NFC, and that really was because they actually had that very, very impressive win coming back the way they did against Sean McVay and those Rams with Matthew Stafford leading the MVP. Amazing game, absolutely amazing game. One of the best Thursday night games I've ever seen. So it's going to be a co-winner. It's going to be a co-winner between Thursday night Seahawks and Rams and Bills and Ravens for best football game of the year.
All right. My next award goes to my Fool's Gold Team of the Year. And my Fool's Gold Team of the Year goes to the New England Patriots, who has had a sensational year, won 10 games in a row, and they're in one of the easiest divisions in all of football because you got to play you got to play all these garbage teams. And Miami actually picked up and actually played a little bit better at the end of the season, but they've been so bad all season long. And the way their schedule was set up, before the season started, they had the 3rd easiest schedule in NFL history. Now, you got to play what's on your schedule, but everybody talking about Drake May, and Drake May might win the MVP because of this bad game by Matthew Stafford. Nevertheless, I think it was fool's gold because this team is going to get into the playoffs, and I wouldn't even be surprised if they get knocked out in the first. Well, they get the bye week if they get the number 1 seed. So, and right now the Broncos have the number 1 seed. So, all right, they're not going to get the bye week, but nevertheless, it's my fool's goal. My fool's goal award goes to the New England Patriots because I really think they're not that good. So,
all right, so I'm going to go to the mouthful that didn't perform, the mouthful collapse of the New York Mets, winning the worst choke job of the year with all the talking, all the mouths that were hyping up this New York Mets team at the beginning of the year.
All the Met fans.
Yeah, and obviously the big prize in Juan Soto. There was a carryover from the miracle comeback they had to make the playoffs the year before. They beat the Phillies, which again we took all Mets fans are going to take to that, but then they do the exact opposite in 2025 with higher expectations. Probably the worst single trade deadline you could imagine with getting all those relievers and Cedric Mullins that didn't pan out. And what do? They fall apart in historic fashion. All mouth, no performance.
Oh, that sounds like one of my dates in college.
Oh, no.
I don't even want to know why you gave her that.
I don't know if you can call those dates, but
yeah, true.
As soon as I tell you the name of the award, Errol's going to know exactly who this is for. This is the Bag of Donuts Award for 2025's worst football executive of the year. And it can only go to one man. Yes, Joey Bag of Donuts himself, Joe Shane. What a remarkable offseason once again. If you remember correctly, it was still in the year 2025 where Saquon Barkley, who Joe Shane thought that, we could replace him with Devin Singletary and John Runyon will block better. So we'll just get those 2 guys for the price of Saquon Barkley. Let him go to the Eagles. Sure enough, 2024, he puts up 2,000 yards rushing. 2025, he becomes Super Bowl champion. And what do we follow up that disaster with in the offseason? A bunch of garbage. Best retained free agent in this past season, Joe Shane? Looks like you got Paulson Adebo, who has been below average at corner and hurt, as he was previously where they had him in New Orleans. The other guys that they retained, Greg Van Roten. What a great guard to spend your money on. Jets legend. They played him all year because literally Evan Neal was worse, which is hard to believe, but I guess he was worse. Javon Holland, spent a lot of money on Javon Holland. He isn't good at football. We have Roy Robertson Harris. That actually was a pretty good move. He's been pretty good at defensive tackle. Obviously, the draft pick of Dart, kind of get lucked into that, say that he did a good job with Dart. I'll give him the one thing. And one thing is all you need to get the Bag of Donuts Award, Joey. You get to keep your job for some reason until further notice because you made one good choice of getting Jackson Dart. Although we all know that was Daboll's pick. Joey Bag of Donuts.
Interesting.
Mine's more of a when I was going through this, and I knew it was kind of NFL focused, but I was like, if we're gonna go off the rails a little bit, and I wrote down a bunch of ideas, and I was like, you know what? One mine is first of all being so grateful and honored to be with you guys every week, but mine's gonna be the popcorn award.
Nice.
Mine is going to be the popcorn award for two of our very, very important people that make me so happy when they start going back and forth. I don't care if it's fantasy football, if it's Giants and Jets. I don't care. I get so excited to wait for Speedy to send me a message. Where's your popcorn? The popcorn doesn't leave. We've got a new shipment in that I'm going to ship to all you guys, and I'm going to need all your addresses. But the popcorn award goes to none other than our executive producer, Aaron Fishman, and Mr. Errol Marks.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
I was gonna have some new popcorn intros coming in for 2026.
Better believe it. Hey, I'm working right now.
All right, so we got to move the segment along quicker. Errol, let's. I'm only going to do one more. If you have a few more, you can go for them. But
I've got two more, but I'll let you go, and then I'll give you my two.
I'm done. You guys go for it.
I have one more too. I want to share.
I'll do one more.
All right, go ahead, Tommy.
All right, yeah, mine is kind of quick, but I'm gonna go with the best touchdown celebration. I don't know if you guys saw this the other day, but Jede Walker from the Bears the other day caught a touchdown, and I thought this was kind of neat. He did this little.
And Nathan
Juby
has
slide.
one too, by the way.
Oh, does he? Okay, cool. So we'll go with Nathan afterwards. But he did this kind of Juby slide after scoring a touchdown. I don't even know how he did it. It looks like he's actually gliding. So I thought that was kind of neat. You know, the Bears are going to be moving on into the postseason. Let's look at that one more time. But yeah, the Bears are going to be moving on into the postseason, playing absolutely amazing football, amazingly coached, amazingly quarterback team, and amazingly stylish with the touchdown celebration. So yeah, best touchdown celebration got to go to Jede Walker on the Bears.
Nith, I know you got bad breath, but you can unmute yourself.
Oh, you guys don't. I don't have one. You guys go ahead.
Oh, you don't have one? Okay.
Then why did you ask to come on?
I didn't ask you to come on.
Oh, no, all right. Stop. All right, let's go.
Goodbye,
on to the
Nathan.
next. On to the next.
All right. Is that back to Speedy?
All right, yeah, I'll finish it off. You mentioned worst executive in the NFL, but I don't think anyone had a worse year. So this goes to the Why Did He Ever Have a Job award, and that one goes to Nico Harrison. I mean, he started off the year badly, he finished off the year badly, tried to justify his plan that he claimed he had. After a pretty good 2024, getting those trade deadline moves to help the Mavericks get into the NBA Finals, his 2025 couldn't have gone further worse. He just said, all right, I'm going to throw out there a trade to trade the second best player or the best player in the NBA for Anthony Davis, and he gets hurt the first week, and then he tries to justify it, and then he gets a gifted Cooper flag. Yay. That one you could probably follow up as another one that we could have done with the great Chuck Klosterman that had that take, but nevertheless, they got gifted Cooper flag, and then all of a sudden he's trying to say, oh, I'm going to justify for it. Then he gets fired out, and yeah, maybe probably 6 months too late. So, Executive of the Year, why did he ever job? Nico Harrison gets my last award.
How's it going?
I guess that Cooper flag pick was so easy, even Nico Harrison couldn't screw that one up.
Apparently. If he stayed there, he could have traded him after 2 years out of nowhere.
That's true, because he likes to drink light beer after games. I'm not going to give the Thumbelina Award out to Josh Hart right now, but I do have the Mizuhara's Revenge Award. That has to be given out. You already mentioned one of the gamblers, Speedy. I'm going to go to the other guy, the guy who took 6 baseballs and dirted them 6 times in a row when he is notoriously one of the best control relief pitchers in the game, one of the best pitchers in the game, Emmanuel Clase, the former Cleveland Guardians pitcher who is probably never going to be allowed to pitch ever again. You get this award, sir, because you ain't getting anything else other than jail time after what you've done in this situation. Unbelievable. Apparently only did it, as Java put in our chat, for $15,000. I really hope there's more to the story than that, because that's out of control stupid. And there has to be more. But because of the story as we know it, Mizuhara's revenge, the award goes to Emmanuel Classe. And just like School on Sunday, the Classe has no class.
All right, I got 2 awards, ladies and gentlemen. I've got the Willie Whoppers meeting. Willie Whoppers. Of course. The Willie Whoppers Award. I'm going to do a whopping on this guy. It goes to executive of the Cincinnati Bengals, Duke Tobin. However way you want to pronounce his name, and just the mockery of this organization in the offseason. Not really leaving Trey Hendrickson to hang until the end of the offseason, not giving him a chance to really work out and train with the team. And then you go into a season where you drafted a defensive lineman that barely even played. Some people even says shouldn't have been a first-round draft pick. And now you're wondering what's going on with Joe Burrow. Does Joe Burrow even want to be there anymore? I mean, everything in Cincinnati is falling apart. And who are we going to blame? We're going to blame the coach or the guy running the show? My Willie Whopper of the year, and I'm doing a whopping on him, is for Duke Tobin, who is an absolute joke. Stupid, dumb, ridiculous. That's perfect. And my final award goes to, and I'm going to find this over here because I'm going to give it to him.
You wanted to jerk me off?
Well, the Jerk Me Off Award. And I will say this. I'm not jerking this guy off, but somebody's going to be jerking him off one way or another. And that goes to Victor Wembanyama, who has just bursted off the scene. And I'm not a big Wembanyama fan, but I got to give him a little bit of credit. The guy plays 25 minutes a night, and he's putting up the numbers that he's putting up. It's pretty damn amazing. And somebody might be jerking him off. You're going to have to probably climb the ladder or bring a ladder out to get a hold of that thing, or if it hangs to the ground. But what he has done so far early in the season has been pretty amazing. 25 minutes, he's putting up ridiculous numbers. I mean, Michael Jordan-esque, no, but this guy is showing me off on some of the takes that I've had against him over the last couple of years. So I will give him the Jerk Me Off Award. So there you go. Victor Wembanyama.
Hey, great way to finish us off.
That's all right. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go to our Sports Minute. We got a lot more to go.
This is the Jabba and the Mouth Sports Minute.
All right, guys. Aaron Fishman here with your Sportsman. I got a couple of stories before we get into the scores this evening. According to CNN, former two-time unified heavyweight boxing champion Anthony Joshua was hospitalized in Nigeria after being involved in a fatal car crash that claimed 2 lives of friends of his. Apparently, the car Joshua was traveling in lost control and struck a parked truck, leading to the injuries and fatalities. Apparently, Joshua is doing well and suffered only minor bruises. He was visiting his ancestral home after defeating YouTube sensation Jake Paul in a 6th-round knockout a couple of weeks ago that broke Paul's jaw in 2 places. Hopefully this incident doesn't prevent a possible matchup between Joshua and the currently retired Tyson Fury, something that boxing fans, especially British boxing fans, have been hoping for some time. But obviously thoughts with Joshua and his fans, family, and his friends and their families in this horrible incident. In a class action lawsuit against the NCAA, the lawyer representing Heisman runner-up Diego Pavia and 26 other players made a fascinating legal move in an attempt to get Pavia and the others more years of eligibility in the NCAA, which has become far more lucrative during this new NIL era. Citing a recent NCAA decision in basketball, which allowed Baylor to add James Nanji after playing 4 years professionally in Europe and being drafted and traded multiple times, despite never coming to the league. Because of the NCAA allowing this, which Baylor has taken a lot of heat for, the lawyer is arguing players like Pavia should have more eligibility as the old rules seem to be outdated. With questions about the ethics of these moves, Nanji will be 25 before he runs out of eligibility. The NCAA is sure to have a tough one on their hands with players seeking 6th and possibly 7th years of eligibility like football Van Wilders all across America. Speaking of football, it is the fourth quarter, 9 minutes remaining. The Falcons have a 24-17 lead on the Rams. In basketball, the Knicks finished off the Pelicans, coming back 130-125. Other finals, the Bucks defeated the Hornets 123-113, Suns 115, Wizards 101, Warriors 120, Nets 107, Heat 147, Nuggets 123. Jokic went down with a knee injury in that one. Raptors 107, Magic 106, Timberwolves 136, Bulls 101, Rockets 126, Pacers 119, Thunder 140, Hawks 129, Cavs 113-101 for the Spurs. And one game still to come tonight. The Mavericks are in Portland to face the Trailblazers. In hockey, it is final in Carolina. The Rangers fell in overtime to the Hurricanes 3-2. In the second period, about less than a minute left, the Avalanche have a 3-1 lead on the Kings. It's tied at 2 between the Predators and Mammoth with 3:36 left in the second. 4 minutes in the second, it's 1-1 Bruins and Flames. 2-0 Wild over the Golden Knights, 2 minutes left in the first. 3.5 left in the first, 1-1 Sharks and Ducks. It's 1-0 Kraken over the Canucks, 4:45 left in the first over there in Seattle. Finishing earlier tonight, the Panthers beat the Capitals 5-3. Blue Jackets 4, Senators 1, Oilers 3, Jets 1, and Sabres 4, Blues 2. Guys, we are streaming live on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube on our Job in the Mouth handle, on Facebook under the Worldwide Sports Radio Network handle, and on Twitter under our host handle at ErrolMarks34. Keep downloading on Apple Podcasts and watch us both there and on Spotify. Now in video. Make sure you like and subscribe all our shorts, reels, TikToks, and longer videos you see from us throughout the week. Now back to Errol, Jabba, and Speedy for our next segment on Jabba and the Mouth.
Any questions?
What is this? We're back. This is the Jabba and the Mouth Show.
So like little Beyonce, little Jay-Z. 631-672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to the final show of the year of Jabba in the Mouth. My name is Errol Marks, my co-host, Mr. Flamethrower, Jabba Chamberlain, and Speedy Petey, executive producer. You heard him, Aaron Fishman. On the board, Mr. Tommy Poops. Outside looking in, Mr. NR Hour himself, Nith. And he's, hopefully not laying a you-know-what. He might be. I don't know. He might be jerking somebody off. Anyways, I love you, Nith. Remember, you can go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Jabba in the Mouth, every single Mondays and Thursdays now at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. I want to say something, and I want to get into the Jabba rules in just 1 second. I want to say something for all the fans out there that have been in tuned with all the craziness on this show. The reason why we are the way we are is we want people to understand that we're normal guys. Normal guys sitting around in a round table, having a conversation and giving you our takes in sports. Problem is with this media in this world, I think about it all the time because it became more political. And this is not something that you need to get into politics with. You give your take, you have a little fun with it, you add a spin to it, you have fun with it. I think it's become political and politically sound. A lot of people have lost their jobs in this industry, and a lot of people aren't getting opportunities in this industry because there's too many politics in it. And we're going into 2026. For all the executives, media people, conglomerates, people that listen and tune in, and if you're a director in production in this business, you have to understand that this business is wide open and there's so much talent out there. You got to give the opportunity for people to be heard. And if you don't, well, just look at us. Look at where we're ranked. We were ranked at one point this week at 117. And we're not on a major network. We're not getting the support, The marketing comes from pockets, and so just think about that and where the industry is going, and stop being caught into this garbage that you're putting out there because they have a following or they have something out there that you think they're selling, and you're paying these guys and you're taking away jobs from people that are supporting families that need the money and are open to doing whatever it takes to keep their job. So I was thinking about that. I wanted to give that and my take to 2026, and that was really my take to it. And I hope everybody that is listening and that understands me and understands the way this industry is, that there's so much talent out there. We're one of them, and we're coming. And you can either stand there and give us an opportunity or get the hell out of the way, because we're going to run right through you. So, and that's all I'm going to say. All right. We call this Drop of Rules.
Jabba Rules.
All right, Jobby. What do we got tonight?
Well, that was a good segue. We end the year and we all make New Year's resolutions, right? And one rules that I live by every day, and I challenge every single one of you listening. I challenge every single one of you that has become part of my family to tell everybody you love them every day. And we know it's simple. We know it's easy, and as much as sometimes our family pisses us off or makes us mad, time is precious. And I need to do a better job of it. I know I need to. And it's one thing when you talk about rules and you talk about certain things, and that is a rule that is going to be on my mirror every morning when I look myself in the mirror, is make sure you tell the ones around you you love them every day, because you don't know when things are going to change and you're not going to have that opportunity. And so from my heart to every single one of you guys, I love you, I appreciate you, and I thank you. And make sure that you do the same to yours and your family.
All right.
Goody has no Woody.
As we all know. But I agree with you. By the way, he's at Raw right now, wherever he is. It seems like he's somewhere in Tampa, Orlando, but he's at a wrestling event. So he's looking like he's having fun. But we really appreciate him popping in and wanting to hear our A-Rod take, because he was waiting for that. So.
Good. He's ready to submit some of his conspiracy theories for the Jumbotron.
I'm sure. Anyways, our next segment is NBA Roundtable. Bing, 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 bing.
I have no Woody.
All right, guys, here we are, the NBA Roundtable. You hear the music. We're going to go through some quick NBA stories, catching us up around midseason. I don't know if you caught it. It was a game a few days ago. Nikola Jokic put up a ridiculous 56, 16, and 15 in an overtime win against Minnesota. Anthony Edwards had 44 points and was ejected in overtime, arguing with officials. It did not matter. They did make a comeback. Jokic just dominated the extra frame. Just unbelievable. Guys, right now, this year, Jokic, and let's get that music a little bit lower. The Jokic, guys, is, and I had the stats up a second ago. Here they are. 29.9 points per game, 12.4 rebounds per game, 11.1 assists per game. That's better rebounds per game than Karl Malone's career best, better assists per game than Jason Kidd's career best, and 0.1 away from 30 points per game. I think maybe he's the MVP. What do you think?
He was the MVP last year. Listen, I'm not going to take shots at Alexander. I like him. But Joker, if there's anybody, everybody wants to see who the next Michael Jordan is. LeBron thinks he's better than Michael Jordan. The way this trajectory is going, and if he plays like this for another 5 to 7 years, he doesn't need to win 6 titles. If this man wins 3 titles and he's putting up these numbers, I wouldn't say he's Michael Jordan, But I would think that he's the second greatest basketball player of all time. I don't think there's any comparable player I can remember that I could say that I can compare him to. I mean, the guy, just like Michael Jordan, Kobe is you're trying to compare him. People are going to want to try to be the next Jokic, and there'll be somebody coming up or growing into their body wanting to be the next Joker, just like everybody wanted to be the next Michael Jordan. So I think this is unbelievable. MVP, he should have been the MVP last year. He should be, just like Michael Jordan, should be the MVP every single year, 10 years in a row, just like LeBron James in a time span where he should have been 8 times in a row the MVP.
Yeah, I was going to say LeBron is the comparison here because I think you look at the efficiency rankings he's had throughout his career, but these are Jokic, isn't it? What he's done this decade, especially, is efficiency rankings we've never seen before. And we talk about like people were running to shoot the three for Steph Curry. Well, big men are going to have to learn how to pass and learn how to space the floor because of this guy, because he's changed the game like as a 4 or 5 that can just make point guard like passes. And you talk about it on the phone with me yesterday, Errol. We've never seen a player like him. Like, yeah, he might not be the most amazing defender, but he's still a high effort, good defender. And his vision on the court and his ability to just shoot and pass the ball from anywhere is something we've never seen before. And he could definitely go down as one of the top 5 players ever if he stays healthy.
I think too, like, you guys go analytical and efficiency and all the other stuff. He makes us slow fat kids feel like we can be special. Like when you watch it, and it's quiet, like, because it's not flashy. You don't see like the 360s and all this craziness and whatever. Like
Jeff called him the greatest dad bod in sports.
Oh, 100%. Love him. I love everything about it. And I think for me, it's just when you're so gifted and so talented, it's like we look at great passers as, John Stockton. You brought up Karl Malone in that context. But he had to receive a pass from somebody. But this dude does it all. Like it's so fun to see because it really is kind of boring. But I'm like, damn, that's me in pickup ball at the Y. Not nearly as good, but I'm like, that's what I feel like. That, and I can relate. That's my dude. And he goes about his business and doesn't, like, realistically, I know he cares because he's uber talented, but I don't think he genuinely cares because that's why he's so good. Because he knows he is, but he gives us all, like, sports fans and, like, oh, he doesn't look like that. Like, yeah, he's tall, right? We see a lot of tall people. But you see him and you're like, oh, this dude is an MVP, one of the best players in the world. And you're like, I got a chance. I got a chance.
Yeah, let's hope that he's not hurt too bad. He went down with a knee tonight. Just went in the first half. I don't think he came back. So we'll see how that goes. The next story we have, because the West is loaded, we have to talk about the San Antonio Spurs and the Oklahoma City Thunder, because Oklahoma City only has 5 losses on the entire season. They're killing everyone in the league except for San Antonio, who they have lost all 3 games to, including the semifinals of the NBA Cup when Wemby came back from the calf injury that he missed a month with, and he only played like 22 minutes. I think he had 21 points in 22 minutes. But it wasn't just Wemby. They are loaded up and down that roster. Dylan Harper, I mean, it's going to be hard to beat him, I think. In any other year that Cooper Flagg is not a rookie, he would be a Rookie of the Year, and I think he would have been first pick in many other drafts as well. He's playing like it. This is a pretty good year to get second pick. Dylan Harper is really good. And Castle was Rookie of the Year last year, and he's been excellent. The story, again, in these games against Oklahoma City, Errol, Spurs defense. And it shouldn't surprise you. OKC's a jump shooting team. What beats jump shooting teams? Getting in those guys' faces and not letting them be able to shoot at that percentage. They're shooting less than 40% against the Spurs in their 3 losses this year.
I'm going to be very quick on this. It's the regular season. Wait until the playoffs come around before we can even go back and forth. I don't care if they're 3-0. There could be 4-0. Playoffs are different. Playoff basketball is different. And this team has been there, and this team has done it. So I don't care. Doesn't really matter. It's amazing Good for them. The Knicks beat them for the cup, so it doesn't really matter. I don't care.
Yeah, I'm going to say, it's still a young coach, and that's going to have to make that adjustment in the playoffs if OKC counters back with using their size. Because, yeah, they're a jump shooting team, Fish, but they still have good big men that can do a lot of different things, too. So that'll be up to them to make the adjustment in the playoffs, because you can only game plan the same way and don't go so far.
Yeah, no, I think Wemby just playing 25 minutes or whatever. But Errol, you brought up something, and we'll move on after this. But I had a buddy who played at Nebraska, then he went to Delaware, but he played in the Big 12, like with Durant, when Blake Griffin and all those guys. He goes, in the regular season, and I'm just trying to give perspective exactly what Errol said, talking about regular season versus playoffs. He goes, in the regular season, he's 6'9" with a 38-inch vertical. Like, the dude was a great player. He goes, in the regular season, I could do something. He goes, in the playoffs, I don't stand a chance. And it's different. So, like you said, once he gets to the playoffs, see what happens.
All right. I think it's real interesting to see what can possibly beat this OKC team. And I guess you need a 7'5" center that can also dribble between his legs and shoot threes and do everything.
You think he has a huge wrench?
I don't know if I want to have this conversation. I'm trying to get a job as a full-time teacher.
Why, Jabba? Do you want him?
You want to jerk me off?
Do you want to jerk him off?
No, I don't want to, but it's like, you're 7'5", you got to have a huge wrench. You can't have a small one.
I would imagine he's proportionate for his size, and he would have to be dating some taller women.
Politically
all right.
correct. Great job.
For anatomically correct stuff here. All right, the next one I want to talk about is another West team, because we've talked about the Nuggets a little bit with Jokic. We've talked now about the top two teams, the Spurs and the Thunder. Spurs actually lost tonight. Thunder won. But the Rockets are real interesting. They're sitting there at 19-10, just like a bunch of other teams, right in the mix with the Lakers. But this team is new. This team has Kevin Durant on it now for the first year. He's the veteran presence that they needed. Alperen Sengun is a star at center. Jabari Smith Jr. is an excellent player. Amen Thompson is like the young version of OG Anunoby with maybe more offense. This is a pretty loaded, and your boy Reed Shepherd from Kentucky is coming to his own. He bounced. They've had to send him down, I believe, to the G League, Speedy, and he came back with a vengeance. He is killing it this year. He's what they were hoping he would be. That's a good team, and that's a loaded West. But Durant's not getting any younger. They're trying to win now. They may still want to try to add a piece if they are going to go for it in this loaded Western Conference, don't you think?
I think the Rockets are going to be very, very good. I know Jamie Lee is a big fan of the Houston Rockets. I like Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant has to stay healthy. That's really the secret. And the guy that you have to watch, I'm telling you, out of all these guys, Seguin he's a good player. Thompson, that kid could be a game changer. I watched him and his brother develop, and there was a lot of question who was the better Thompson. This kid is the better Thompson, and this guy is slowly but surely developing into the star. And they got a great coach as long as he keeps his hands to himself. So, we knew this was going to happen. I don't think there's any questions that they were missing that superstar leader, and they got in Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant has to stay healthy, and he needs to show up in the playoffs. That's it.
Yeah, Shepherd is a big difference. You mentioned Fish. Tari Eason, who I think Jarrett mentioned last week or something like that, has been a good factor to them, too. I'm curious if they do make a move, too, because Thunder has that top 10 pick looming, and they have a lot of other picks that can make something work to get a second star to go on with Sengun and Thompson.
I like it.
You're muted, Jabba.
Woo!
Oh, there we go. Oh, my bad. I don't even know why that clicked.
I
think you're 100% right, where it's winning breeds confidence, winning brings character, winning brings an attitude, and getting that guy, I think it's going to help those younger guys and know and how he's won and been around great players, and how he now is the old head where he can, kind of build and shape and have that mentality that's going to wear off on them. And I think it could get interesting.
All right, let's take a second and get out of the West and really just ask the most important question. Are the Knicks the best team in the Eastern Conference? It's right now they're a game behind the Detroit Pistons. for best in the East at 23-9. The Pistons are 24-8, had that really hot start. But the Knicks, Pistons have lost their last two. I think it's only a matter of time before the Knicks take over there. Sitting in third, surprisingly, Boston Celtics and Toronto Raptors in fourth. That's real surprising. Then you have Orlando and Miami at 5 and 6. Philadelphia has woken up behind Maxey at 7. The Cavs, not the same as last year. They're barely over 500. The Bulls, Hawks, and the Bucks are actually sitting out of a play-in spot right now. They've been that bad. So with that being the roster that you're dealing with, is this the Knicks conference to lose this year?
100%. I've been saying it. They have the most depth. Kolek is looking like he's going to be forced to be reckoned with. The Knicks are going to have to figure out when they're going to sign him and how they're going to sign him. I mean, a lot of teams are going to be watching him and looking at him. I don't think the Knicks make a move unless they need to, unless they're using Kolek as a chip to go after Giannis. He could be a piece that they can move now because they're looking for a future point guard to run that offense. Besides that, yeah, 100% this is the Knicks conference to lose. I don't think there's any team even close to it. The Knicks have the most depth they've ever had. I think I've ever seen as a Knicks fan. Even the 94 Knicks with the team and the players they had, I think this is the best Knicks team we've seen in a very long time.
The deepest and most versatile team in the Eastern Conference, the deepest and most versatile Knicks team we've ever seen. Like you said, they're only going to trade Kolek and some of these other young kids if it is Giannis at this point.
I mean, think about this. Yeah. I mean, he is a piece now. Yeah. You can move to get Giannis if you want him because he absolutely could be a starting point guard in this league. You trade. I honestly think you sign him and you move on from and you trade, what's his name again? The kid
McBride.
McBride. I would trade McBride, and you can use him as a trade chip. Kolek is a future.
I wonder, too. Some of the stuff I've been saying is they might not even have to trade Robinson anymore either, too, which they could trade the kid they signed from the Sixers as well, the big man.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, Vaselli? Yeah, probably right.
No, I think the depth and everything, but depth is one thing, but they have like every facet of the game to succeed. So that I believe, like, you have a scorer, you have a leader, you have a guy in Robinson that can get bounds, like knows his game. Like, you have all the pieces to the puzzle that I think there was a few lacking at some points. But yeah, you have everything, and it's theirs to lose. They just have to have that mentality, and I don't know. That's the one scary thing. I don't know if they have that mentality because they haven't won and been at that pinnacle, but they have every piece of the puzzle.
I'll just say this: it's a lot more fun watching Jordan Clarkson get minutes than Cam Payne last year. I'm just going to throw it out there. I think that's an upgrade. I think we can all agree upon that.
And Clarkson can still shoot.
Clarkson's really good. He's streaky, and leaves a little bit to the desire on defense. But I'll say this: they're a lot better. I'm so pumped for the second half of the season. One last topic, Errol. Got to talk about the Lakers. Lakers in, I believe, let's take a look at it right now. Updated standings. They are at 20-10, tied with the Rockets for fourth in the Western Conference. Obviously, LeBron missed a lot of games. He's averaging his worst numbers since he was a rookie. He's about 20 points, about 6-5. He's like 26-5.
That's pretty good.
Which is pretty good for a guy who's 41 years old, which is just absurd. Austin Reeves and obviously Luka Doncic have been kind of carrying the load offensively in his absence and now with him. It's a real fascinating team. You assume they're going to add pieces. Rui Hachimura's had a good season for them. He's been a nice player, been with them for a while at forward position. Half Japanese, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. But besides that, they picked up DeAndre Ayton off the scrap heap and turned him back into a halfway decent player. But I just don't know if they can compete really in this Western Conference. And you would assume that LeBron's going for it this year. This is his last chance for a championship.
It's fool's gold. They're not getting Giannis for all you Laker fans out there, unless the Milwaukee Bucks are in cahoots with the Lakers, and they're going to just hand them over to the Lakers, which we've seen before.
You did say it's the LGA, right?
That's
a bowl in the LGA.
Yeah, unless that happens, and it could. That's the only way they win and they compete. There's no way Wolves go.
Yeah, you mentioned Fish. You mentioned some of the depth pieces overperforming. I just don't know if there's enough high upside young players outside of Eaton really to get that kind of thing to work. Reeves has done well in a larger sample, but I think being in the West,
We're not going to be able to sign him.
Yeah, being in the West, there's still 5 or 6 in the West right now.
Reeves is going to earn himself $200 million.
He'll get a max. He won't get a super max though, will he?
No, but he's going to get a
gonna
max.
get a good deal.
He's going to get a nice deal. He's going to get $200 million. Yeah.
Well, good for him.
Could my name be Austin Reeves?
Should be. Should be gone.
There's definitely an old Eddie Murphy movie.
You're not allowed to like him.
I still have eligibility. We're fine.
Oh, okay.
All right.
There we go. The NBA roundtable. That was fun.
I am tired. I'm tired of listening about the Lakers, honestly. Finally, the Knicks have something to talk about, and we don't have to talk about this garbage Laker organization, honestly. Anyways, let's go to – we haven't played this in a while. Sound it out.
Big roll here. Jay Quellen. Where's Jay Quellen at? No Jay Quellen here?
Do you mean Jacqueline?
Let's sound it out.
What you call me?
Sound it out.
Oh, man. We are back with Sound It Out, everyone's favorite game, especially Errol's, where he's going to have to figure out 3 names that he's probably going to butcher. He's got, I don't know, Errol, what do you think your batting average is on this? About 250? You think you hit 250?
280.
280. All right, that's a little generous. I'm going to say it's probably closer to the Mendoza line. But Phonics Schmonics, we're going to believe the man. Errol's got it. Are you ready to play? Sound it out.
No, I'm not, but I'm sure you're going to throw it out. So let's
I am. Here it is. We're starting this year with all of these guys are breakout NFL players this year. Here he is, number 25 on the Bears. Sound it out.
Kyle Monange.
Oh man, I can't give it to you. And I forgot I'm supposed to buzzer you when you're wrong on this game.
Why? That's not right.
It's not Moronge.
I said Monange. Monange.
It's Monangai.
Oh, whatever.
I thought you were going to get that one. Oh, well, 0 for 1. Put the music back on. Let the good times roll. Here we go. The second one on the list. Here he is. What's his name? Sound it out. 13.5 sacks from this gentleman.
Thule.
Oh, wait, hold on. Can't let you see it. I screwed up. Here we go. Add it back to the stage. No harm, no foul. What do you got?
Thule. Pilato. Pilato.
Tui Peludo. Almost 0 for 2, but you got one left. Get the music back on, Errol. Here it comes. Time to take a look at this guy. He's leading all rookies, all time, in all-purpose yards. Broke that record this year. Here he is. Sound it out.
Don't get us canceled.
Shamir Dyke.
Sorry, it's not what you were thinking wasn't the answer either.
No, you were thinking of Chimere DK. That's Chimere DK.
Did you just put a duck filter on?
Melons.
All right.
Oh, Errol, 0 for 3 today on Sound It Out. We'll bring this game back maybe at the end of, I don't know, basketball season.
Wonderful. Let's go into it. Speedy stat of the week.
The Speedy. Well, you may run like Maze, but you hit like stat of the week.
All right, so Errol hinted at it.
My rear end is burning.
He loves the Philadelphia Eagles, and they're winning in some very unsustainable ways a lot of the time. So the 2025 Eagles are the first team since the Patriots back in 1987, where I believe Steve Grogan was their quarterback, to win multiple games in a season where they did not complete a pass in the second half of the game. Obviously, they're up 13-0 against the Bills. The Bills almost came back and won, but they did it without a very unconventional approach. Is it Nick Sirianni not game planning for it? Do they not trust Jalen Hurts? Or is it just a script?
Almost. Come on. That defense is for real. That's all I'm going to say. Watch out for this Philadelphia Eagles team in the playoffs. None of these teams in the NFC wants to play this team the way the defense is playing.
That is the sickest catch I've ever seen. Oh my God!
If that's a catch, that's stupid.
It's like he's got stickum on his hands.
Who caught?
Like
what?
it literally doesn't move out of his hand.
Puka.
No, it came out.
Oh, it did. It did. They can't give it to him. Ah, never mind. Sorry. That was like one of the craziest catches I thought ever.
It looks like I'm running away with the champion of 2 fantasy leagues. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right. Yeah. To get back to what you were saying, Speedy. Yeah, I'm not worrying about the Eagles. The Eagles are going to be fine. I wouldn't be surprised if the Eagles go to the Super Bowl and win it all with all the craziness that's happened over the last couple of weeks. They're that good. I'm not worried about their defense at all. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was Speedy's stat of the week, and now the NFL whip around.
Whip around.
All right. Why don't we start right there with those Eagles you were just talking about? Here it is. The Eagles defeated the Bills 13-12. If you watched the game, you saw a banged up and
I have to hear stupid Tom Brady and his blank stupidity. Yeah,
we'll definitely have some time to talk about Tom Brady's commentary for this game, Errol. I'll leave all that to you. But just want to give you some stats from this one before we get into it. Saquon, 19 carries, 68 yards. It's been like that all season. A.J. Brown, 5 catches, 68 yards. Goddard had a 1-yard touchdown catch. Jalen Hurts, 110 yards, nothing on the ground. Yet they won because the defenses just manhandled the Bills. The Bills have no receivers, guys. Brandon Cooks had 101 yards. Yes, Brandon Cooks is on the Bills. And yes, he's their leading receiver. Their next best receiver was Shakir. But again, he's just like a possession guy in the slot. I don't really know how they're going to generate enough offense to beat elite teams. It's going to be tough, Errol.
I'm not worried about it. They'll figure it out. They'll run the ball and give it to Saquon when the playoffs.
No, I'm talking about the Bills. The Bills.
I think the Bills will be fine, too. I'm not really worried about them, too. I think the Bills have the best chance. I expected this. I expected it to be close. It was snowing. It was really bad weather. I just hope Josh Allen is 100% healthy. If they want to make a run, he has to be healthy. And if he's not, good luck on making that run. But I'm not worried about both of these teams. I wouldn't be surprised if this is the Super Bowl, the Eagles and the Bills.
Yeah, Bills defense definitely still gets some good confidence. I mean, maybe some of it was game planning, but Billy, I think the reason I brought up the stat was I think they still need a little more volume. Could they win like this all the time? I don't know, but they have the talent, so.
All right. Looks like Jabba ran to the bathroom. We'll get his thoughts on that at some other time. Let's get to the other big game that just was crazy scoring. The 49ers beat the Bears Sunday night 42-38. Let's take a look at some of these numbers. And these numbers were, obviously, with all the scoring, a lot more eye-popping. Caleb Williams, 25 of 42, 330, 2 touchdowns. 2 touchdown runs for Swift. Luther Burden went for 8 for 138 and a touchdown. Of course, DJ Moore, who I started in fantasy, had 1 catch for 7 yards. Colston Loveland, 6 for 94 and a touchdown. No Kittle, so Jake Tongues had 7 catches and 60 yards and a touchdown. McCaffrey, 140 on the ground, a touchdown. Brock Purdy had 2 rushing touchdowns. He had 3 in the air, 300
only one
yards.
part of this story. I don't know why.
Brock Purdy has been absolutely on fire, and McCaffrey is playing like the best running back in the league, or at least top 5, that's for sure.
The only story about this is Brock Purdy. I mean, Brock Purdy is having the last 3 weeks. He's been unbelievable. His comeback has been a tremendous story, and this defense is not good. And what they did last night against a very good Caleb Williams was incredible. And Brock Purdy doing his dance, doing his Dougie, fun. You can see that he's having a good time. I love him, period. And by the way, that's why I reached out to Owen, because I wanted to laugh at his face. I told him it was worth every penny of the $55 million. Sink it. And now all of a sudden he's all about it. So Kyle Shanahan is not the reason why they're winning.
Yeah, and Brock Purdy's the second best EPA quarterback since he's come back. I think the Niners offense is top 5 in a lot of categories, and that's not going to happen with Mac Jones, Owen.
That's it. There's nothing else to talk about. There's nothing else.
Jabba, you got anything on the Niners Bears game? You got to unmute yourself.
Other than Owen swallowing his pride and be like, oh, yeah, he's probably worth his money. I knew it was going to be a boat race, but yeah, stuck it on.
All right. All right, let's get to the next couple of games. So the Texans beat the Chargers 20-16. Looks like the Texans are going to end up winning that division after their slow start. That's quite remarkable. What an incredible job. Chargers couldn't really get anything going. But again, you know, they're clinched. Not so much to worry about. And the Colts were eliminated, but they played real tough. Phillip Rivers, it doesn't look like, I don't think they're going to give him one more game. I think they're going to give it to Riley Leonard. So this might be it for him. He got to play 3 games. He went 0-3. Jaguars beat the Colts 23-17. It was a close game. But again, you know, these are two teams, the Texans and Jaguars, that it's kind of hard to believe they're in this position after where they were. You know, the Texans, we thought, you know, they were really good to start off, and then Stroud has that down year, and now you don't know what to think. Guess what? They're back. Maybe Stroud's not the guy that they thought he was as a rookie, but he's good enough. And then you have Trevor Lawrence. I mean, is he most improved this year? Like, is he in that conversation right now?
No. And the Texans are for real. Their defense is for real. Watch out for the Texans. They can run the ball, even with like 3 running backs. This guy, Woody Marks, is pretty good when he is playing on the field. The Texans' defense is going to shut people down. And as far as the Jaguars are concerned, they'll be in it, and then they'll be done. I'm not really worried about them. I have to give Cohen a little bit of credit. Trevor Lawrence does look like a competent quarterback.
Yeah, the Jaguars don't really have one super big strength besides their run defense, but they do have a lot of balance, no obvious weakness. The Texans, though, championship caliber defense. They get a league average offense. That is a scary team, maybe the second best in the Bills.
Yeah, I mean, their defense is so fun to watch. They're so fast. They're so quick. Jags, I don't think Trevor Lawrence, no, not whatever, because that was what was expected, and he's finally kind of trying to live up to it. So yeah, I don't think you give him that cue.
Well, I mean, he just hasn't been good. He's been objectively a bad quarterback. And this year, I mean, look at his numbers. He's 37-52 passing, 7th in the NFL, 26 touchdowns, tied for 5th. He's got a lot of interceptions, 12 interceptions. But, you know, that's part of his game. And if that's the best you're going to get, like, if he gets to, I guess, say you get, I don't know if he's going to play the last game or not. But if that's what he finishes at, you take that from Trevor Lawrence, man. Like, that's pretty impressive. And Etienne, I don't know if people are talking enough about Etienne. Etienne's been really good this season. He might have actually improved more than Lawrence. You remember, he fumbled the first game of the year last year, and they benched him, and they rode him, like, really hard last season, and he didn't play very much. What a joy he must have playing for Cohen as well. So let's get into the Christmas games. We'll do them all together. The Cowboys beat the Commanders 30-23. The Vikings shocked the Lions and knocked them out of the playoffs. I mean, I think a lot of us were surprised by that outcome, 23-10. It wasn't close at all. And then the Broncos, again, Errol, with another unimpressive win against a non-playoff team. The Chris Oladokin Chiefs, 20-13.
Cowboys game.
Who
cares? Who cares about the Commanders? They're both out. They're not in the playoffs. So who cares? The Vikings knocking off the Lions. The Lions were never going to make the playoffs after what we've seen with Chicago. And
they could have knocked out the Packers because the Packers lost this game, and if the Packers lose next week and they don't have Love, I don't know if he's playing. But they haven't said that yet. They haven't said anything. It's concussion protocol, so until he passes it, he can't do anything. If he plays, that's one thing. But the Lions, if they won that game, this game that they're playing this week, it could put them in. So the fact that they choked against the Vikings is really kind of messed up. I don't know what's happened to Goff, but it appears that it's either guys are not open and the routes are not creative enough to get guys open, or Goff isn't on the same page with the offense, and that's really
The
problematic.
offensive line, they lost their center, and they went.
No, the center, but that was before the season. That's not an excuse. Just because the guy retired.
Who's Goff's roommate, and who traveled with them when they were playing last year and over the last
Yeah, well, did that stop the Eagles when Jason Kelsey retired? You know?
Well, I'm telling you right now, it has something to do with it. That's all I'm going to say.
Well,
no, they have a kid from Nebraska. That's why it didn't stop.
That's what it was. It was the Corn Huskers.
The Broncos, Chiefs, honestly, the Broncos beat a bad Chiefs team. And I want to see the Broncos, just like I want to see the Patriots, when the going gets tough in the playoffs. I think both teams are going to fall short because I don't think they're any as good as people think they are.
Yeah, playing down a team, Broncos can't do that. Vikings, like the Dolphins, good turnaround in the second half. Good talented team. Cowboys, better ahead of schedule with all the draft picks, too.
All right, and we got one last one to do, and it's going to be quick. Just need to comment on how awesome Joe Burrow is. Imagine if this guy was around all season. I believe, even without the defense, they would probably be the best team just because of Joe Burrow and his ability. Chase Brown's been pretty good. Maybe not a great yard per carry guy, but he's definitely a guy you'd want to have on your team. And we got to start talking about Tyler Shuck. Tyler Shuck has been really good the last 6 weeks. They may not need a quarterback in New Orleans. He looks pretty good. Audric Estime had 90 yards and a touchdown. I think he's a name that you're going to hear going on for a few years. He's going to be their next scat backup. But no Kamara. I mean, I think that's kind of an end of an era and a new era starting, perhaps, for the Saints.
I think the only story is Shuck. I think he's been incredible. And as far as the Bengals are concerned, they're going to have to worry about what Joe Burrow is going to do in the offseason, because I do believe there was some kind of truth to what he said over the last couple of weeks. I think they're in a lot of trouble. Don't be surprised if you hear a story that if there's something not done with this organization, that he retires and walks away from the game of football. I could see him doing it. Yeah. I can see him doing it.
Zach Taylor coaching like Dan Campbell to try to save his job.
Think about it. Think about it. Everything that he said. And shut the music, by the way, because I don't want to hear the music. I honestly believe I feel for Joe Burrow because he's so good, and every single year he can't stay healthy, or every other year he can't stay healthy, and then when he's on the field he puts up the numbers, and just ownership does not do him right. And then they give him the players that he wants offensively, but they do it in a way where they just strap themselves where they're effed. And I don't know what they're going to do in the offseason. I think they're screwed. So I feel bad because I think Joe Burrow will walk away from the game. I really could see him doing it. He really made me think that he's thinking about it. Andrew Luck said, you know how Andrew Luck kind of swung it, at the tail end of the season. You were like, yeah, okay, Andrew. And then all of a sudden he announces big news, and then he says he's going to walk away from the game. He doesn't want to deal with the injuries. He doesn't want to deal with the crap. And it seems like that is where Joe is going. I don't know. He doesn't want to walk away from Jamar Chase. So there's got to be some kind of truth to what he was saying. That's all I'm going to say. And his mom, if you see his mom and his father, but his mom has a big part of his life. And if you watch the quarterback show on Netflix, you can see that all it takes is he's a mama's boy. And all it takes is his mom telling him, is it worth this anymore? You've made a lot of money. You don't need to do this anymore. So that's just my opinion. I don't know. He's great. So was Andrew Luck. So I don't know. I'm a little flustered on it. That's all I'm going to say about that. All right. Save your tears.
Mom, what's one thing you can't talk to me about?
My sexual fantasies.
Say you're sorry. It is not ideal, but if it's what means, it is not ideal, but if it's not ideal, but if it is what means. You can't triple stamp a double stamp. You can't triple stamp a double stamp, Lord. You can't triple stamp a double stamp. Lord, you guys, enough.
It's time for Save Your Tears.
By the way, I just want to give a shout out to the New York Jets for absolutely bombing on that game. That was embarrassing. Shame on the Jets organization for letting them down there. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I wanted to say.
We got more show left. We got more show.
I
don't need to ruin later segments.
All right.
Here we go. We got the $15 salary cap for Save Your Tears Week 18. I am the defending champion, so I will pick the order. We will pick our players from this group of games. I tried to figure out what games would actually have players trying, so I came up with the games we talked about, the Panthers facing the Bucks, the Ravens facing the Steelers, and I figured the Giants and Cowboys would just have it out because that's what they do. So here's the rosters that you could pick from. $5 quarterback Dak Prescott, Baker Mayfield for 4, Lamar for 3, Dart for 2, and Aaron Rodgers. Last chance, perhaps, to ever get Aaron Rodgers for $1. At running back, coming fresh off 200-plus yards and 4 TDs, Derrick Henry, followed by Javonte Williams, Bucky Irving, Jalen Warren, and Tyrone Tracy Jr. At wide receivers 1 and 2, I just keep doing this every time we have Cowboys, putting George Pickens at one $5 one and CeeDee Lamb at the other. It just makes sense. They're that good. Zay Flowers at 4 and wide receiver 1. Teteroa McMillan, T-Mac for 3. MVS. Yes, MVS is playing receiver for Aaron Rodgers this week. And Hopkins is another guy that blast from the past. He's a dollar player, real thin at receiver this week. At wide receiver 2, Wan'Dale Robinson is the $4 player looking to cash in on his big year in the offseason. Jalen Coker for 3, Adam Thielen for 2, and the one with no hands whatsoever, Darius Slayton for $1. At tight end, Jake Ferguson for 5, Theo Johnson for 4, Mark Andrews 3, K-Dot in 2, and Pittsburgh's finest, Pat Freiermuth, cleans it out. All right, so here we go to the board. I'm going to bring this back up, and let's go with, to start us off, Tommy Poops.
All right.
And let me just put it back up for you. All
right, I was kind of looking at it before. I'm going to do this quick. I know exactly where I'm going to go. I'm going to go with Dak Prescott. I'm sorry, not Dak. I'm going to go Baker Mayfield, $4. Then I'm going to go Derrick Henry for 5. Give me T-Mac, Adam Thielen, and then Freiermuth.
Okay. So I have Baker, Henry, T-Mac, Thielen, and Freiermuth.
That's it.
All right. I need to know what Speedy's doing.
All right, I'm going to go one of each number. Give me Baker, give me Tracy, give me McMillan, give me CeeDee Lamb, and K-Dot.
Lamb and Auden. All right, so I got you. Baker, Tracy, T-Mac, Lamb, and Auden. Let's go to Jabba.
I'm going to go Baker, Bucky Irving, George Pickens, then I'm going to go Slayton, and then K-Dot.
All right, I got you for Baker, Bucky, Pickens, Slayton, and Auden. I'm going to go before you, Errol. Just so that you know that I'm going to be in your head, because you're going to be thinking that you're copying my picks because they're so good. I'm going to go with Jackson Dart for $2. I am going to then take for the matchups again. The Ravens defense. Ugh.
Don't overthink it, Fish.
Yeah, the Giants aren't stopping Javonte Williams. Let's do that. Javonte. Then at receiver, I think I want to spend money at one of these. I think it's going to be T-Mac. So what does that give me? I got 9, so I got 6 left, which is good. That gives me CeeDee Lamb and Freiermuth. So I got Dart, Javonte, T-Mac, Lamb, and Freiermuth. Errol, finish it out.
I'm going to go Lamar. I'm going to go Derrick Henry. I'm going to go George Pickens. How much?
Yeah, we have 2 left.
All
So
right,
just
so
the
good.
$1
I'm
players
gonna go with Darius Slayton and Pat Vermouth, whatever his name is. So there you go. I'm gonna go that because I'm gonna go heavy on this one. So
All right, there it is, guys. We'll go over the results on Monday, and that will conclude the regular season for Save Your Tears. And again, if you don't like the results, you can't cry about it. You gotta save your tears.
Hey, Fish, can you bring that back up for a second?
Yeah, I was gonna bring up the full screen of it, just so we can take a look.
Jabba's gonna guess
what
what
everyone did. So we got 3 Bakers, we got a couple of Derrick Henrys. It looks like George Pickens was popular, so was Tedero McMillan. A couple of Lambs and Slaytons, and 3 Firemouths and 2 Oddens. Interesting choices, boys.
And Fish,
right.
I've got one coming in from one of my buddies. Shout out to Jeremy who's listening right now. And so I'm gonna make a bet with him who wins this week. And so he wants Jackson Dart.
All right, so let's just put him over here on the side. Here we go, Dart.
Then he wants Derrick Henry. T-Mac.
That's 10.
Wandell. And then he has the $1 left, so you got Fryerman.
Yeah.
All right, Jeremy, here you go.
All right,
It's
so
about
you're
to
in
go
the game,
down.
Jeremy. That's actually not a bad idea. Maybe we can get some fans every week to play along. That might be something fun that we could do as we evolve this game. Not bad.
all right, final segment of the night. Dial it up.
We interrupt this regularly scheduled hot mix to bring you important news. So we got a big broadcast to do here.
We're about to dial it up.
Carl plays with himself.
All right, guys, it's time to dial it up! Everyone's favorite lightning round sports segments where Errol has not heard of the stories. He's going to dial up a take, and we're going to respond to him just like that. Here we go with our first story of the evening on Dial It Up.
Where's panties?
There he is, Myles Garrett, sitting at 22 sacks. So the question is, and we talked about this in our production meeting, so this one's a little cheating, so Errol did know this one's coming. The question is, does Myles Garrett deserve an asterisk if he breaks the sack record, because he's sitting a half a sack behind Michael Strahan and TJ Watt's 22.5 record at 22. If he breaks it with one more game than they had to attain it, is that fair? Does he deserve an asterisk, just like Roger Maris had to have an asterisk next to his 61 home runs for a while, for his Babe Ruth played in fewer games? Dial it up!
Absolutely. I mean, obviously, that extra game definitely adds a dynamic to it. And you think about it, one extra game, and Myles Garrett's built like I don't know what he's built like, but he's built like a truck, and he'll run right through you. I mean, I don't want to say that to him because I don't want him to kill me or eat me up alive, but absolutely, if you're playing an extra game over the other guys that have broken the record or are ahead of you at some point, you have to look at that and actually put an asterisk around it. Now, eventually, they're going to take it away, and being that you added the extra game, and there might be another game added to it, so you're going to have to look at it a completely different way. But right now, absolutely.
And I agree, and we kind of cheated a little bit in this in our meeting, and I brought it up. And like you said earlier, though, you can never take away numbers, right? But also, too, when it comes to it, you brought up something that I really thought about, too, when Saquon said he could break Eric Dickerson's record. And he was like, there'll be an asterisk behind that. And so I think, will it ever be taken away? I honestly don't think it will be. But do I think it's not necessarily an asterisk? I don't think. I think it's a subheading where it's like they did this. One thing I talked about, and I was talking to a buddy of mine, and he was just like, So to do it based upon like per game, did he actually get that many sacks or whatever? I don't think they'll ever take the asterisk away, and I don't think those numbers will ever go away. But I think there needs to be something 100% because we've seen it in sports numerous times. And I think some recognize it, some don't. Will some say he's not the sack leader because he did it with an extra game? But I don't think there needs to be an asterisk because you still have to celebrate what you did. I think there needs to be a subheading.
Another toe job.
Yeah. All right. Well, this story that's coming up, Errol, we kind of touched a little bit about it earlier, but it blows my mind that this is even something that we're talking about. I don't know if you saw this story about Trent, and I didn't spell his name right. It's Trenton.
This is so
Y.
weird.
Yeah,
Trenton Flowers. It definitely auto-corrected on me. Trenton Flowers eligible to leave the G League to play in the NCAA. So the story's going. This guy went undrafted in 2024. He got signed to the Bulls G League after going undrafted. He actually appeared this season in a Bulls game and scored 4 points in garbage time. But since the NCAA just ruled this overseas European player, James Nanji, could get 4 years of eligibility from his age 21 season right now through age 25, Flowers is trying to jump on mid-season this year to plenty of top-tier NCAA basketball programs that want to add him to their roster. It seems like he shouldn't be allowed. This is pretty clear that he shouldn't be allowed, but who even knows what the rules are in this crazy world we have with NIL completely changing the landscape. Errol, can you make some sense of this? Dial it up!
Makes absolutely no sense. It said in the NBA rule book that if you play 1 second of NBA basketball, you cannot be eligible for college basketball. And now all of a sudden with the NIL deals and the G League and you can transition from overseas to college. None of it makes sense. And Adam Silver is the cause of all of this. The guy's a complete moron. He's the worst commissioner in professional sports. And then Manfred or Manford is the next guy. And then it's Goodell. Goodell's moved up on my take because at least there's some kind of common sense coming out from that guy's mouth, but not much. Honestly, it makes no sense whatsoever. This kid is played in the NBA. He's playing in the G League. He decided to go play in the G League. And we've heard Mitchell Robinson. Remember that? Mitchell Robinson decided, hey, you know what? I'd rather play overseas because I don't want to play college ball because I don't want to be coached by this idiot. And I think Brown. I think there's just, you have to understand the rule book and follow the rule book. You shouldn't be changing any rules that was set in place at any point over the last 50 years. This is absolutely not allowed, and it shouldn't be allowed. But Adam Silver will allow it because he's a complete moron.
Yeah, I don't know how much the power the NCAA has either in terms of being able to control European leagues, because a lot of times you don't see that kind of thing with somebody that played multiple years over there in the G League or multiple years overseas like Najee did. Najee was a really good center at Baylor.
Just dauber in the dirt
for a couple of years, and then somebody like Flowers too, who had a good enough college career that, again, he got reputation. He played some NBA action. He wasn't just in the G League. So, yeah, it seems a little fishy, but I guess they have to let one scenario in. They have to let the other in, and that's what
I'll let you lick my
Tom
butt.
Izzo was hinting at with Najee versus the whole Trenton Flowers situation. Like, have them both be fair from the NCAA standard.
Like a serial killer.
All right. Let's get to the big news in college football, Errol. It was Michigan hiring Kyle Whittingham to be their head coach. Now, this would qualify as a pretty big piece of news. Obviously, after the disgrace that was the end of Sharon Moore's tenure, it was going to be pretty hard for them to attract a big candidate. Well, apparently that wasn't true. They were able to lure Kyle Whittingham away from Utah after 21 years there with a 177-88 record. He had back-to-back Pac-12 titles at one point, multiple 10-win seasons. In fact, 8 different 10-plus win seasons, 11-6 in bowl games. He's been coach of the year. It seems like they lucked into this one, or their AD is I believe his name's Ward Manuel, and I'm pretty sure Ward Manuel was the University
So
of
it's not
Buffalo's.
Ward Manuel?
No. Ward Manuel was my AD at Buffalo when Khalil Mack was there. He got the job after Buffalo did well with Mack, if I'm not mistaken. But this kind of came out of left field. I didn't see this coming. I don't think a lot of people had this one on their bingo card. So, Errol, dial it up!
I have no idea how they landed Whittingham, but money talks. Maybe money under the table. Why don't we ask the Clippers about that? Maybe they learned something from them. Who knows how and what this story is about, but obviously they did something. It makes a lot of sense on why he's going to Michigan. Michigan is a top-end school. Now, how long does he have to wait to win a championship, a national championship? Only time will tell, obviously. And there's a lot of scrutiny with obviously the program and over the last couple of years with Jim Harbaugh and now this idiot and more. I think they need to bring in somebody that can calm things down. He's less in the tabloids and has to be in the newspaper or any of that stuff. Utah is a quiet place with good football, and all it is football over there. So I think it makes a lot of sense. You bring in a guy that loves the game and understands the game and will coach the game. So makes sense.
Yeah, he's a winning coach. He's a top 5 since he took over as Utah's head coach. I believe it was in 2011. He's one of the top 5 winningest coaches.
2004, Speedy.
Okay. Yeah. So since I knew the stat was something like that. I think he's 4th in the NCAA in total wins. Again, he never made the college football playoff. He was always one of those teams that was just short. But in today's, with the 12 teams, there would definitely be plenty of Utah teams that got in. Like we were saying, Fish, 8-10 win seasons. They never really had great quarterback play up until probably recently, Tyler Huntley. And they've always been old school. So like Scooby Axon was saying, I don't know how long-term it will last, but they definitely need a culture stabilizer. And the fact they get him out of retirement, he was going to retire from college football. He's been there for a while. Is like a big power move for Michigan, or at least get a culture stabilizer there. Will he have instant success? I don't know, but they could be, again, after the eligibility stuff goes away, they could be a football play, at least college football playoff team, maybe within 3 years or so.
As long as she's
he's a good enough coach to get it there. And Michigan does play old school, which is his type of style.
Yeah, let me just comment. What he means by old school is they want a smash mouth defense. That's something Michigan football believes in, and they want to run the ball. That is also something Michigan football believes in. It feels like that the philosophy just matched up really well, and the timing makes a lot of sense. But at the same time, I mean, what a disaster they're going to have to get out of with everything that's happened. They definitely lost a lot of recruits. So let's see how it plays out for Whittingham.
He's used to it, though. He takes a lot of 3-star guys and makes it work.
Well, it's definitely the right guy. Speaking of 3-star, this guy might not be a star at all anymore. And it makes my heart so happy. In fact, after the Knicks handled Atlanta the other day, he was called out, Trae Young, again, called out by Knicks and ESPN Radio's Alan Hahn. Let me read you some what Hahn had to say. Young scored 9 points, had 10 assists, turned the ball over 6 times, 31 minutes, was a -13. A lot of Knicks fans remember him from a few years ago when he talked a lot of smack to the Knicks, beat us in the playoffs. I hate Trae Young, so it makes me really happy to see his game fall apart. He obviously has a bad knee, so he's not 100%, and a lot of this is coming from that. But here's the deal. Alan Hahn goes, is there any hustle, any effort there whatsoever? That's the face of your franchise. Errol, if you remember correctly, this is the guy they decided to take instead of Luka Doncic at the draft. Time to dial it up!
First of all, I'm not a big fan of Trae Young. I feel bad for the guy because he's not 100% healthy, but I don't feel bad that he can't even hit a layup anymore. I mean, he's looked really, really bad. I've never seen a downfall like this, a superstar like this.
He looks so old.
Yeah. The comparison to when he came into the league to Steph Curry and all that other stuff, and like this guy can change the game and change the fortunes for the Hawks since Gerald Wilkins, please. I'm sorry, Dominique Wilkins. Dominique Wilkins. Gerald Wilkins was a Yankee. Derek Jeter's buddy. I honestly think that this is a joke, and I'm hearing stories about maybe making a trade and bringing in another star to play with him and try to fix things up. And there's a guy over there in Dallas that might be looking to get out of there as soon as possible. So maybe that happens. I'm not surprised. Trae Young, I feel bad for him. I don't want to see somebody fall like this. I don't care how bad the Knicks fans hate him. You don't want to see somebody fall like this, but he looks really, really bad. I think he's done, or he needs to go somewhere else, and somebody needs to fix him because he can't even shoot anymore. He can't hit a layup. He can't dribble the ball anymore. He can't do nothing. He's a bench player. That's what he is.
I've been hearing that Atlanta even is thinking about moving him after this season, if anything, as soon as possible, if anything. But,
to the G League.
I'm with he might need to go to the G League there. But
they could draft Trenton Flowers again.
But no, I'm with Fish on this. There's no love lost with Trae Young. I mean, this is a guy that I feel like he still kind of has that high of when they made a deep playoff run 5 seasons ago, when he did that, taunting the Knicks, the little shimmy over there at the Garden and everything. Now it's like he can't even shimmy a damn layup in, like you just mentioned, Errol. So it's
dude, I seen him miss some of the easiest layups I think a 5-year-old kid could hit. Okay? I am being serious. It's bad. It's really bad.
Yeah, the fall off just because even when, of course, like a lot of his guys couldn't stay healthy, of course, in that time frame too. He couldn't stay healthy in that time frame, but when he would at least get to certain games in the playoffs, he would actually know how to shoot. He would actually pass. Now it's like he's absolutely a shell of himself, and I'm not surprised. They move him as soon as possible before the deadline, before the season's over. Trae Young's not going to be Atlanta Hawk much longer.
They don't have times.
I hope he ends up like in Sacramento or somewhere terrible, and he just plays and like bounces around the league as like this microwave shooter off the bench, and like has to learn to humble himself because I hate that guy. Anyway, let's move on to our last story of this long show, Errol. We made it. Here it is, and it's your boy Woody Johnson. The Jets put their foot in their mouth in this one. I don't know if you're following along during the week, but there was this Stony Brook University goalie for the women's soccer team who's a soccer coach now. And anyway, she won the preliminary contest to qualify her to kick a $100,000 field goal attempt at halftime at the Jet Stadium. I guess we call it Jet Stadium, MetLife Stadium when the Jets play. Regardless, her father had passed away, obviously season ticket holder, lifelong fan. What did the Jets do? No, we don't want that. We want to get rid of that. No, let's disinvite her because she played sports and offer her a $100 Visa gift card. She made this public. The Jets were shamed from all the negative publicity into letting her kick. And then with all the added pressure, she missed the kick short on Sunday. So nobody gets paid. Nobody wins in Jetsland this year. Errol, just a little bow on the season for you here at the end of Dial It Up.
Well, for all you Jet fans, all you Jet analysts, all you people pissing and crapping and sugarcoating this, I can sugarcoat it just in a few words. The Jets stink. The organization is in a shambles. It doesn't matter who the owner is. It doesn't matter who the coach is. It doesn't matter how many fans go to the game, which they pack out the stadium every single week. All I could say is until they find a quarterback, they're not winning anything. I don't know what more to say about this. They don't have a quarterback. They had one. They let him go. And now he jumped from one team to another. Now he's going to have a chance to possibly win a Super Bowl with Seattle. How would that be fitting if I watch Sam Darnold win a Super Bowl this year as a Jet fan? It would make me sick to my stomach. And as I said it to you, Speedy, the year that they traded him for a second and a fourth, what a joke of an organization to do something like this when you hired a GM that should have known that this guy was the future of this organization. You didn't put anybody around.
Darnold's one of only two quarterbacks to win 10-plus games with 3 different teams.
Please, Chopper, please don't hurt it.
Sorry, I'm just trying to help. I mean, I guess
You're not helping him. You're not helping him.
My bad. Stalled the moon. My bad.
You're making me sick. All right. I'm sick. I'm sick to watch this team. I'm sick to make excuses, but I don't want to hear from any of the Jet analysts attacking Aaron Glenn for one season. It's disgusting how people are treating this guy. You're going to blame him for the woes. It has nothing to do with him. It really doesn't. He's playing with what was given to him. All the guys that they drafted play very well this year. Membu looks like he's going to be an all-world tackle in this league, and he's coaching them up. Oh, but people forget that. All right. Jet fans, kiss my ass. All you idiots out there, kiss my friggin' ass. You don't know what you're talking about. Stop crying and stop listening to garbage on the radio. All you garbage pickers, you analysts that think you know about the Jets, you don't know shit. You don't know shit.
That's why I put this one last.
Owners in sports in general, like we've seen them be very cheap at times, trying to pocket money, trying to just feel like entitled rich people all the time, and you take away from the human aspects of somebody like that. And there's certain owners that aren't like that, but there's owners like this where you're giving up on something for $100 gift card. Like people, their own parents could have probably done that.
Listen, and I want to tell you guys something with the 100K and stuff like that. It was wrong for the New York Jets to do that. But the story will be built up in many different ways, offset, because best believe the Jets are probably going to give this girl something, because they're not just
They should.
If they don't, they look like
they will.
They look like
they will.
It looks as bad as like what we've seen.
But go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was saying it looks as bad as what we've seen off the field with many different owners, like trying to chisel out with these coaches, these players, like nitpick on them too. It's even worse when you're doing it to fans. You want to be able to drive them up, and it's just a really bad look for a bad owner as it is.
I want to say something. One more thing before we go. All right. And it's been a long year. And watching, like I said, in the beginning of the show and saying what I said, and now I'm saying this. As a Jet fan, all you Jet haters, all the people making fun of the Jets, yeah, they're a laughable organization. There's no question that they are. Has the organization made the right moves? No. Has the organization made the wrong moves? Yes. But I'm going to sit here and stick up for our organization, this organization. There are many organizations that make the same mistakes. And the reasoning behind it are the dumb fans. The fans going out there and thinking, oh, I got an opinion. I'm going to say what I feel. And I know more than this guy. And I know more than that guy. And I'm going to be Joe Beningo. I'm going to reach out to Robert Saleh after the game and get information from Robert Saleh. I got a lot of respect for Joe. I got a lot of respect for all you guys that think you know what you're talking about. And I don't know. I'm not behind the scenes with the New York Jets. What I do know about a team that I root for is the fan base is blind. They're blind. And the despicable thought of watching these stupid shows, these podcasts that go out there and love the fact that the Jets did this and did that in the offseason, and then just completely drop the hammer on everything and give up on these guys as fast by the end of the season makes me wonder if this fan base actually knows anything about football. That's all I'm going to say about it. I am disgusted. I am tired. Thank God I root for another team, but I am a Jet fan, and I'm disgusted. That's all I'm going to say about it. And that's it. That's it. Anyways, it's been a great year. It's been a full year with Jabba Chamberlain. It's been a full year with Fish. It's been a full year with all of you guys. It's been a great one. The fact of where we are and where we're going to be next year could be special. I couldn't have done it without any of you guys. Specifically the work that gets put in on the back end is amazing. And I appreciate everybody's hard work and dedication. I have a lot of love for everybody, all the fans out there listening to us and tune in and download and look out for the craziness that could come about this show. We appreciate you guys. And I guess I'm going to speak for, unless Jabba wants to speak too for the fans, I appreciate everybody that puts the work into this show. So,
yeah, I mean, I don't know if words can express. You guys have literally, I thought I was a sports fan. I wasn't. and you guys have opened my eyes to so many things, and where I pay attention to so many things different because I don't want to sound like a jackass. And you guys have just like opened me up where I look at sports so differently, and it's made me look at life differently. And just embodying what sports can do for all of us, and not only opening us up to different perspectives and different thoughts and views, but opening us up as people. And I think that's the greatest thing about sports. And I think that's the greatest thing about this show, because you don't ever know what you're going to get. And it's been awesome. It's been frustrating at times. It definitely has. I love you guys, but it has been. And we crawl before we walk, and it's just been. It's going to be a fun journey, and I know it's frustrating sometimes for all of us in different ways. But I'm so grateful to have these moments, and where I can share my thoughts, and I can be me, and you guys don't judge me, and our fans don't, because I love them, because they're the reason why we do this. We love sports, but we love giving a different perspective and maybe a different thought or a different view. So, man, I hope it's been a fun year. I think we've learned a lot from each other, and I truly, genuinely appreciate that. And it's been a tough year for everybody. That's life, though. But what we look forward to is the things that lie ahead, and just very fortunate to be in this opportunity and do these things with you guys. So I appreciate, first and foremost, because I know time is precious, and I appreciate your guys' time. And more importantly, I appreciate your effort and the fact that you care about what we're doing. And just thank you guys so much. I mean, there's not much more I can say.
I want to, before I let everybody go, and I want to thank everybody on Apple and Spotify that tune in and download and write all these crazy things. I mean, all the Reddit fans that say the most derogatory, funny things I've ever seen in my entire life. And on Instagram and TikTok and Facebook, and all the fans, Jabba in the Mouth fans, and Worldwide Sports Radio Network fans out there, and all the guys that do their shows, from Josh Silverberg and his father, and Eric, and then Snowman. Thank you to them for really putting out a good product. And like I said, next year is a week away, or less than a week away, actually a couple days away. And I'm going to say one thing to all the fans and all the people out there and all the podcasts. Watch out. That's all I'm going to say. You can take it whatever way you want. Watch the F out. That's it.
I'm
Anyway,
just going to give you 2 lines, Errol. That no one has got a more original show than what we do here. Everyone's got sports takes, but no one has the creativity. People are stealing segments from us that we see on the big shows.
100%.
I know that I came up with you on the phone, Errol.
Yep.
So I'm real proud of kind of being a trendsetter as well in an industry that seems to be a lot of the same.
Lost.
All over and over again.
Absolutely lost. You're absolutely right, Fish. Lost. And that's what you're seeing right now with WFAN, and they're firing people and letting people go, and Trinity Sports is gone, and everything is flopping around, and they're trying to figure out what to do next. Here's what you do. Watch out and look at the talent that's out there, and realize that there is talent right in front of your faces. Open up your checkbooks and get ready, because you're going to be paying. That's all I'm going to say. You're going to be paying because you had this sitting for such a long time, and you're going to be paying. That's all I'm going to say. That's it. I had to add that because I'm just disgusted with the garbage that I've seen on television and radio over the last couple of years, and it makes me sick to my stomach. Anyways, I'm going to let you guys say your final goodbyes for the new year. Tommy, you first.
Yeah, you guys pretty much said a lot of it. We've been putting a lot of work, and especially thanks to you guys, I don't think any of us can do one's job without the other. So I really do appreciate, all the hard work that you guys put into the show. I really appreciate you guys, being welcome in every week that
It's
we're here.
Fish and Speedy, just so you know.
Of course, yeah. Fish and Speedy, you guys are awesome. Jabba and Arrow, you guys being the on-air talents, of course. you guys doing what you guys do. It's all appreciative, of course. Even Nathan, shout out to the man Nathan that isn't here, the PR manager, the man himself. Honestly, it's been a whole hell of a 365 days, and looking forward to another 365 with y'all.
Yeah, I've definitely been appreciative of all you guys bringing me in 8 years ago and seeing all different people come and go at this network too, but always supporting me and always helping me out with everything on this show and throughout the network as well. And all the guys that have been coming and going on this show as well. You brought a new vibe since you joined the show back in January of 2024, and you've done a lot of great things. Tommy, you've been always a social media guy, fun guy to talk with offset a lot of time, even before Jabba, you came along. And Jabba, reaching out to you for the first time as a guest, I reached out to a lot of different Yankees, and first time we ever had you on your show, you were a tremendous storyteller and reached out at the time with the Yankees playoffs, and obviously we built something very nice. And Nathan as well, and Nick Goody.
Nick Goody.
Shout out to Goody.
Shout out to Goody.
Yeah, Goody. The first time we had him on the show, it was funny. It was actually the first week we had Sylvester Williams on the show last year too. It was also the same week we had Goody on the same day. And Goody, I remember Goody because he came in 10 minutes early. I never saw a guest come in that early ever. And he was so fired up. He was so funny and always brought that good vibes. And of course, Nathan, his RPR guy, doing some great things, all this event planning, all that stuff. Fantastic. And shout out to all the fans, all the ones I've met in person, all the ones I haven't in person, for supporting what we do here.
And I want to say something else before I go to Jabba Chamberlain. I didn't think this was going to work. I didn't. All right. I didn't. I'm going to be honest with you. I didn't think it was going to work, but it's been a fun ride, and it's going to be a fun ride in 2026 because I feel like we've built a good vibe and a good relationship. We have our differences at everything that we do, but that's what partners usually do. But I've grown to understand who you are as a person, not just as an athlete that I followed as a kid or like to watch you throw a ball. I like throwing pitches at you, and I'm sure you like to throw jabs at me. But I feel like we've built something, and we're building something that could be something really, really special. And I think fans, and I say this with love and compassion, if it wasn't for the people that understand what we're trying to do here, we wouldn't be here. So thank you to all of you guys. Anyways, that's it. Good night.
Thank all of you. Appreciate it.
Well, 2026, here we come.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.